120 years after alien monsters first invaded, the final day of Earth had finally arrived. Humans gathered all their remaining strength for this ultimate confrontation. This clash would decide the fate of our planet, and the only way out was clear. To end the war, they had to destroy the alien leader at all costs. They were prepared to sacrifice their very lives if it meant saving humanity. Humanity threw everything at this single creature, but he did not even hide. Instead, he burned everything in sight, continuing his ruthless slaughter. He wiped out everyone. Among those fighting for humanity were true heroes. Alongside ordinary people stood real heroes, and Dohyuk did not fear the alien leader. He was determined to destroy the beast alone, with powerful allies at his side. Among them was Dragon Emperor Kabna, who fought on despite losing half his arm. He had zero intention of giving up, though humanity knew their strength was fading. They simply lacked the power to stop the invasion, leaving only one real option. Humanity had only one final hope, a single, legendary time-traveling stone. It could only be used once, and it could only send back one single person. When the moment came to choose that single person, they picked a legendary warrior. That warrior was Dohyuk, a brave young man everyone knew they could trust. He was the strongest hunter of the century, the only one capable of winning. With the future of 8 billion lives on the line, everything rested on him. Dohyuk took the time-traveling stone, ready to say goodbye to his comrades. He deeply hoped to meet them all again in some future, peaceful lifetime. He tossed the stone upward, and a blinding shockwave pierced straight through him. In his final moments, he wished for a normal, happy life with his friends. His lifeless body went limp, cradled in the arms of his grieving comrades. A dark, empty hole remained where his brave heart had once beaten. Yet amidst the surrounding horror, a quiet relief washed over everyone. Everything now depended on Dohyuk, giving humanity a fragile spark of hope. They trusted he would alter the past, allowing them to face their end calmly. All that remained was to fight one final battle against the alien leader. The horrific monster was still smugly enjoying the slaughter, completely untouched by them. He was entirely unharmed. Everyone knew a brutal, hopeless struggle lay ahead. Since this was their absolute last stand, they could throw away all hesitation. They would unleash hell without worrying about tomorrow, determined to go down fighting. Suddenly, a loud alarm clock started ringing endlessly, but nobody moved to stop it. Dohyuk opened his eyes to find himself on his old, messy apartment floor. Everything around him was a complete disaster, but he could only feel pure joy. He had actually done it. He returned to the past with 7 months to prepare. Dohyuk stared down at his hands, analyzing his fragile, out-of-shape muscles. This weak, untrained body was absolutely not ready for the war ahead. However, this time, the coming invasion would no longer catch him off guard. Knowing the fate of the entire world rested solely on his shoulders fueled him. He could not afford to waste a single, precious second of his time. Snatching his jacket, he threw it on as he rushed out into the city streets. He needed to prepare before the very first spatial rift tore the sky apart. Until that day, he had to train constantly, and soon, 7 months had passed. This time, Dohyuk trained incredibly hard. Finally, the big hour arrived. He knew where. A dimensional rift would open, and he immediately headed there to meet his enemies. His physical shape was still pretty far from ideal, but what he had should be. More than enough, gripping a simple crowbar, he stood fully prepared to charge into the fight. He waited by the rocky cliff, anticipating the imminent arrival of the portal. A massive burst of raw mana would soon tear through this exact stone wall. The energy floods human bodies, leaving a permanent path for magical power to flow into them forever, but there was a catch. The portal brought something else. Along with the magical energy, the terrifying alien vanguard would descend upon Earth. In Korea, these pests manifested as giant ants and cockroaches, total nightmare fuel. Total nightmares. To drop just one, rookie hunters had to work together. They needed groups of 5 or 6, but Dohyuk was different. He could easily solo them. He stood waiting, watching, ready for anything. Holding his stance, he braced his crowbar. The battle was about to begin. Any second now, the stone wall should crumble, the monsters should pour out. But nothing happened. Honestly, this is where things get a bit awkward. He stared at the rock, maybe a slight delay. Yes, that must be it. So he waited, he kept waiting. Hours flew by under the scorching sun. The sun set, night fell, yet he stood there, frozen in front of the wall. Nothing made sense. Dohyuk scratched his head, wondering if he got the date wrong. Yeah, that had to be it. He headed home, planning to return tomorrow. Tomorrow became a week. Before long, passing tourists noticed the strange man. He just sat there, staring at solid rock. They assumed he was completely crazy. Another month rolled by like this. Soon, travelers started visiting the spot. They wanted photos with the living statue. 6 months later, it got worse. News crews arrived, filming a segment about the mysterious mountain meditator. Followers gathered, parents even showed up to make wishes for their school children. Eventually, the news report caught the attention of Lee Dohyuk's mother and sister. They instantly recognized him on screen. Meanwhile, the world remained completely peaceful. No aliens showed up, no portals opened. The legendary savior of humanity was no longer waiting on that mountain. Lee Dohyuk finally gave up. He packed up, walked down, and took a job as a simple construction laborer. Lone Wolf, Demon Slayer, God of War, he used to have those epic titles. Lee Dohyuk earned every single one of those names during 10 years of hunting. Back then they called him the Messiah. Honestly, talk about a massive downgrade. Now he was just a day laborer. The sheer shame of it was suffocating. He could barely look anyone in the eye. 6 months had passed since then. No invasion ever came, even though he had prepared himself for absolute war. Not a single monster appeared, and nobody in this world awakened any magical powers. He had to face the reality. This version of Earth was entirely different. This was not his old timeline. Sure, everyone has heard of the multiverse. But Lee Dohyuk never imagined he would actually end up in one. It was a bizarre twist of fate, yet one thing was undeniable. No invasion meant peaceful days, which was honestly wonderful news for humanity. Still, he could not help but feel that his years of preparation were. All that desperate fighting by the resistance was completely useless, but that was reality. Everything played out exactly as it was meant to. Dohyuk could finally enjoy peace. He could live a quiet life as a normal guy, but his dreams were shattered. A sudden text from the bank warned him that a massive loan payment was due soon. Actually, he was already late on it, and the deadline had long passed. Now they were demanding he pay back the entire principal, along with a massive penalty fee. Reading this made him break out in a cold sweat. He was in serious trouble. He rushed home frantically searching for a way out, but things were not calm there. His younger sister, Jayan, was absolutely furious, demanding to know what he was doing. It turned out he had no actual job, yet he kept constantly going out somewhere. A year ago, her brother had started hoarding weird things like gas masks and armor. He bought all kinds of bizarre protective gear, and she was growing extremely worried. She honestly thought Dohyuk had gotten himself caught up in some shady pyramid scheme. Back then, he even abandoned his apartment, claiming the end of the world was near. He started dragging tens of millions of won worth of supplies down into the basement. Their mother was worried sick, and Dohyuk obviously felt terrible about the whole situation. But at that time, he had absolutely no idea the apocalypse would be safely canceled. Honestly, you have to feel for the guy. It was all just a massive misunderstanding. The fighters decided that once Dohyuk returned to Earth, he would borrow money. They wanted him to take out loans and grab cash from any friend he had. He needed to collect cash to buy gear and prepare for the incoming alien invasion. Back then, they figured there was absolutely no reason to worry about paying it back. Because once the aliens invaded, the world would end and debts would simply vanish. No one would ever ask for that money back, but the apocalypse never actually happened. Society kept going peacefully, meaning those massive debts were still very real. Yes, the bill was due. Jayan wanted to know how he planned to handle this. She knew he was desperately working some part-time job, but it was not enough. Jayan offered him a solution, saying she needed help and would pay him handsomely. She was a live streamer and desperately needed a partner to beat a game. Dohyuk admitted he had never touched a computer game in his entire life. But Jayan completely believed in her brother because he was always incredibly athletic. She knew his reflexes were top tier, and besides, she had no one else to ask. She was totally sure he would learn fast, and she really was out of options. Dohyuk immediately refused, telling her to stop wasting time with such silly nonsense. He did not believe anyone could actually make money streaming, but Jayan just smirked. She shoved her phone right in his face, showing off her channel stats. She was already making 15 million won a month after just a few weeks. And just like that, the legendary savior of humanity was ready to become a gamer. He put on the VR helmet and gloves, officially becoming his sister's humble assistant. Jae-in enthusiastically announced that it was time to log in and start the session. With everything fully prepared, the two of them initiated the complete neural sync. Suddenly, the real world faded, and they were transported straight into the game. In this digital world, their avatars looked nothing like their ordinary physical bodies. Jae-in transformed into an energetic blonde, while Dohyuk became a massive hunk. He looked like a literal superhero in this game called Death for Two. It was all about killing enemies and gathering resources. Suddenly, our players found themselves trapped on a brutally hard level in a punishing horror survival game. It is known as the ultimate graveyard for beginners. They spawned right in front of a massive, eerie abandoned building. Night fell and the game officially began. The creepy mansion was terrifying, forcing Jae-in to cling to her highly confident brother. Dohyuk just stared at the creepy house, thinking it looked like a totally safe spot. He honestly felt you could sleep soundly here all night, but his terrified sister had a completely different take, begging him to slow his pace down. The siblings cautiously pushed past the gate, yet they still did not run into any monsters. They kept a slow pace because Jae-in was absolutely terrified, holding them back. According to the backstory, the two siblings had received a mysterious letter, written by a missing ex-wife, leading a husband and his new spouse back to this haunted spot. Jae-in instantly felt that something was seriously wrong. But Dohyuk, being impatient, decided to skip the entire tutorial phase to rush right in. This immediately earned him a painful earpull from his furious younger sister. She scolded him, skipping tutorials in a game this brutal was pure suicide. Dohyuk quickly apologized to his sister, claiming he really did not mean to. He just saw the flashing prompt pop up and tapped it without thinking. Jae-in cursed at herself for trusting a complete newbie, realizing she should have taken the lead. Wiping away her tears, the girl turned directly to her live stream viewers, desperately asking what she should do since she had not read any guides beforehand. The chat quickly responded, telling her to scavenge for grenades and look for clues. They also warned that the level boss was a total nightmare, completely unbeatable, and that her only real option was to run, but then came the biggest warning. Under no circumstances should they ever activate reality mode, but while Jae-in chatted, Dohyuk was mindlessly clicking buttons and selected that exact reality mode. This was bad. Jae-in absolutely snapped at her brother, screaming that he had ruined everything. Dohyuk tried to defend himself, stammering that he did not mean to cause trouble. He was just trying to pry a door open when something suddenly popped up. While the siblings were busy arguing, the live stream chat went absolutely wild. Viewers started placing massive bets, driving the reward money sky high. Two wealthy viewers offered to pay $1 million each if they survived. Seeing this, Dohyuk realized that giving up was a luxury they simply could not afford. He locked in, determined to grab that massive payday, and pushed open the doors. This was it, straight into the jaws of death, as the doors swung wide. They gasped as a dead warrior's body dangled directly over the dark entranceway. This completely terrified Jae-in, but Dohyuk calmly walked right up to the corpse. He immediately started looting it, searching for weapons and useful survival gear. He handed his sister a gun recovered from the dead body, but she hesitated. She nervously pointed out that she had absolutely no idea how to aim. Dohyuk countered, arguing that dealing with monsters using a heavy axe would be worse. Using an axe meant fighting those terrifying things up close, face to face. Hearing his logic, Jae-in reluctantly agreed to take the firearm. Suddenly, an enormous, unidentifiable monster lunged out of the darkness straight at them. This hideous beast was none other than the Strangler, the notorious novice slayer. Dohyuk charges forward instantly to intercept the beast, while Jae-in crouches low. She cowers on the floor, covering her head. Dohyuk blocks the Strangler with a single motion. He parries effortlessly and lands a brutally precise strike. The creature screams. As the monster lets out a horrific shriek, the young man seizes the perfect opening. He plunges its own claw deep into its throat. Suddenly, more combat noises echo. Drawn by the noise, a swarm of stranglers rushes in from every single direction. Their grotesque jaws snap open, showing rows of jagged teeth ready to tear flesh. To survive, Dohyuk begins fighting at an absolutely insane pace, moving like a blur. Slipping into a feral combat trance, his eyes burn with a strange, fiery intensity. Nobody can believe it, he fights like a total savage. He looks like a total maniac, but within moments, the entire horde is wiped out. Dohyuk turns to his sister, gently telling her that he knows she was terrified. Then absolute disaster strikes. Overwhelmed by panic, Jian completely loses her grip on reality. Her finger slips, the gun fires, and the game screen flashes a brutal failure. Dohyuk drops dead. Jian desperately throws herself onto his body, sobbing and apologizing. Meanwhile, loud shouts erupt in a completely different room across town. A pro-horror streamer named Black Oak is staring at his screen in absolute shock. In real life, even he can barely handle two of those beasts at once. But this random player just slaughtered 4 with a single axe. Pretty insane, right? The streamer needs answers immediately. Back in the game, the level reloads for the siblings. They spawn back in. Jian keeps frantically apologizing to her older brother. She swears she did not mean to shoot him, but his expression says it all. It probably would have been smarter to stay quiet. Finally, Dohyuk turns to her. He tells her it is totally fine, claiming it was actually his own mistake. Then he pokes her forehead, muttering that he was crazy to trust her. Giving a heavy weapon to an absolute dummy was his real error. Jian promises to improve. He dryly fires back that there will not be a next time for her. Instead, he warns her to keep up, because he is done carrying her dead weight. Jian secretly doubts he can survive a single room without her covering him. But moments later, the floor is littered with nothing but shredded monster corpses. Jian is left absolutely speechless. She cannot even process how fast they died. Dohyuk smirks, pointing out that he fights 10 times better without her help. To keep things efficient, he suggests they officially divide their roles from now on. That way, they will not constantly trip over each other during the levels. He takes charge of all the weapons, direct combat, looting, and scouting duties. Her job is incredibly simple: keep quiet and offer moral support from behind. Jian immediately starts throwing a tantrum, completely furious with this terrible arrangement. She complains that this is her game, and she refuses to sit on the sidelines. Dohyuk ignores the whining. He simply shrugs and opens the door to progress. But a nasty surprise is waiting on the other side of that threshold. A massive mid-level boss, known simply as the Beast, blocks their path. At the sight of this mountain of muscle, Jian panics and accidentally hits her brother. Meanwhile, the ferocious beast is already charging straight at them, roaring for blood. Caught off guard by his sister's blow, Dohyuk falls backward, clutching his axe. On screen, the live stream chat explodes with laughter. He watched the girl almost crush her partner as Dohyuk crashed onto the floor while the beast's massive paw stopped right beside him. Dohyuk realized he was in a terrible position and needed to act fast. He urgently slid between the monster's legs, then jumped onto the beast's back, raised his axe, and remembered the fierce monsters from his past. Compared to those nightmares, this guy was a joke. Dohyuk swung his weapon straight into the creature's skull, but the hide was way too thick. It was clear a basic axe would never cut it here. Normally, new players would run from this mid-level boss, but Dohyuk decided to force the blade deeper using his own foot. He started stomping hard on the handle, driving it down, and the giant had no clue what was happening to the back of its skull. A few more heavy stomps did the trick, and the mid-level boss named Beast fell. Completely defeated, the chat went wild because no one had ever seen this boss beaten with a starter weapon, but Dohyuk did not get the big deal. It really was not that hard. Usually, high-level players had to load up on elite weapons just to barely escape with their lives. The chat refused to believe Dohyuk was a rookie, demanding to see his status window. Dohyuk shrugged and pulled up his official game history, showing his playtime and his rating for everyone to see. The timer proved he had only been playing for a single day. Yet his level was already 134, near the record of 147. Even crazier, his stat build was absolutely off the charts. He did not have a single wasted point. Dohyuk knew his years of preparing for the real-world apocalypse were finally paying off. Jian stared, unable to understand how her brother got his stats so high. Tears welled up as she suddenly started crying, apologizing to him. She assumed his crazy doomsday training meant he was starving, promising to treat her big brother much better. Suddenly, a massive alert popped up. A famous player named Black Oak just sent 10,000 coins. Jian gasped. Black Oak was a legendary top ranker. Another alert claimed Dohyuk had just unlocked a hidden path in the story. Usually this beast wiped players out to force the main questline. Black Oak had been the only one to ever bypass this, though. It took him 7 grueling tries with elite weapons. Hearing this, Dohyuk Figured the legendary ranker must actually be pretty terrible at the game. Some people just do not get it, the stream viewers burst out, laughing that a total rookie was calling a top player a weakling. Meanwhile, Black Oak was furious. He could not wrap his head around how a complete rookie with zero virtual reality experience could pull this off, taking down a major boss with just a basic starter axe. The pro player originally wanted to relax, but oh man, things just got interesting. He put up another 10,000 coins, offering them a special challenge. To spice things up, this was an offer they simply could not ignore because he was ready to hand over a full million. If any player could actually beat this game with just an axe, the chat was completely furious, knowing how brutally hard it is to survive with such a basic weapon. Besides the main boss, the game threw every horrifying monster imaginable at the players. And taking out non-human beasts with a simple blade was practically a death sentence. Even the streamer Black Oak hesitated, wondering if he had set an impossible challenge, and should have suggested something more practical, like a crowbar or a roaring chainsaw. Right then, a system alert popped up. The challenge had officially been accepted. As it happened, Dohyuk had accidentally pressed the wrong button on his screen. He was only trying to accept the quest, making it totally obvious he was a complete rookie. This mistake drove his younger sister insane, completely ruining her carefully laid plans. But Dohyuk was determined, promising her he would finish the job anyway. Charging forward, he entered the next room, where a terrifying threat waited. This mid-level boss was famous for tearing players to shreds within seconds. His name was, for example, a brute with a lethal chainsaw welded to his arm. A single graze from that blade would instantly put any player near death. Seriously, no joke. For example, moved incredibly fast. Normal teams had to stun him with coordinated fire, while their heaviest hitter targeted his blind spots to deal real damage. Taking down a grand-level boss absolutely required a squad of at least 2. But Dohyuk charged in alone, sliding under the monster's guard at the final second. He dropped to his knees, driving his trusty axe deep into the brute's leg. He did not care about standard game strategies. Back in his brutal frontline days, he and his comrades tore enemies apart with bare hands and teeth. Survival meant finding a way to win, no matter how dirty or bloody it got. Dohyuk stood as the absolute elite among those battle-hardened, ruthless survivors. These gamers relied on 5-year-old tactics, while he had survived over 20 years of war. Dohyuk saw how blindingly fast the creature's strikes were. Yet his veteran instincts still gave him plenty of time to dodge and counter. He struck back instantly, aiming to completely cripple the beast. He threw, for example, completely off balance, hunting for a fatal opening. Severing a leg was the perfect way to slow the monster down. Every humanoid monster had one crucial weak spot ripe for the taking. Dohyuk prepared to vault onto, for example, from behind and drive the blade into his neck. It was insanely hard. Pulling this off was next to impossible. So Dohyuk wedged the axe into the beast's arm to hoist himself up. It got stuck now. For example, had the perfect chance to strike. For example, raised his chainsaw hand. Jian gripped her gun, screaming in absolute horror. She could only watch as the deadly blade crept closer to his skull. Summoning all his strength, Dohyuk ripped the axe free at the final millisecond. The chainsaw sliced empty air as he barely rolled out of the way. Every veteran player knew that once a grand sensed danger, its defenses skyrocketed. Dohyuk knew exactly how to break it. He just needed to strike with a force that shattered all limits. He focused. The young man pinned the chainsaw down with his feet. He stomped it down with his feet, while, for example, tried to shield his face. But Dohyuk's heavy axe swing was too strong, carving right through his defense. Slicing off his opponent's arm along with the heavy chainsaw, the young player dashed to escape the furious bleeding beast, slamming hard against the wall with all his might. He looked like a complete beginner, but still. This tough match was not impossible for him. Jian jumped up with joy. She and her brother had actually won. They did it. Dohyuk had slain the monster with one single blow. A viewer sent money directly to the player's account, asking how he managed to beat, for example. Dohyuk replied that it was actually pretty simple if you knew what to look for. You had to watch where the enemy's weight shifted and how its muscles tensed, then strike that leg to break its pace by watching the leading shoulder. You can easily predict the timing of the strike. Of course, you still had to be fast enough to dodge and find the exact split second to deliver that decisive blow. Immediately, the chat went absolutely wild. Viewers praised his insane reflexes, joking that he could probably dodge. Bullets too. Dohyuk casually explained that dodging bullets is actually much easier because their path is entirely predictable, you just read the barrel angle. Or simply put the axe in the way. Meanwhile, Jian found a hidden pathway and told her brother they could head down to explore the next area. Dohyuk had to quickly sign off from the chat, promising to explain things on the move. For taking down the mini-boss, the pair received a machine gun and a shiny new axe. Dohyuk grabbed the weapon and started casually spinning it, claiming he once wiped out hordes of beasts with them. But there was zero time to chat. A massive wave of elite zombies was already creeping up behind him. Jian froze in sheer panic, realizing that an absolute bloodbath was coming. The horde was endless. Dohyuk did not wait for the monsters to close the distance. He raised his axe and hurled it at lightning speed, spinning like a deadly boomerang. Several heads rolled instantly, causing the rest of the horde to pause in confusion. While they hesitated, the young fighter wasted no time and started dual-wielding his weapons, cleanly slicing off heads. They went down like soft cheese. Dohyuk casually explained that there was actually nothing complicated about this. First, you dodge the counterattack, pool your energy, and then aim for the weakest spot. The neck is always your best bet, since it is their most vulnerable zone. Dohyuk was holding his ground beautifully, but the undead kept coming in endless numbers. Even he was starting to feel the pressure. He swung his axes wildly, slicing through bone, and gritted his teeth. He needed a lot more power right now. Dohyuk instantly activated his vortex charge, slicing off heads so rapidly they did not even notice him. Moving through their massive ranks, soon the entire chamber was littered with severed limbs, and the exhausted player leaned heavily against the cold wall. To catch his breath, the chat loved the flawless run, praising his insane skills and begged him to try playing Valhalla. Rising next, right then, Jian walked over with a massive new clue. Regarding the monster plague, Dohyuk was still a complete newbie to this game system, having never even heard of hidden clues before. Jian says it looks like a notebook. It is caked in blood, but the words are still readable. The clue reveals a dark truth. These mutants all came from a single virus. Luckily, there is a trailer parked right down the street outside the house. According to the note, the life-saving serum is hidden right inside it. Jian gets excited. They just need to grab the cure and pump it through the building's fire sprinkler system. Once sprayed, it will instantly weaken every single mutant in the area, but Dohyuk hesitates. He does not feel like walking to the trailer, thinking he can survive without the cure. This is incredibly risky, especially since his stream chat warns that the next boss is insane. Jian cannot comprehend why her stubborn brother keeps actively looking for extra trouble. If his trusty axe fails to chop down these monsters, they will both be eliminated. That would mean game over. Right on cue, a high roller named Black Oak donates cash. The big donor drops a custom challenge: beat the upcoming boss without using the serum. Money talks. Our duo agrees to the challenge immediately because the payout is just too good. Suddenly, they spot a dark hole hidden among the corpses. It looks like a shortcut to the next stage. Dohyuk points down and says that is their path. Before she can protest, he scoops her up and leaps straight into the dark abyss. Jian panics. Shutting her eyes tight, she squeezes his back and can barely scream in time. They crash land on the lower floor, finding themselves in a sprawling, dark sewer maze. The stench down here is absolutely putrid, but for Dohyuk, this smell brings back memories. It reminds him of the years spent hiding in tunnels from the alien invaders. Massive mutated sewer rats start scurrying right past their feet. Jian loses her mind. She screams at the top of her lungs, but Dohyuk is actually getting hungry. Sewer rats make the absolute best soup broth. Suddenly, an absolute unit of a rat approaches. Dohyuk charges the giant beast, grinning. To him, this is just a walking buffet. He cannot believe his luck as the walking buffet comes right to him. Talk about a weird reaction. Lost in his survival memories, he starts slicing off the scurrying rat's hind legs with pure instinct. He insists those are the absolute juiciest cuts. Jian watches in absolute horror. She is thoroughly convinced her brother has lost his mind if he actually plans to eat that. Nobody knows how this weird feast would have ended if the final boss had not appeared. Meet Chaos, a terrifying monstrosity with giant, rapidly regenerating tentacle arms. Jian panics. Why on earth are there two giant bosses blocking their path? She readies her machine gun, screaming at her brother to run, but Dohyuk refuses to budge. He whines that he has been craving some greasy junk food for ages. He is not leaving. He is mad they're stealing his food. The massive beasts close in on him. Finally feeling the threat, our overpowered gamer turns around with a dark look. He declares that absolutely nobody touches his sacred rat meat and gets away with it. Chaos lashes out with its massive tentacles, but our hero is already on the move. He effortlessly dodges, scanning the monster's body for a weak spot. Giant is totally stressed. She hates that the game has glitched, throwing double bosses at them from the very start. Black Oak knows this is no glitch. Reality mode scales difficulty based on player stats. Since Dohyuk's power level completely breaks the limit, the game is reacting accordingly. His insane stats cause every single enemy to become exponentially stronger. Still, the viewers think spawning 2 final bosses at once is way too unfair. Even while fighting 2 chaos beasts, Dohyuk effortlessly slips past every single tentacle strike. He bounces around the sewer walls, completely untouched. In the sewers, Dohyuk times his strike, landing multiple heavy blows with his axe. Severed tentacles immediately send chunks of flesh flying everywhere, absolutely enraging the monster. But Chaos possesses insane regeneration, healing up its fresh wounds almost instantly. On top of that, the beast reacts incredibly fast to every single strike. It never gives Dohyuk a single second to recover before unleashing a deadly gas. Acrid green mist floods the entire sewer maze as Giant quickly sizes things up. She warns her brother that the toxic poison limits their time to 10 minutes. Facing this regenerating monster while dealing with lethal gas seems like pure suicide. Going head-to-head with Chaos in this toxic fog is a completely hopeless fight. This raid is widely known for being one of the most brutal encounters. Dohyuk hears her and realizes he just needs to strike even faster. If the enemy heals lightning fast, he simply has to deal damage faster than that. He must keep hacking away until the beast's body completely gives up. With a clean swing, the young warrior slices off one of Chaos's heads. The severed head immediately attempts to regrow and reattach to the main body. Still, the brief delay gives our hero a precious second to catch his breath. Giant asks her brother for advice since shooting its head off did absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a chat viewer points out that the boss will heal forever without a heart. If they want to kill it, they must rip its heart straight out. Dohyuk instantly targets this weakness. Now he just needs to locate and extract it. Springing forward, Dohyuk leaps onto the monster's chest and delivers a massive kick. The blow forces the beast's head back, leaving its upper torso completely exposed. Seizing the opening, Dohyuk drives his sharp axe deep into its chest as blood sprays. He presses down hard on the weapon, widening the wound to inflict maximum agony. Dohyuk knows there are no other options left, because if the heart is indeed the true weak spot, he must manually rip it out and crush it. Fortunately, the gash in its chest is already wide enough for his bare hand. But just as he reaches in, a second Chaos lunges forward to protect its ally. Dohyuk pushes through the danger, tearing the fleshy heart right out of the ribcage. Nearby, Giant raises her tiny fists, fully prepared to throw down with the monster. It is a hilarious sight, but suddenly, the chat viewers freeze in total shock. The attacking monster accidentally shoves its hand deep into its own companion's chest. Dohyuk had dodged just in time, leaving the beast to impale its ally. The chat goes absolutely wild over this unbelievable play. Talk about friendly fire. Furious about this brutal betrayal, the surviving monster turns its rage back on Dohyuk. But before it can swing, Dohyuk buries his heavy axe directly into its skull. And let's be honest, even brainless monsters cannot survive a direct hit like that. The creature collapses instantly, dead. Even Giant cannot hide her absolute amazement. She praises his skills, while the stream viewers completely lose their minds. They label him a literal gaming god, with the quest finally cleared. Giant happily asks the audience if they want to tip the team now. The ecstatic viewers immediately start showering the screen with massive donations. Giant quickly thanks them, promising to split the cash and buy her brother meat. Dohyuk is absolutely speechless. He never knew playing video games could pay this well. Streaming really might be the perfect job for a powerhouse like him. The young man asks his sister if they are playing again today, but Dohyuk says that they have already been playing for about 8 hours. It is way too long. The live chat is pretty upset he is logging off so early, but the young man explains his concentration is totally shot. It was his first dive. Fans quickly realize their new idol is telling the truth. No faking. They wave goodbye, begging him to play even longer next time. Jayan logs off. After telling everyone how much she absolutely loves and misses them, then the siblings finally vanish from the game world, gone in a flash. With the stream over, Black Oak wonders who this mystery player is. Chat is buzzing. Did they just witness the birth of a legend? Or is this guy just a total maniac? His talent is undeniable. Those crazy physical abilities inside the game are impressive. And everyone is desperate to see his next match. If he branches out to another game, that stream will easily become a massive hit. And a total sensation, Black Oak knows there is no time to waste on basic idle chatter. He absolutely must recruit Dohyuk immediately. Later that evening, things get pretty noisy at the siblings' apartment. They are dissecting the match, and Jayan is hyping up her brother's crazy combat skills. She starts mimicking how he aggressively swung those twin axes like a total pro who had trained with them his whole life. She does this while waving frying pans around, making her brother feel like he is about to take a hit to the head from her instead of some virtual monster. Jayan proudly boasts to him that she has got a huge new fanbase and is actually quite awesome. If her brother acts annoying, she threatens to smack him right on the head. Jayan stops fooling around and asks her brother in all seriousness how he managed to destroy those monsters. Since he played like a beast on steroids, Dohyuk does not really know how to answer. Honestly, this was his very first time playing, and things just clicked. Maybe it is just a natural talent. Jayan admits her brother has always been in great shape, but she also recalls a rather bizarre prediction from years ago. A circus fortune teller once proclaimed that one of the kids sitting in that crowd was destined to save the world, pointing right at a young, tiny Dohyuk. His parents took that warning way too seriously. They banned him from joining any sports clubs, fought with coaches, and forced the boy to read constantly to become a politician. If they had only just listened to his trainers, Dohyuk could have easily been an Olympic champion by now. Later on, his parents deeply regretted that restrictive choice. But whatever, none of that actually matters to him anymore. Jayan suggests her brother should start streaming on his own. Dohyuk has never really thought about going pro or earning money through gaming before, but Jayan is absolutely certain he will blow up. Just look at the chat's wild reaction, and if he keeps this momentum going, he could easily reach legendary star status. Dohyuk does not argue with her. Honestly, he has not felt this alive or emotional a very long time. Before regressing back to the past, he had spent the last 10 years fighting in constant battles. If he had not slaughtered those aliens, he would be dead. Combat was his entire existence. Now, back in the present, Dohyuk was living a peaceful life, working at a construction site without any real ambition. Honestly, daily life was just boring. Fortunately, virtual reality battles offered a thrilling escape. The combat felt incredibly real, giving Dohyuk the exact rush he needed to survive the grind. Sure, he did not miss the terrifying days when aliens invaded Earth and death chased him constantly. But gaming was just pure, thrilling fun. Plus, it paid surprisingly well. He already had plenty of credits, making cash a huge motivator to jump into the game. His sister Jayan suggested that if he wanted to make real money, he needed to stream. Just from completing today's single quest, along with donations from the viewers, he hit the jackpot. Dohyuk made over 3 million won in a single day. He just stared in pure shock. He looked like he had just seen a ghost, completely stunned by this massive payday. With this kind of cash, he could finally clear his heavy debts in no time. But to start playing from home, he needed his own capsule, and that meant spending money. Dohyuk had to ask his little sister Jayan for help. Fortunately, she was incredibly generous. She smiled and promised to buy the expensive capsule for her brother herself. He immediately began singing praises of her beauty. They were both celebrating when Jayan suddenly got a strange notification on her phone. She stared at the screen, absolutely shocked by the text. Dohyuk panicked, thinking the capsules were sold out and his gaming dreams were totally ruined. But the text was actually from Black Oak, the legendary player who found the secret class. As one of the top streamers around, he wanted to team up with Dohyuk. Jayan thought this was an incredible opportunity, but Dohyuk immediately shut it down. He categorically refused. His sister had absolutely no idea why. Why decline a collaboration with one of the most famous players in the community? Working together would instantly bring Dohyuk thousands of new viewers. But he refused to listen. Instead, he started crying, accusing her of betrayal. He sobbed that she only bought the capsule to sell him out to some random stranger. Next, he accused her of selling him into digital slavery and ruining his pure innocence. All he wanted to do was help his sister, not get sold off. The very next morning, the brand new gaming capsule arrived right at their doorstep. The delivery guys set it up and got everything fully connected. Wait, look at Dohyuk. He is covered in scratches and looking totally defeated. Clearly, his sister had lost her temper and corrected him with a heavy frying pan. That definitely shut him up. Now he was totally serious about starting his stream. Staring at the high-tech pod, he prepared to dive straight into the action. This pro-grade capsule was purchased on a 12-month installment plan. Jayan knew a great machine was crucial for a successful streaming career. With all the premium upgrades, the total came to 20 million won. Even though they bickered constantly, these two truly cared for each other. Dohyuk promised to earn massive cash with this setup and buy her amazing gifts. Climbing into the seat, he chose to test out the unreal difficulty setting. If he picked a game featuring wild superpowers, the viewers would get exactly what they wanted. It would deliver all the epic fantasy elements they missed in his debut stream. Popular titles cost over $200, which he could not afford right now. He needed to find a cheaper option, and that is when a nostalgic title caught his eye. It was an old favorite from his childhood called The Last Fighter. They built a modern version for total immersion, a deeply nostalgic moment. This classic fighting game cost only $20, so Dohyuk immediately decided to buy it. Once the payment cleared, the loading screen popped up, and the young man dived straight in. Sinking into this brand new digital world, his first task was simple: pick a username. Dohyuk went with his old handle, I think yes, quickly registering it. Name locked. Next up was checking his physical status in the game. Dohyuk tested the physics with an explosive kick, then unleashed a rapid combo. He finished the chain with his signature Wolf Fang move, remembering every single motion. But the moves felt soft in this simulator, too weak for his actual strength. He knew these strikes were not superpowers, but they still crushed normal human limits. Dohyuk assumed he had already reached the maximum a player could possibly achieve. If he tried to strike any faster, it would be impossible to play. Fully warmed up, Dohyuk decided it was time for a real match. He prompted the matchmaking system to search for a competitive ranked match. But a system alert popped up, stating that his account rating was not high enough. Shrugging it off, Dohyuk simply queued up for a standard casual lobby instead. While the match loaded, he quickly locked in his starting character for the fight. Suddenly, he was sprinting through neon-lit city streets, cutting down waves of virtual enemies. He was playing as a famous legendary character known as the Princess of Swords. In the opening round, the Princess of Swords completely decimated her opponent in one strike. Round clear, a victory banner flashed on screen, declaring Heron the winner. The prize money transferred instantly. This player was the dark swordswoman Heron herself. She was an experienced streamer with a loyal fanbase who loved her high-level play. Back in the day, the Ultimate Fight category was huge, dominating the competitive esports scene. And Heron had been one of the top competitive pros in the entire scene. Blushing slightly, she told her chat that her glory days were long behind her now. It made sense why the newer viewers did not recognize her legendary gamer tag. Plus, characters like Iron Fist dominated the current meta, pushing veterans like her aside. Heron focused on her screen, determined not to waste any time on this stream. She immediately queued up for a ranked lobby to show her viewers some real competitive action. The system located a match, but estimated a painful 9-minute wait time to connect. Heron groaned. Waiting 9 minutes on a live stream was an absolute eternity. If she switched to a different game mode, the estimated queue time jumped to 12 minutes. With delays like that, her viewers would get bored and leave the stream entirely. Just then, a notorious player named Spider-Girl posted a custom challenge in the public lobby. Seeing a decent cash bounty attached to it, Heron instantly took the bait. She had to pass the time somehow, but then she read the challenge details. She had to win 5 matches in a row, a brutal task for any streamer. The game was basically dead, meaning only hardcore veterans still played in these lobbies. That made public lobbies insanely sweaty and unforgiving. These gatekeeping players lived to absolutely humiliate newcomers and ruin their records on stream. In fact, they had completely wrecked her Princess of Swords account in a previous stream. Heron tried to explain that she was not using her main character back then. And honestly, you can't blame her chat for not buying those convenient excuses. So she prepared to lock in her secondary character, the Wanderer Eater. Thrilled, this time she decided to play only with her alternate character and promised to show her viewers a real fight. Harren turned to her computer and set up a custom one-on-one lobby meant only for beginners. The lobby was quickly made, and Harren headed in to crush some newbies. The arena setting looked pretty epic, showing a small stone island surrounded by lava. Volcano in the background completed the wild scenery. Now, her first opponent was the Night Warrior Hoken, nicknamed Black Dragon, from his ready stance. This player clearly held a platinum rank. Harren knew his character was quite easy to play, boasting incredibly solid base stats. On top of that, he had some seriously powerful leveled-up skills, making him a highly popular choice. Hoken readied himself for the fight, channeling glowing magical power in his hands. Harren spotted his high-speed movement and those flame strikes. Suddenly, the guy lunged forward. But Harren easily leaped out of danger, leaving his strike to smash empty ground. Hoken excelled at close quarters martial arts, the basic strategy for a Mei. Against him was simple: stay away and fire off long range spells. Retreating to a safe distance, she raised her staff, preparing her next magical attack, except her strike was literal. She didn't use a spell. Harren literally threw her heavy staff right at him. Hoken never expected physical damage from a mage. Clutching his broken nose, he flailed around in shock, assuming she had just disarmed herself. Naturally, Harren capitalized on his utter confusion. She closed the distance instantly, grabbing his arm in a tight grip. She stared straight into his eyes, telling him to tremble before her ultimate secret magic. With a sudden yank, she effortlessly threw him right over her shoulders, slamming his back hard against the floor. Retrieving her weapon, Harren stood over him, preparing to finally unleash a real spell. Smirking slightly, she teased that her brute physical strength was actually just the warm-up. She just needed a little extra time to charge her true ability. Then, Harren delivered her finishing move, a massive blazing meteor shower. Standing in the center of the arena, her staff glowing, she looked like an absolute demon. Hoken stared up in sheer terror. The poor guy cried out that this was completely unfair, but her viewers thought it was absolutely beautiful. Harren waved goodbye with a sweet smile, telling him to have better luck next time. Hoken instantly realized he had just run into a massive pro, and the realization made him incredibly miserable. A second later, his character died and vanished. Talk about getting absolutely wrecked. While the arena reset itself, she reflected on how lucky she got with such a weak opponent. Still, she needed 4 more consecutive wins to complete her quest. Harren really wanted to get this over with quickly. Without wasting time, she queued up for her next match. The system started matchmaking immediately while she waited. Soon, her next opponent, the meta hero Steve, spawned in. Everyone knew this basic character was strictly for beginners. Harren watched her new opponent in complete surprise as he hopped up and down, seemingly warming up before the match. Then, the guy literally started tapping the stone floor to check its physical durability. Both Harren and her viewers watched him, speechless. He really was a total newbie. It felt kind of bad to crush this guy, since he was just staring at the lava for the first time. Totally amazed, Harren wanted to go easy on him, but she had a mission of her own. She never expected her opponent to be such a total joke, but a match is a match. So the battle began. Pure silence. The crowd already knew the outcome. They figured the legendary swordswoman would absolutely tear this rookie to pieces in seconds. Everyone assumed this brutal beating would make poor Steve quit the game forever. But the moment the starting buzzer rang out, the rookie did something completely insane. He charged straight forward like a maniac, typical newcomer behavior. Harren easily slipped past his strike, mocking him. Even Hoken could not touch her. But Steve suddenly dropped low to the ground, completely changing his angle of attack. He leaped upward like a spring, grabbing Harren by both shoulders before she could react. She never expected him to get this close. Then, pure chaos. It turns into a brutal fistfight as the newbie unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy punches. He absolutely dominates the close-range brawl, leaving her completely defenseless. Just like that, the famous dark swordswoman is completely smashed. Game over. He beat a pro. Talk about a wild twist. The crowd went absolutely crazy. As the second round kicked off, Harren stepped back onto the field with a completely different attitude. Mocking voices echoed from the crowd, saying Harren should just give up right now. But she brushed it off. She only lost because she let her guard down for a second. It was not a skill issue. She was absolutely certain this guy was no beginner. He had to be an elite pro who was simply pretending to be clueless. Because honestly, there was no way he was actually playing for the first time. No one watching would ever believe he was just some lucky first-timer. So the swordswoman declared she would show him what a real victory looks like. She instantly locked in her main character, the legendary fighter that made her famous. This was the very hero that earned her the title, Princess of Swords. The crowd went wild seeing her pick her signature. Heron was determined to win this time. If she played seriously, she would win, no doubt about it. She drew her blade. Gripping the sharp steel, she warned everyone that she was actually angry now. She mockingly told the audience to start praying for the poor newcomer. Heron took a solid defensive stance, while the crowd focused on Steve. Checking his profile, they realized his account rank was not even that high. He seemed to be sitting somewhere between a master and a diamond tier player. The peak rank is god level, and only 100 players worldwide have reached it. Heron was one of them. She noticed his strange flow in combat. His bizarre style did not match this game. He had to be a pro from elsewhere. An elite champion from another title who had only recently started playing this game. But she was ready to teach this foreigner how real combat is done. As soon as the battle signal rang, the Princess of Swords dashed forward. Her movement was flawless, aiming a deadly strike directly at his chest. Her sword was meant to cleave him in two, but he quickly ducked. He easily dodged the slash. She was sure she would hit him next, but then Steve grabbed her sword hand by the wrist, locking her in place, and cocked his fist. Another devastating hand-to-hand beatdown followed as Steve unleashed a barrage of strikes. He landed hit after hit, ending the round, another complete disaster. Heron died just like that. The system announced Steve's victory. The Princess of Swords lay defeated on the ground, begging for mercy. 5 victories in the bag, easy. Steve casually rubbed his knuckles. That last opponent, though, she actually gave him a real fight. She pulled her sword, skills flared, things got intense at the end. Dohyuk chose this mode on purpose to test out certain abilities. But of course he skipped the guide, now no clue what to do. Old skills did absolutely nothing, so Dohyuk adjusted the game settings. Back to normal, next time he would definitely run the tutorial. Right then she respawned, the Princess of Swords was back. He asked her what class she was. Heron was simply boiling. She did not even hear him, too busy fuming in rage. And Steve, total silence, he could not hear her at all. He figured she turned her chat off to focus on combat. Turns out neither heard a word, but the rematch alerts kept coming. Endless spam, rematch invites flooded in from the Princess of Swords. Dohyuk did not get it. Why was she so worked up? He shrugged, told her he had to run, and wished her luck. He logged off to go study how his abilities actually work. As he left, he saw her talking again, mouth moving fast. Dohyuk decided to read her lips. What was she trying to say? She wanted his username, desperate for a rematch to settle the score. Dohyuk yelled his name back, but she still could not hear. Completely pointless, Dohyuk just turned around and exited the game. His completely casual exit left the proud swordswoman absolutely boiling with rage. Heron swore she would hunt down the idiot who ignored her. How could a mere newbie dare to ignore her like that? Fortunately, a nearby spectator threw some in-game coins and stepped in. New accounts have silent mode turned on by default, he said. It was highly likely the newbie literally heard absolutely nothing. He probably had no idea how to even enable his audio. The system log confirmed it. Still, the humiliation remained real. Everyone had witnessed the Princess of Swords getting completely snubbed. And in that final match, she used her legendary dance of death. But this rookie dodged every single strike like it was nothing. He slipped past her defenses right as her ultimate attack started. One punch, one hit to take down the champion. Absolutely unreal. Nobody believed he was a beginner. Only a seasoned pro could do that. Was he an old-school veteran, or a master playing since beta? Or perhaps he is an active pro player, deliberately hiding his real identity? Could it be Anatol, the legendary god-tier king of the arena? No, definitely not. The fighting style was completely different. Anatol was always highly surgical, precision tactics, calculated steps. But Steve, total chaos. Nobody could read his next move. His secret weapon, simple. He had no battle strategy at all. He deflected every single blow so effortlessly, leaving everyone clueless about his true identity. After all, moving like that in the real world is physically impossible. Such speed simply cannot exist, yet he looked so incredibly naive when he met the girl and asked about her character class. Heron figured he was just playing with her since anyone could easily tell mid-battle. Still, plenty of stream viewers believed this newbie genuinely had zero clue. Behind, he was a total beginner. Heron angrily demanded that Steve reveal who he truly was, wondering if he was some active pro or a former league player. But in response, she saw only a blank, clueless stare. The girl was so furious that she refused to keep talking and immediately demanded a rematch. But this absolute fool did not even register her words. Staring at the spam of rematch requests, he had absolutely no clue what to do and simply logged out. Heron tried to keep the guy online, claiming he challenged her because he knew her fame. She insisted that absolutely nobody else on the entire Korean server played like her, demanding that he stop pretending, but the quiet young man simply replied that he was done here, flashing a goofy grin before logging out, leaving his opponent completely livid. Heron was utterly furious that she missed out on her payback, especially with the stream chat exploding with viewers who relentlessly mocked and laughed at her. This random newcomer had totally humiliated her. Heron warned her audience not to stand in her way now. She would definitely hunt this beginner down and force him to quit forever. Several more hours flew by before Dohyuk finally decided to log off, realizing he needed a break. Having finished 14 matches, he asked the computer to pull up his statistics. The system screen confirmed that he had played 14 matches, with 14 clean victories and absolutely zero defeats. Reviewing his games, Dohyuk realized that only his very first opponent actually possessed a decent rank. All of his ranked opponents had exposed their flaws immediately. Right now, Dohyuk held a diamond rank, putting him incredibly close to reaching the absolute highest tier where there would be actual worthy adversaries. Still, that first girl was pretty good, so Dohyuk decided to send her a friend invite. Right after, he received an unexpected notification from Jayan, asking him to play a co-op match. In Death for Two, Dohyuk remembered promising his sister the day before that he would join her lobby again, so he immediately accepted her invite. By the time the siblings entered the server, 173 eager viewers were already waiting. The chat was completely impatient, wanting the livestream to start immediately. Jayan welcomed her audience warmly, saying she was thrilled to have them back. She gestured toward her duel partner and announced that this menacing, killer-looking guy was actually her beloved brother, the infamous Axe murderer. Dohyuk was pretty confused about why he was labeled an axe killer, but his sister reminded him of his brutal playstyle during their last stream. That video had gone completely viral across every major platform. Jayan then asked her chat what kind of madness they expected to see today. Viewers immediately predicted a total blast, begging the legendary axe murderer to brandish his massive weapon for the cheering crowd. Dohyuk happily got into character, swinging his massive weapon while promising a crazy show. The siblings then approached the starting area, ready to kick off the madness. Our story resumes right after they defeated Chaos, whose massive carcass still blocked the corridor. While the monster lay in the hallway, Jayan felt much more confident in her brother's skills. She turned to their viewers, promising they would finally finish what they started. This was the day they would achieve what slipped through their fingers last time. With the intro out of the way, Dohyuk set off with his trusted axe. Jayan turned to her brother, only to see him swing his weapon straight at her. She thought he had completely lost his mind, but there was a method to his madness. His heavy blade sliced clean through a pack of zombies creeping up behind her. Jayan had not heard them coming at all, but a massive horde was already upon them. These bloodthirsty monsters were everywhere, and nobody knew why they gathered here. Dohyuk simply told his sister to back off while he handled them. He charged straight forward, rushing right into the enemy. The young warrior lunged right in and grabbed a monster by its throat. With one powerful wrench, he ripped the head clean off. The blade sheared through another neck, sending a second skull spinning into the dirt. Keeping up his momentum, Dohyuk hurled the first severed head at another incoming zombie. It smashed directly into the monster's face with enough force to knock it flat. Before it could even struggle, Dohyuk brought his axe down to finish the job. With only a few stragglers left, he had no intention of pausing his assault. He smoothly slipped past their claws, launching a devastating counterattack in return. His weapon was performing incredibly well today, splitting skulls and slicing off necks. After clearing the pack, Dohyuk casually asked his chat if they wanted more. The monsters did not wait for the stream's vote and charged him immediately. Dohyuk just grinned and announced he was happy to keep the slaughter going. He jumped right back into the fray, and honestly, the crowd was absolutely loving it. He activated his whirlwind charge, sending his movement speed straight through the roof. The chat went wild over his blinding bursts of speed. Dohyuk stood covered in gore, catching his breath against the wall. His viewers were absolutely ecstatic, flooding the stream with massive donations. They expected a slow grind, but their favorite master was delivering pure action. Before he could even fully recover, Dohyuk looked around at the battlefield. He quickly realized that every single monster in the area was already dead. He told his chat that aiming for weak spots made them easy one-shot targets. It was not even a challenge for him, though the viewers begged to differ. They argued it only looked easy because he was decapitating them so effortlessly. Normally, these beasts have thick hides that make them a total nightmare to kill. Another viewer noted that close combat was definitely the most effective strategy here. With their slow movements, you could theoretically finish them with a simple knife. Dohyuk agreed with the logic, but his fans knew they could never replicate it. Most of them would much rather avoid a direct, terrifying head-on clash. They joked about sneaking up from behind or just blasting them with heavy artillery. Checking his stats, Dohyuk noted how predictable their frontal attacks really were. With their slow and simple habits, dodging them was practically child's play. Jian stared at her brother, knowing regular people could never pull this off. Why did he seem so completely detached from what his chat was saying? Geniuses never really get the struggles of ordinary people, but honestly, it does not even matter. The only goal is keeping the audience glued to the stream. Jian turns to her brother, telling him to wrap up the chit-chat so they can finally move on. The young man was clearly having too much fun teaching martial arts to his chat. The fully armored tank player takes a devastating blow right to his helmeted face. Princess of Swords Har charges directly toward him with blinding, furious speed. At the absolute last second, the defender throws up a hand, catching her blade on his protective gauntlets. He counters with a swift blow of his own, or so he hopes. Haran gracefully leaps right over her opponent, declaring that today is his day to die. She is not about to lose today. Haran immediately activates her dance of death. She lands enough rapid strikes to easily secure the victory. She secured the victory, and while it was a tough fight, her movements were flawless. She dodged brilliantly, circled around her opponent, and finished him off. But based on that tank's incredible evasion, he easily had a god-tier rank. She had to unleash her ultimate move, which even elite players can rarely survive. Well, except for that one bizarre newbie who somehow dodged it. Talk about embarrassing. Her pride is absolutely shattered. Who on earth was that pro who humiliated her like that? Was he some legendary elite fighter using martial arts? Either way, he must be a champion. He is definitely one of those top players holding the highest titles. An unmatched fighter, Haran assumes other players must say the same about her. Surely other players are just as stunned by her legendary skills. Right then, a system notification pops up. She has got a new friend request. Curiosity getting the better of her, she opens it to see who sent it. Opening the request, she gasps, leaving her stream viewers completely confused. After all, thousands of fans in her chat would kill to be on her friends list. The Princess of Swords is completely speechless, her face twisting with absolute rage. She looks ready to burst into literal flames of anger, because after all this time, that mysterious rookie has actually sent a request. He is definitely just trying to mock her. He must pay for this. Meanwhile, Duck scratches his ear, feeling a sudden chill. He mutters that someone is cursing him right now. Jian tells him to stop stalling. She urges the party to keep moving. They soon approach a massive iron door blocking their path. Jian warns everyone that the level boss is waiting right on the other side. She's being extra cautious now, having studied the dungeon guides inside and out. She spots the hidden activation pressure plate, presses it down, and the heavy door slides open. The door opens to reveal stairs, and they descend without wasting a single second. They climb down the steps, quickly approaching a massive iron gate. But behind this rusted barrier lies an absolute nightmare, a massive horde of undead. Zombies are packed wall to wall, and they are not your average brainless walkers. Among the shambling crowd stands a terrifying killer guarding the final boss. He is flanked by hundreds of ordinary zombies, all looking hungry and incredibly hostile. They know the true danger, the elite killer, is lurking somewhere in the center. And surprisingly, this boss might not even look like a typical zombie monster. Sitting right in the center of the rotting horde is a frail old woman in a wheelchair. This makes absolutely no sense, but Jian suddenly grabs her brother's hand in panic. She gasps that the helpless woman there is actually Chloe, even though it is. It is pretty bizarre seeing the boss as an old woman, but judging by her sisters. Terrified reaction, this old woman in a wheelchair is indeed the real boss. She was likely the very first patient infected with the mutating virus. Dohyuk had actually seen this exact situation play out before. Similar cases happened back then. Now, every single zombie obeys her commands. Our hero suddenly remembers that after the massive alien invasion, China split into 6 nations, with a king rising in one of those territories. He suddenly awakened a unique zombie taming ability, which let him control the infected. With such insane power, a conflict was bound to erupt between him and the strongest hunter around. So what happened? Well, the ultimate champion, Chungtoo, easily crushed that zombie. You love to see it. Proved that top-tier hunters are totally immune to viruses and poisons. Dohyuk snaps back to reality. She is definitely the boss, he declares. His stream chat instantly agrees, typing up a storm of confirmation. She is absolutely the most lethal threat here. Jian knows that if they do not rescue poor Khlo within a short time limit, she will rapidly age, triggering the final horrific mutation. But Jian says they got here incredibly fast, so they still have a solid chance to save her. The girl tries to ask her chat what went wrong with the old lady, but even the viewers are clueless. Maybe it is a game bug or the difficulty level is just straight up unfair. Then a viewer drops a donation suggesting they messed up by ignoring the anti-zombie serum back on the bus. See, whenever a hidden path unlocks in this game, you get a chance to spray the cure and put a hard brake on the infection. But Dohyuk was way too confident back then, skipping the vaccine entirely yesterday. So now, Khlo mutated into this withered zombie purely because of him. The chat ruthlessly blames Dohyuk for this. It turns out the scientist became a monster, simply because our players failed to hit the right quest conditions. Now, they are forced into an elite boss fight. What a bizarre, dead-end storyline. Jian decides to fill her brother in on the actual lore, explaining that Khlo is the root of every single disaster in this virtual world. The viewers are totally down to hear the juicy details of her backstory. Basically, she was a scientist, a brilliant military scientist. That horrific virus mutating everyone right now, she actually engineered it. Then she tried to smuggle some deadly samples to sell to the highest bidder, but got caught red-handed. She bolted, running for her life into this rundown mansion to escape her pursuers, desperately trying to find a hiding spot. That is where she got infected by her own bioweapon. Basically, Khlo is the ultimate villain, responsible for the entire world ending. She brought this virus upon everyone. Now Dohyuk realizes that if they put her down once and for all, they win the game instantly. He grips his giant heavy battle axe tightly, embarks at his sister to open the locked cage. He is ready to shred this monster. The chat is absolutely losing their minds with hype, because the final boss showdown is finally starting. The heavy iron bars begin to slide upward, but wait, where is the maniac slayer supposed to hunt our players down? Dohyuk boldly steps straight into the main hall where Chloe was eagerly awaiting him, so Dohyuk decided to give the viewers what they wanted. He announced that the craziest axe show in gaming history was finally about to begin. Zombies rushed straight at him, completely flooding the room with their decaying bodies. This was his second time facing a horde, and he wielded his axes with complete mastery. Heads rolled left and right. If this was their final defense, the boss would be easy. But there were far too many of them, easily several times more than expected. A single bite from these creatures would deal serious damage to his health bar. The viewers agreed Dohyuk was a beast, but clearing this wave seemed impossible. They hoped he was holding back a secret, high-damage ultimate move for this situation. His signature technique was the vortex charge, but using it here was highly dangerous. Activating it repeatedly in reality mode always left him severely dizzy and completely vulnerable. Yet he kept slicing through heads effortlessly, showing absolutely no signs of exhaustion. Even so, Dohyuk was getting tired of this slow, tedious back-and-forth battle. He wanted to skip the small fry entirely, since killing mobs was not the objective. All he actually had to do was eliminate Chloe, the final stage boss. Deciding to bypass the horde entirely, Dohyuk dashed forward at breakneck speed. He vaulted over the rotting enemies, using them as platforms. His focus was reaching the final boss as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he was standing directly in front of the sinister old woman. The moment he drew close, she leaped out of her wheelchair, radiating raw power. She let out a deafening, blood-curdling shriek that shattered the wooden floorboards. Dohyuk had faced sonic attacks before and knew how dangerous they were. Lose focus for even a second, and the screech would instantly tear him apart. Soon, the floor was covered in piles of zombies killed by her voice. Honestly, you have to wonder how anyone survives a blast that destructive. Dohyuk was nowhere in sight, buried under the massive heap of flesh. Suddenly, a pile of corpses shifted, and a hand broke through. Our hero emerged, holding his sister tight while throwing the dead bodies aside. The viewers went wild, amazed by how they used the dead as shields. It was an incredibly clever play that kept them safe from the scream. With the minions wiped out, only the main boss was left standing. Dohyuk scoffed, saying he would have finished this quicker had he known her gimmick. But right then, thick blood began pouring from Chloe's eyes and mouth. The chat watched in pure awe as her body began to twist hideously. Its oozing fluid expanded and reshaped itself into a massive, grotesque entity. This massive bacterial beast was none other than Dark-Faced Chloe. As if that monstrosity was not enough, 3 giant snake-like lizards emerged beside her. He was expected to fight this entire nightmare squad with only 2 axes. Jian realized right away that the system was playing incredibly dirty. You have to admit, throwing a triple-threat boss at the player is completely unfair. Worse yet, this boss was far stronger than any enemy they had faced. Suddenly, a wealthy viewer named Artificial Intelligence donated to the stream. He declared he had been eagerly waiting to see these players fail. The chat assumed this guy was just incredibly salty. He was mad because Dohyuk easily cleared every stage using nothing but basic axes. Jian stares at her trembling hands, clueless on how to clear this final boss. She hopes Dohyuk can carry them, but the threat is brutal. Those 3 terrifying, snake-like lizards blocking their path. They turn completely invisible when attacking, making a direct counterattack practically impossible. A viewer suggests shooting the beasts to force them back into visibility. Absolutely not an option. The quest rules strictly state that players can only use melee weapons. Dohyuk wonders if his sister shooting instead would bypass the system restrictions. Surprisingly, the chat actually agrees. Since she did nothing all game, they allow her to fire. Jian prepares to fight, but Dohyuk suddenly snatches the machine gun right out of her hands. He snaps it instantly, warning her to stop. Honestly, he knows the best way she can help is by doing nothing. Remembering how she knocked him out last time, Jian immediately bursts into tears, sobbing that it was just one mistake. That mistake literally killed her own brother. Still, Dohyuk holds no grudge, reassuring her that gaming is about having fun. He reassures her before asking if she still has those spare grenades from earlier, flinging a massive zombie corpse over his shoulder. His sister must wait for his go-ahead signal before throwing. The chat instantly doubts this plan, but Jian insists she can do it. She promises to prove them all wrong. With the plan set, the young gamer steps forward to confront the boss. Before she can blink, carrying the massive zombie corpse, he yells back for her to get ready. The snake-like lizards go invisible. This is their deadliest trick, signaling that the final battle has officially begun. Dohyuk screams for her to throw. Jian winds up, channeling her brief military training to hurl the grenade. Her throwing aim is absolutely terrible. The lethal explosive arcs through the air, heading straight for her brother. Dohyuk quickly crouches down, bracing himself. A split second later, a massive explosion rips through his exact position. Shocked viewers watch another team kill. Panic sets in, Jian bursts into tears, desperately screaming out an apology. Then the smoke clears. Incredibly, Dohyuk is still standing, having shielded himself with the zombie corpse. He carried that dead weight specifically because he anticipated his sister's awful aim. Clearly, he predicted this entire disaster and planned around it. Shrugging off the charred remains, he lunges forward to attack the lizards. Now visible, the beasts are exposed. Watching this play, the chat is completely sold on his insane skills. Dohyuk leaps high into the air, driving his axe deep into its eye. Dark blood spurts everywhere as the colossal beast thrashes in complete agony. Dohyuk vaults backward. The enraged beast is only getting more dangerous. He charges the next monster without hesitation, his eyes scanning the area. Sensing a serpent behind him, he strikes backward without even turning around. But this enemy is different. His axe cannot pierce its tough hide. The monster vanishes, turning completely invisible right before his eyes. Its protective barrier is almost fully recharged, so Dohyuk must act instantly. He swings hard, but the creature disappears once more into thin air. Recovery is too fast. He realizes the enemy only appears when wounded. The battle is growing incredibly tense as the surrounding pressure mounts. Dohyuk knows that defeating this armored beast will be a real struggle. An axe is simply not enough to crack those heavy scales. But the young warrior isn't worried. In fact, this is getting highly entertaining. Brimming with raw energy and confidence, Dohyuk lunges into another offensive. He must eliminate the two cloaked serpents fading away right now. Worse yet, that wounded monster is still breathing and hungry. Dohyuk recalls fighting cosmic invaders who could literally shift their molecular structures. Compared to those nightmares, these basic serpents are an absolute joke. He closes his eyes, reawakening the cold killer instincts of his past. He charges forward, but suddenly, invisible enemies surround him on both sides. A perfect pincer trap, but Dohyuk has faced far worse. He pivots hard, swinging his trusted axe with raw, lethal force. The injured serpent materializes. Dohyuk is finished dragging this fight out. He must eliminate this wounded beast before focusing on the others. His prior attacks bounced off, but surely the developers built in a flaw. He drives the hand axe deep, aiming beneath the armored scales. The weapon bites hard, cleanly shattering the beast's outer defenses. His guess was correct. Striking against the grain of scales bypasses armor. It exposes the soft flesh underneath, dealing devastating and fatal damage. The serpent shrieks in agonizing pain as Dohyuk repeatedly hacks his blade inside. Seeing her guardians fall, Khlo realizes she must join the battle. Her pets are losing fast, and she is getting desperate. She unfurls her massive, thrashing tentacles to launch a furious assault. She tries to peel him off, but Dohyuk is too fast. He slips past her reach, only to face another giant maw. The serpent snaps at him, ready to swallow him whole from behind. But Dohyuk spins instantly, delivering a counterstrike from their blind spot. He buries his axe into the snake, then disaster strikes. The weapon is stuck deep in bone, and he cannot dislodge it. He yanks with all his might as death inches closer by the second. The monster's giant mouth is right there, ready to rip him apart. Massive fangs snap shut on the exact spot Dohyuk occupied a millisecond ago. The viewers go wild in the chat, but then they notice something. The axe is already back in his grip. Reptiles always have weak points. Their mouths and bellies are totally soft. Dohyuk leaps into the air. One snake accidentally bites the other, letting him slide underneath for a lethal cut. He swings his axe, slicing the neck from below. Now only one single target remains. That final boss is the massive bacterium named Khlo, who stares back in shock. No battle, she wants no part of this. With her 3 bodyguards completely wiped out, Dohyuk launches his final strike. He leaps high into the air, gripping his massive axe with pure excitement. One swing, that is all it takes to end this easy boss fight. Clean cut, he slices the giant bacterium in half to claim their victory. Jian rushes over to her brother, cheering loudly that they cleared the stage. As the live chat floods with donations, praising his insane skills. Jian happily thanks the viewers for showing so much love during the stream. Dohyuk smiles. Honestly, he was just warming up when the match ended. Honestly, he admits that his previous duel was way more thrilling than this. He was especially impressed by his clash against that black swordswoman. Her unpredictable attacks and absolute control of the battlefield were truly something else. Compared to her, these easy monsters feel like total child's play. Clearing them out in seconds just does not give the same rush. Right then, a streamer named Black Oak drops a massive donation to them. Dohyuk sends his thanks, glad to get a solid reward for his trouble. But the chat immediately calls out Black Oak's sneaky behavior. They claim he is just leeching views off Dohyuk's incredible gameplay. He already uploaded their run to his own channel to make easy money. Jian quickly steps in to explain the actual situation to the chat. Since Dohyuk does not have a channel yet, they permitted the broadcast. Black Oak sends another heavy donation, wishing them well for now. He says he must head out, but looks forward to their next collab. Jayan immediately turns to her brother with some big news. She announces that a joint stream with Black Oak is happening very soon. Dohyuk clarifies that this upcoming stream will be a strict one-on-one. Just him and Black Oak, and it will air on his brand new personal channel. We are all dying to know what killer username he is going to choose. Honestly, he has no ideas and might just use his real name. Jayan streams under the name Chu, but Dohyuk refuses to copy her style. He would rather go by Dohyuk than ride on his sister's virtual coattails. She pouts instantly, arguing that her streaming handle Giantshu is a total masterpiece. The young girl genuinely does not understand why he dislikes such a perfect gamer name. Dohyuk hesitates to be brutally honest and asks if she really wants his opinion. He warns her that she might regret hearing how it actually sounds. Introducing himself as Dohyuk Chu makes no sense, and even Jayan agrees it sounds ridiculous. That is exactly why he is sticking to his plain old name, Dohyuk. Once they settle their debate, she announces his big streaming debut. It is set for tomorrow night, with all details linked in her profile. With that, they wave goodbye to the stream and log off the server. The audience is already losing their minds, wondering how to survive the wait. Luckily, they only have to wait until tomorrow evening. By the next morning, fans are already debating which game Dohyuk will play. Fans debated which stream Dohyuk should join. Many voted for League of Legends, while others hoped to see him face Dark Souls. This massive hype suited Black Oak perfectly. He knew it, the stream would be absolutely wild. Right then, the two friends were on a video call, talking through the viewer predictions. They went over every rumor about which massive game would be chosen next. Dohyuk frankly admitted that he never expected this level of pure, chaotic excitement. It was clear his name alone was enough to stir up the entire community. Having already shown top skills, his next stream required massive physical strength. Dohyuk still had no clue what game his friend was actually talking about. But Black Oak quickly chimed in with the answer. It was Valhalla Rising. The brutal action game is set during the 9th century Viking invasion of England. This fierce world features incredibly unique combat mechanics and highly intense skirmishes. Cruelty and ancient nobility clash in one unforgiving place. Now check this out. Black Oak suggested trying the absolute hardest difficulty level. Dohyuk asked if there was a regular mode alongside the dreaded reality mode. Black Oak was absolutely certain Dohyuk would find the intense gameplay incredibly fun. Player success here depended entirely on actual physical reflexes, since reality mode is so unforgiving. In this harsh setting, most standard players simply cannot handle the sheer pressure. That is exactly why almost nobody dares to stream in full reality mode. Here, you do not even need to reach a boss to get absolutely crushed. Even a basic Anglo-Saxon foot soldier will put up a hell of a fight. Black Oak admitted he tried reality mode several times, only to fail miserably. After countless attempts, he managed to take down one basic knight before getting wrecked. The very next opponent completely destroyed him, just like that. He kept quiet though, refusing to spoil who that next deadly enemy actually was. Dohyuk got the message. If Black Oak struggled, normal players stood zero chance. Ordinary players would probably get wiped out before even touching the first knight. Black Oak admitted it was pretty embarrassing, but he had been utterly destroyed. Just before this call, they had faced off in a match of Last Fighter. Dohyuk was clearly growing stronger, and Black Oak desperately wanted just one round. If he could win just once, he would gladly retire and stop competing forever. He desperately wanted to change his status, forever. The player really hoped he could boast about his huge triumph soon. Unfortunately, that day was far off as he kept losing their matches. Even so, Black Oak knew Dohyuk had the skill to clear reality mode. It was something very few players in the world could ever dream of. In fact, only a tiny handful of elite pros had ever cleared it. Most of them could not even repeat it, not once. Yet Black Oak was fully confident that Dohyuk would clear it. He believed his friend would easily conquer reality mode on his first attempt. With the stream starting soon, the two guys said goodbye to go prepare. Dohyuk wanted to prove himself and knew this run would take massive effort. He settled quietly into his capsule, activated the link, and entered the game. Inside, Jayan greeted her brother, ready to act as his official manager today. Taking a deep breath, Dohyuk turned to her and asked his first question. He told her not to let him down and to do her absolute best. Jian promised she would. She focused entirely on setting up the streaming gear. Soon the lobby was fully loaded. The massive audience was already waiting inside to welcome their idol. Dohyuk warmly greeted the massive crowd of fans. However, they still had absolutely no idea what he was playing. Dohyuk kept it a total mystery, but agreed to address their absolute most urgent questions first. Of course, they all desperately wanted to know his true identity and what he did before, and where did he learn to play like an absolute god. He could have confessed that he saved the world in the past as the strongest champion and then time traveled, just to keep training so everyone could live in peace. But he needed to invent an entirely different, simpler story about his complicated past, so Dohyuk announced he would skip that topic entirely to cheer up his disappointed viewers. Dohyuk happily announced that full-time stream gaming would now become his primary, daily content. He pulled up his personal digital game library to show his viewers. Dohyuk asked the chat what they thought of his favorite titles, adding that he used to play The Last Fighter on console, bringing back some incredibly sweet childhood memories. But the chat immediately disagreed, saying that an old retro game was practically ancient history, and they strongly urged their favorite streamer to try his hand at Iron Fist instead. It was instantly clear that Dohyuk belonged to a completely different, much older generation. Jian teased her brother, telling him his favorite retro game was literally far older than even the dinosaurs. She added that it was so outdated that modern gamers considered it complete garbage, while Iron Fist ruled as the absolute #1 game of its kind. Dohyuk decided right then that he would not play that old fighter on his streams for the foreseeable future. Viewers begged him to play Iron Fist, but the young streamer revealed he had already made his final, absolute choice and would play a different title. Jian noted that over 2,000 viewers had already joined, and it was finally time to begin the game. Dohyuk agreed that a massive crowd was already gathered here, so there was absolutely no point in keeping them waiting any longer. It was necessary to get straight to action. Dohyuk placed his hand flat on the floor and announced that he was fully ready to start the game. Today, he would play Valhalla Rising. The deep, full immersion process into Valhalla Rising initiated, and our player soon found himself waiting in standby mode. The chat was absolutely thrilled. He went from talking about a dead fighter to playing the most difficult survival game out there, the brutal Viking world. Jian, acting as manager, told her brother to pick his mode first. Dohyuk confidently announced he would start with reality mode. The viewers instantly understood that the stream would be insanely cool, and they needed to prepare for an intense show. For starting weapons, Dohyuk chose dual axes, absolutely thrilled to see them in this world. Next, he surprised the chat by announcing a very special live guest. Black Oak quickly stepped into the hardcore lobby, quickly greeting the massive audience and his stream partner. Soon after, Dohyuk turned to the chat and warned them to stop acting like scavengers. He explained their deal. Black Oak brought his massive audience to the stream, and in return, they would upload incredibly epic highlight videos directly to Black Oak's popular channel. The young man smirked, raising a finger to proudly declare that he was no simple scavenger, he was an apex predator. Jian announced that more than 5,000 viewers had already gathered, an unreal number for any beginner. Black Oak was incredibly pleased. He always knew he had to play his cards right. Making fast connections was the name of the game. For now, he just needed to stay close. Riding the coattails of the rising star, Dohyuk, would pay off massively down the line. Riding his coattails would bring massive benefits. Now watch as he finally boots up the game. He queued up the match and booted up the system. The standby screen finally faded away. As the game loaded, the dramatic intro cinematic revealed a devastating tragedy on the lands. The brutal curse known as the Vikings had just descended upon the peaceful coast. Ragnar clashed with the local king, but the fierce warrior fell into a deadly trap, meeting his tragic end right there. Yet with his final breath, Ragnar warned his foes that this was far from over. If his children ever found out, they would hunt down every single survivor. He promised to watch from hell as his killers met agonizing deaths. Then, the game began. Valhalla Rising had officially begun. Jorund, the ancient Viking mentor, had fallen in battle. He fell to the ruthless Anglo-Saxons, but his spirit stood ready to test players. Only those who earned this spectral master's true recognition could ever call themselves real warriors. Jorund turned to the players, demanding to know who was ready to serve Odin. Black Oak chimed in, explaining that the basic mode only teaches simple mechanics like fighting and dodging. But in the hardcore reality mode, Dohyuk had to earn recognition to even start. A hardcore challenge built only for the pros. Dohyuk watched the screen intently, calculating his very first move. The chat kept screaming at the rookie to stick to the easier normal mode. Unsheathing his battle axe, the young rookie declared he was ready, but Black Oak pushed ahead first. He stepped forward, ready to face Master Yorund in mortal combat. He hyped up his viewers, reminding them of his past defeat against a shielded knight. This time he chose dual axes, determined to redeem himself after that absolute embarrassment. The audience tuned in with high hopes, knowing he was a top-tier player. They actually thought he might pull off a win, but the ancient Viking mentor only laughed. The old master noted he hadn't seen such an arrogant, foolish challenger in years. The old Viking vowed to show this fool how to properly wield twin axes in battle. The Viking mentor barely finished his warning before Black Oak lunged forward. Before the master even finished his speech, the challenger charged in with reckless, blazing speed. He got right in the master's face, arrogantly demanding an immediate apology. Yorund might have been slightly surprised by the speed, but he didn't flinch. Black Oak knew dual wielding was tricky, but he had a clever trick up his sleeve. The style was hard to master, but the absolute chaos of it was its biggest strength. Surprise was his main weapon, as he unleashed a swift, heavy slash. But Yorund effortlessly raised his weapon, deflecting the blow with perfect grace. He didn't even bother setting up a real guard. The kid's attack was simply too weak. Desperate to break through, Black Oak attempted a quick dual-axe combo. But those hopes were instantly shattered. In a flash, Yorund grabbed him by the collar. With brutal, bone-crushing force, the master slammed him face-first into the dirt. The chat went wild, laughing at what happens when amateurs try to dual-wield. Yorund stood over him laughing, telling him he looked utterly pathetic out there. Laughing at the fallen player, the Viking sneered that he belonged in a kitchen washing dishes. Right after that, the Viking warrior called out the next player for a quick test fight. The crowd was absolutely loving the chaos, while Yorund refused to hold back his brutal strength. Watching from the side, Black Oak quietly asked Dohyuk if things were truly that bad. Not wanting to hurt his friend's feelings, Dohyuk gently replied that it was actually fine. This small compliment instantly cheered up Black Oak, who was thrilled to have his skills recognized. Honestly, Dohyuk had no idea how his new friend managed to earn such intense praise. The laughing crowd left poor Black Oak completely humiliated. Dohyuk pointed out that the guy got totally trashed, so he wondered why anyone was shocked. But Black Oak was already losing his mind and refused to hear another word from him. Dohyuk did not get it. Axes just look cool. In reality, handling them is not that hard if you actually know what you're doing. If players simply watched guides, they would easily get it. But Black Oak admitted he had been closely studying Dohyuk's moves for several hours. He practiced swinging until his arms literally cramped up, trying to mimic those exact strikes. This confession deeply touched Dohyuk, bringing actual tears of pity to his eyes for his friend. He literally started crying, begging his buddy not to give up and to keep practicing. Suddenly, a wealthy viewer in the chat threw in a massive cash donation. They demanded that Dohyuk step up, show off his axe skills, and destroy Yorund. Black Oak wanted to strangle his friend, but money talks, and they needed the cash. He warned Dohyuk that Yorund used to be the right-hand man for the Berserker captain. The guy is an absolute beast, making him an incredibly dangerous opponent to face. Right on cue, Yorund was busy dismantling another hopeful challenger in the arena. He crushed the poor player, mockingly calling him a pathetic, worthless waste of space. Turning back to the crowd, Yorund bellowed out, demanding to know who was next. This sparked a heated debate in the chat, with fans arguing over what would happen. Half of them wanted their new favorite, Dohyuk, to teach the Viking a harsh lesson. Others doubted it was possible. Meanwhile, Dohyuk calmly sized up his opponent. Honestly, the young man figured taking down this Viking would be a total walkover. Pointing his axe at Yorund, Dohyuk announced he had one simple condition for the match. He boldly claimed he would knock Yorund out cold in under 10 seconds flat. If he pulled it off, the system would mark the quest as fully completed. The chat absolutely lost their minds. Honestly, who would not get hyped? They were fully confident that Dohyuk would crush this arrogant gatekeeper. Stepping into the arena, Dohyuk faced Yorund, who laughed at the double-axe setup. This did not faze the giant Viking at all, as he casually rested his massive axe on his shoulder. He mockingly invited Dohyuk to strike first, eager to test the kid's real worth. Showing off his weapon to the hyped crowd, Dohyuk slowly raised his heavy axe. Then with sudden, blinding speed, he hurled the weapon straight at his opponent. Urand easily sidestepped it, mocking the kid for throwing away his weapon so early. But that was just a decoy, as Dohyuk instantly closed the distance to strike. Urand barely managed to bring his own weapon up in time to block. The Viking realized the throw was a clever distraction, instantly respecting Dohyuk's combat IQ. He had to admit he was dealing with a truly formidable opponent this time. Dohyuk was equally impressed that the giant had managed to stop his lightning-fast blow. This guy was a beast, and Dohyuk realized his opponent was actually holding back. Constant study of battle data, this was real reinforcement learning, meaning that even if some NPC was stronger than this Viking, Dohyuk had actual combat experience, meaning he could take down anyone, but right now the player knew. There was no time to overthink, because he had to focus and defeat Euron. He was ready to handle this Viking. Sinking into a defensive stance, he readied his twin axes. Euron sensed his opponent's burning battle spirit and prepared his own charge. It was time to put this player's skills to the test. This Viking wanted to see if the kid's moves matched up to his raw power. Euron lunged, swinging his heavy axe, but Dohyuk managed to slip away and raise both weapons to block. The young man realized this Viking was actually a bit stronger than him, but physical strength alone did not guarantee a victory. He just had to deflect every incoming blow. Suddenly, Dohyuk snapped forward, kicking high with blinding speed to strike the axe handle and disarm his foe. Now keeping the pressure high, Dohyuk leaped into the air to slow him down. As Euron struggled to recover his footing, Dohyuk delivered a devastating kick straight to the jaw using his disarmed weapon. Talk about an absolutely brutal, unexpected counter. Blood sprayed from the Viking's mouth as he glared back up at his opponent. Dohyuk was not done yet, swiftly positioning himself to deliver a decisive blow. He slammed both feet into Euron's back, pinning the beast to the ground. Now Euron's gaze completely shifted, finally respecting the danger right in front of him. The veteran warrior started doubting his own strength for the very first time. But then Dohyuk's axe blade gently pressed against the back of his neck. Keeping his weapon steady, he calmly announced that his battle was finally over. The entire crowd watching was left absolutely stunned and amazed by the show. Dohyuk quickly thanked his viewers for their incredible praise and generous donations. Euron slowly walked over, genuinely impressed by the young warrior's incredible performance. He told Dohyuk that he fought like a legendary, true son of Odin. Black Oak realized this was the absolute highest praise a Viking could offer. Euron asked for the hero's name, and Dohyuk introduced himself as Gunnar, the warrior destined to lead the rise of Valhalla to its ultimate peak. Euron nodded, agreeing that such a powerful name perfectly suited a glorious warrior. With that formal recognition, the first hidden quest step was successfully completed. To finish the chain, he needed the blessing of more battle-hardened fighters. The next objective was clear, but Dohyuk had no idea how rare this sequence truly was. Even veteran player Black Oak noted this was completely unprecedented. A completely new hidden event had just triggered, making Dohyuk the very first to receive a special quest directly from Euron. Honestly, this was incredibly rare. This was not a standard main scenario, but a legendary secret side quest. Only the top tier of players could unlock it, called the Son of Odin. By earning the respect of 5 great warriors, a player gains this title. Moving forward, this legendary status would prove who the real professionals were. While the quest itself existed before, achieving it at the absolute beginning was completely unheard of. No new player had ever triggered it this early. The game, plenty of skilled players had managed to defeat Euron in battle. But he had never offered them this legendary trial. It was all down to Dohyuk had cleared the trial in mere seconds. He quietly stared at the screen, processing this new detail. As it turned out, players only had a strictly limited amount of time to complete the game. Meanwhile, the stream chat continued to relentlessly tear Black Oak to shreds. Viewers pointed out that some became sons of Odin immediately, while others played forever just to be called a cook. Stuck with the lowly kitchen title, a frustrated Black Oak tried his best to make excuses. He insisted it was not his fault, claiming that axes were just incredibly difficult weapons to wield. He challenged his viewers, saying they would immediately fail if they tried using one themselves. Surprisingly, Dohyuk backed him up, agreeing that players without the proper skills should avoid complex weapons entirely. Of course, Dohyuk did not mean to imply his companion was totally useless. He simply meant that axes were a niche weapon that very few players could actually master. Still, the gentle defense did nothing to stop Black Oak's crushing embarrassment. Viewers continued to roast him, calling him weak and claiming his gaming career was in a major crisis. Groaning, Black Oak muttered that while he could tolerate a newbie teasing him, hearing it from his own fans truly hurt. Determined to redeem his pride, Black Oak drew his trusty sword. He declared that he would force Urand to recognize his strength by fighting with his true signature weapon. Once he won, everyone would finally shut up. Dohyuk offered a quick word of encouragement to his friend. But the chat immediately called him out, claiming his lazy support sounded completely half-hearted. Insincere or not, the exchange only served to hype up the looming duel. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, and honestly, can you blame them? Black Oak was already losing his drive, yet he still had to face the powerful Viking warrior. He was almost ready to admit that Dohyuk was just on a whole different level from him. Still, the non-stop mockery from his stream viewers was actively eating away at his remaining sanity. He resolved to silence the doubters once and for all with a spectacular display. He had to prove he was just as capable as Dohyuk and make those trolls eat their words. Urand smirked, asking the player if he was truly ready to get beat down again so soon. After all, he taunted, a simple kitchen boy had no business holding a weapon. Absolutely livid, Black Oak swore to make the Viking pay for that blatant disrespect. With a fierce battle cry, he charged forward, initiating a desperate, full-speed assault. The chat side, having seen this exact same opening move fail spectacularly before. But now Black Oak held his favorite sword, raising the stakes. Urand easily parried the incoming strike and instantly launched a devastating counteroffensive of his own. The heavy impact forced Black Oak to leap backward, his shield completely out of position. Urand grinned, clearly thrilled that he had managed to shatter his opponent's defensive stance. Feeling the rhythm of the duel, the Viking pressed his advantage with a flurry of strikes. Each hit connected solidly, making the combat incredibly satisfying for the seasoned warrior. After his earlier humiliating loss to Dohyuk, Urand desperately needed a decisive victory here. He raised his massive axe high, declaring that the real battle was finally beginning. The heavy weapon crashed down, landing a direct hit right in the center of the shield. Though Black Oak managed to block it, Urand remained completely unbothered by the survival. He knew it was only a matter of time before he completely crushed his opponent. The moment Black Oak struggled back to his feet, a brutal fist caught him square in the jaw. Urand loomed over him, tauntingly reminding the dazed player that their little dance was not over yet. To his credit, Black Oak refused to give up, showing some genuine gamer grit. He lunged forward again, but his sluggish, repetitive attacks were starting to look painfully predictable. Dohyuk quietly noted that his friend fought much better with a sword. In shield, he controlled his space well, maintaining a solid, confident guard. But a second later, Black Oak ended up flat on his back, knocked down. His weapon clattered nearby as Urand approached the defeated player in the courtyard. The Viking instructor handed him an axe, declaring the intense sparring match over. Urand noted that the shield wielder fought pretty well despite losing the duel. He recognized his obvious skills anyway. Dohyuk quickly rushed over to help his friend. He pulled Black Oak up, congratulating him on a truly spectacular effort. Black Oak caught his breath, admitting it was a tough struggle. Urand then turned to the duo and asked if they actually knew how to hunt wild animals. Black Oak confidently bragged about his archery skills. Urand then wished them good luck. They set off to catch as much forest prey as they possibly could. Deep into the night, the two players still had not finished their quest. They just needed to catch one more beast, and they spotted a wild hare. Dohyuk stayed completely out of it, simply waiting around for his partner. Black Oak asked if he had ever fired a bow before. Dohyuk admitted that he had only played around with toy bows and never shot a real one. Obviously, he could not mention the legendary weapon he used against the aliens. Black Oak pointed at a nearby tree, urging Dohyuk to give it a shot. Dohyuk focused, trying to control his breathing and properly align his stance. He drew back, lined up his target carefully, and let the arrow fly. Total fail, the arrow missed the massive tree trunk completely. It bounced off a rock. See, even our op streamer has limits. Chat went wild. Turns out Dohyuk is not perfect at everything. Still, he felt sure that with some practice, he would get it. Black Oak was highly amused by this rare, clumsy failure. He generously offered to teach the famous streamer how to fire like a pro. The guy started bragging, calling himself the legendary Robin Hood of Valhalla. He confidently declared that he would handle all their hunting needs. Chat roasted him for being way too arrogant, but he ignored them completely. He insisted his skill was top tier. Right then, a wild deer stepped out. Dohyuk watched the majestic animal with interest from behind the trees. Black Oak spotted it too, nudging him aside to claim the trophy for himself. He bragged that learning archery takes real, dedicated training over many years. He had honed his skills across multiple virtual reality gaming platforms. He slowly pulled back the string, lined up his target, and fired. The arrow struck a completely different tree, scaring the poor creature half to death. The deer bolted instantly. Black Oak panicked and started shooting wildly in pursuit. He desperately yelled that his next shot would definitely land on target. But Dohyuk pushed him aside, telling him to stop getting in the way. The streamer stepped up, winding up to hurl something heavy at the prey. Dohyuk threw a small hatchet, tracking the moving target perfectly. The weapon struck home. The live stream chat went completely wild with hype. He was an absolute beast at throwing weapons with pinpoint accuracy. He made it look incredibly simple as soon as the quest notification appeared. Showing they completed the hunt, a brand new quest popped up. A raid mission popped up. The Anglo-Saxons were marching to attack the Viking camp. Most of the Vikings had just left, leaving only a dozen fighters behind. The invaders saw a golden opportunity to strike hard. Garrett immediately rushed over to report to his commander. With this fresh intelligence in hand, the entire Anglo-Saxon army prepared to launch a devastating surprise attack that would send these Vikings straight to hell. The enemy was marching fast, and our players needed to rush back. Before the camp fell, to make things worse, a strict timer started. Dohyuk realized the real game was starting. A generous viewer in chat announced he would pay thousands of credits for every axe kill. Dohyuk gladly accepted and thanked the fan. Black Oak spoke up, saying he knew the perfect shortcut, but they needed to run the opposite way. Dohyuk, highly doubting this plan, he was completely lost on which way to go. His partner urged him, saying they must hurry. Every wasted second meant more dead Vikings, but Dohyuk had a different plan, suggesting they head out and intercept the invading Anglo-Saxon soldiers right on their way there. Dohyuk pointed out the 5,000 reward per kill, but if the invaders reached the camp first, the players would lose every single coin of that massive bounty. Black Oak warned him that there were around 20 heavily armed enemies. No way they could win alone, yet Dohyuk was completely determined to go straight after the entire Anglo-Saxon squad. The stream spectators were absolutely thrilled. Meanwhile, the Anglo-Saxon leader ordered his men to stay alert. A few more steps and they would crush the camp, but suddenly the lead warrior took a flying axe straight to the skull and collapsed backward. Blood splattered everywhere. The invaders realized they were walking right into an ambush. They braced themselves, expecting a massive army of angry Vikings. Instead, only 2 lone players stepped out. The soldiers immediately relaxed. They felt stupid for being scared of 2 guys. That underestimation was their first and final mistake. Watch what happens next. Dohyuk immediately charged. The enemy leader roared out to stand their ground, no cowardice allowed. It was time to fight back. Dohyuk lunged forward, targeting the closest warrior with pure excitement. Since you had the guts to step up first, you get to die first, he sneered. He brought his axe crashing down, instantly flattening his opponent. The heavy shield offered no protection. Another soldier lunged with a sword. But the agile young warrior easily dodged the deadly strike and launched a brutal counterattack. His heavy axe sank deep into the Anglo-Saxon warrior's chest. The surrounding soldiers watched in absolute horror, seeing his men struggle. The desperate commander actually yelled at the top of his lungs for them to surrender. Completely surrounded by blades, Dohyuk did not show a shred of fear. Meanwhile, Black Oak finally got his composure back and joined the fray. It was time to show his true worth. His target, Carol, the most dangerous warrior in the enemy squad. Dohyuk kept pushing forward, swinging his brutal warhammer without pause. Decimated enemies already piled up around him. With opponents dropping all around, Dohyuk happily counts up his easy earnings. Losing never even crosses his mind as he glances over to check on his teammate, seeing Black Oak locked in a direct one-on-one duel. He assumes things are fine. He is dead wrong. His ally is getting wrecked. In fact, his partner is losing badly and screaming that everything is completely ruined. He begs for urgent help, but Dohyuk decides to stay out of it. Instead of helping his ally, he wants to thin out the enemy crowd. Dohyuk charges back into the fray, swinging his weapon with absolute fury. Severed hands fly to the ground under his sharp axe, and he keeps swinging. He never stops, and within moments, a massive pile of dead warriors surrounds him. It is a maddening, brutal sight. The remaining Anglo-Saxons are frozen in shock. They stare at him with horror, and Dohyuk realizes these are just NPCs. He wonders if these cowardly NPCs will actually try to flee the battlefield. Meanwhile, Black Oak is still hanging on. His opponent yells at him to stop retreating and start fighting, but the NPC drops his sword and admits he cannot do it, prompting the survivors to turn and flee. They scramble away in a hurry, which leaves Dohyuk feeling pretty disappointed. If they escape, he loses his hard-earned cash. He refuses to let them go. He bolts after the group, hurling his sharp axes at the retreating targets as he runs. The warriors collapse to the dirt one after another, falling like chopped trees. Eventually, Dohyuk runs completely out of axes and finds himself totally defenseless. He decides to pull out his bow, even though it might ruin the quest. The rules clearly state he must only use axes, but he has a plan. He takes aim and releases the arrow, though everyone knows his terrible aim. His archery skills are famously awful, but he sees the arrow stick in the dirt. He smiles, thinking he is finally starting to get the hang of this bow thing. Dohyuk aims once more and shoots a fleeing soldier right in the back. The arrow pierces the enemy's leg. He cannot run and falls face first. He rolls right into the bushes. Dohyuk realizes aiming for the legs is genius. It will not kill them directly, meaning his axe only quest remains completely intact. The crippled warriors are now far too slow and clumsy to escape his reach. He can calmly walk over and finish them off with his axe, one warrior. Even starts begging for his virtual life, but to Dohyuk, this is just a game. Nothing personal, just business. The guy needs cash to clear his heavy debt. Target down, he immediately turns toward another crawling survivor. The poor guy is dragging himself across the ground with a severely wounded leg. Completely unable to run, desperately waving his useless arms to keep Dohyuk back. Totally useless, Dohyuk calmly walks up to end his struggle, wiping out every single survivor with his axe before declaring it too easy. His streaming audience is absolutely losing their minds. Just a few minutes ago, the guy could not even hit a massive tree, but Dohyuk nonchalantly explains that he just needed a couple of test shots to master the system. The viewers are completely thrilled by how fast this monster is adapting. Now only the boss Carol remains. Meanwhile, Black Oak is somehow still alive, screaming like a maniac and begging Dohyuk to save him from doom. Carol looked ready to end things. For a second, everyone thought the enemy leader was guaranteed to win. He swung his sword, but Black Oak ducked just in time. The blade missed. Dohyuk calmly watched, letting his partner handle the heat. He analyzed the enemy attack patterns, trying not to jump in too early. But when Black Oak was left holding nothing but a shattered hilt, Dohyuk had to act. He slipped past the defenses and delivered a heavy strike, infuriating Carol. Carol was furious that someone had dared to stop his fatal swing. But a moment later, Dohyuk finished him off. The raid was finally over. Black Oak collapsed to the ground, panting, while Dohyuk stood beside him. He was perfectly relaxed, casually asking how his partner was holding up. The Viking was steaming, snapping that Dohyuk should have stepped in sooner. Dohyuk offered a sarcastic apology, claiming he thought his buddy had this. After all, nobody likes it when a teammate steals their kill. He just wanted to make sure he did not steal his buddy's spotlight. His friend needed those sweet stream points and viewer donations, right? Besides, he was never in real danger, at worst, maybe a lost arm. Black Oak was absolutely livid at that incredibly cold and sarcastic response. He could have literally died, and his partner had not even tried to protect him. He wanted Dohyuk to just admit that he did not care to help. Right then, a squad of Vikings emerged, Urund, their strongest warrior, shoved Black Oak aside to check on Dohyuk, asking if he was okay. He kept asking Gunnar if he was injured or needed any help at all. Suddenly, another wave of Vikings rushed into the clearing, shouting his name. Everyone wanted to make sure their star player Gunnar was unharmed. With all the enemies cleared, Gunnar was fine, but Black Oak was devastated. He lay on the dirt, sobbing because nobody appreciated his hard work. Frustrated, he decided to log out of the game right then and there. Yuren told Gunnar to ignore that absolute weakling and move on. Their pride was still intact, and Dohyuk knew this stage was finally over. The tutorial was finished, and the open world was about to begin. Suddenly, a viewer donated 500,000 won to get his attention. They promised to double it if he could defeat Beowulf Stonehand. Dohyuk had no clue who that was, but 1,000,000 won was calling. Yurund looked completely shocked, asking if Gunnar was seriously planning to fight him. A single player stood absolutely no chance against such a beast. Seeing Gunnar's determination, the veteran warrior offered to tag along as backup. Dohyuk did not understand why, but the game rules allowed for allies. The ally would spawn in whenever the player blew their massive summoning horn. Dohyuk readily agreed to those terms, accepting the extra hand for battle. With plans set, the warriors mounted their horses and rode off. As they traveled to the meeting spot, Dohyuk asked about Beowulf Stonehand. Yurund explained that the man was once a legendary champion for the king. But after the ruler passed away, Beowulf lost his path and all his dignity. Whispers said he was now reduced to raiding defenseless villages in Sussex. He had strayed far, but he was still one of the greatest Viking warriors alive. He believed Dohyuk could pave the way to send Beowulf straight back to Valhalla. Dohyuk had to find that legendary warrior first, gain their respect, conquer everything. Finally they arrived. Right in front of them stood Beowulf's fortress. Fenced in on all sides, heavily guarded, watchers stood along the perimeter. Bjorn handed Dohyuk a battle horn. An old grudge remained unsettled here. The veteran planned to wait nearby, blow the horn, and he would charge. Dohyuk understood the plan perfectly, a quick nod, and he rode off. He left his ally behind, charging the camp alone. Stream viewers watched in shock. Riding straight in, no hiding, no fear, the place was crawling with enemies. The gate guards just stared, frozen in pure disbelief at his raw audacity. He knew he had to breach the camp to take down Beowulf. How to do it, though? Maybe a stealthy extraction, drag the target out, finish him in the open. The guards leveled their spears. Halt, do not approach. Dohyuk did not care. Ignore them, who said a real warrior always has to play nice anyway. Inside the camp, a bizarre, heavy grinding noise began to echo from behind. Then a massive crash, the outer wall splintered, a lone rider burst through. He jumped the barricade. Instantly, startled Vikings came pouring out of their cabins. No words needed, war was here. The defenders scrambled to form up and attack. Zero hesitation, Dohyuk drew his bow, letting fly a stream of swift arrows. Viking guards dropped instantly, pure chaos. The remaining camp scrambled in a panic. Kill the invader, they screamed, desperately trying to rally their scattered forces. Suddenly, a spear lunged forward, direct hit on the horse. It reared violently. Dohyuk used the momentum. He launched into the air, drawing his bow mid-flight. 2 more arrows fired, right into their exposed backs. Perfect, devastating hits. The surviving defenders quickly regrouped, raising their massive shields to block the barrage. Dohyuk saw the wooden wall. Arrows are useless now, time to change tactics. He threw the bow aside, no regrets. It was time for close-range bloodletting. Axes out, the Vikings rushed their unwelcome guest, but he was too fast. He swung with savage precision, hacking down anyone foolish enough to step close. But a shadow crept up behind him, a heavy blade raised to strike. No time to stand. Caught on the ground, Dohyuk made a split-second decision. He lunged forward instead, grabbed the attacker tight with both hands, death grip. Right then, enemy archers opened fire, sending a volley straight at him. But Dohyuk held his hostage close, a perfect shield. Every arrow hit his captive. Roaring commanders ordered them to keep shooting anyway. Do not stop, kill him. The response, a blood-soaked corpse of their own man thrown right back at them. They realized it now. This intruder was simply playing with them, pure mockery. He had to die, but so far, only their own men lay dead. They stood absolutely no chance. But wait, here comes the real boss battle. A monstrously large Viking stepped out, towering size, pure muscle, absolutely terrifying. The defenders trembled before their giant leader, immediately sputtering pathetic excuses. It is the stranger's fault. He attacked us first. Dohyuk listened to enough. He buried an axe right in the whiner's skull. Shut up, he growled. Then Dohyuk stood there calmly. He knew his own strength, no fear. The young warrior locked eyes with Beowulf. Come on then, let us see. The fight begins. Beowulf goes absolutely berserk the second he hears those words and sees the insane arrogance of this nameless challenger, immediately charging forward to attack him. Viking rushes straight at the player, screaming that his opponent must be tired of living, and that Beowulf is about to show him who is boss and make him regret everything. The warrior fights on the field with a sword in his hands. However, the young man falls flat on his back, yet he refuses to drop his weapon. Nearby, another player stands ready in massive combat gauntlets, throwing heavy punches at invisible enemies. A sudden notification pops up. The player named Anatoly has won. He exhales deeply and greets his chat, telling them how happy he is to see everyone. It has been way too long since his last stream. Immediately, the chat begins, spamming how much they missed their favorite streamer, who went totally dark for several days after competing in the massive Iron Fist World Championship. Unfortunately, this time around, the talented young pro only reached the semifinals. Anatoly was pretty devastated, but after getting a couple days of rest, he is already feeling much better. Back when last fighter was at the absolute peak of its hype, Anatoly was the undisputed king of the world tournaments. He crushed opponents so effortlessly it looked like child's play, yet he still has not won the Iron Fist Championship. Still, Anatoly refuses to give up. Addressing his loyal fans directly, he proudly announces that after such a long wait, he is finally ready to return to his roots. Now, with a massive crowd watching his stream, he is set to showcase a brand new secret mission. Soon, the loading screen clears and the guy logs into Last Fighter. Right away, Anatoly notices something worrying. The viewers are starting to leave, their numbers shrinking right before his eyes. He desperately needs a highly skilled opponent to put on a show and save his stream. Instead, he gets matched with his old rival. The veteran fighter Håkon stands proudly in the center of the arena, fully prepared for battle. He declares that it is time to select a worthy challenger, letting matchmaking find him a proper target. Late at night, the siblings are awake, closely reviewing the stream footage. And trust me, seeing this Beowulf in action is genuinely terrifying. He plays like a complete madman, while the opponent dodges with insane reflexes. That is pure, raw talent. Giant tells her brother that viral memes are already popping up. Now he can safely queue solo, knowing he will easily bring in viewers. Even if it means working twice as hard, still, Giant is not happy about it. She had to stay up late managing her brother's broadcast on top of her other duties. Exhausted, she heads off to bed, telling him he needs to wrap it up and sleep too. But Dohyuk is not tired at all. In fact, he feels like he still has things to do. He gets a sudden urge to test his skills in the highly popular game, Iron Fist. But as he heads over to the gaming capsule, he decides to stick to his original plan. He will play Last Fighter instead, if he can secure just one more ranked win. His competitive tier will finally increase. Suddenly, Dohyuk remembers the swordswoman he friended. But she is constantly offline. He wonders if she has decided to quit the game completely. Well, it does not change his plans. The young man is going to play anyway. He climbs into his gaming capsule and prepares to dive headfirst into the virtual world. The match loads up as the sensory immersion takes full effect. Soon he spawns into the arena and immediately starts searching matchmaking for a new opponent. They suggested matching with Nick, the noodle-eating contest winner. This guy had 0 stats, no wins or losses, and an account that had been inactive for a really long time. Still, the young man decided to accept the challenge and face off against this Nick opponent just to start. Meanwhile, at the same time, Anatoly was carefully checking out his new opponent's profile page. Thinking to himself, yeah, not one defeat, Anatoly figured that this player must have an insane rating, and maybe they had even crossed paths before. In the chat, viewers started speculating, wondering if this was that same troll. Anatoly had absolutely no clue who they meant. So his chat explained there was a stream with Dreamer, that mystery guy was incredibly skilled and completely destroyed the girl, crushing her to absolute pieces. Anatoly realized he was facing a true pro in disguise. This was going to be fun seeing if this wild player would try to troll him too, Anatoly confirmed. The challenge and his opponent spawned right in front of him. There he stood, the mysterious pro. He calmly greeted Anatoly, saying he was excited to see who he really was. The young man took a ready stance, greeted the stranger, and told him to start, but the opponent asked in return if Anatoly himself wanted to make the first move. It was instantly clear that this stranger was playing mind games with him. He was tired of being ignored and wanted to make Anatoly regret every second of it. In an instant, Anatoly rushed his opponent, but Dohyuk jumped incredibly high. into the air, letting Anatoly's fist swipe at nothing but empty space. Anatoly did not understand how his opponent had managed to block the attack, and now looked at the incoming fist with absolute terror. Dohyuk landed a brutal punch and, as the young man collapsed, Dohyuk leaped over him, ready to unleash more devastating hits. At the absolute last second, Anatoly managed to dodge and leap back, sending Dohyuk's heavy fist slamming down, shaking the entire arena around them. Completely, of course, Anatoly had not played all day, making his reactions sluggish. But his core skills could not have deteriorated that fast. It was very obvious that this newcomer was a powerhouse, and Anatoly was simply not in top shape. Anatoly, of course, read all the chat comments about his rusty grip, but he knew the real issue lay elsewhere. The truth was that his opponent was fighting with absolute mastery. Something was off. If Anatoly did not solve this mystery fast, he would lose the match. He had to test his opponent's crazy reflexes, rushing into the attack at full speed with a lunge. But it was just a feint. He instantly dropped low to execute a quick grab. Anatoly believed he had him, but in a flash, the player's leg whipped upward, striking Anatoly with immense force. Our hero could not believe his eyes. This was impossible. His opponent was not only reading every close-range move, but reacting instantly. Maybe it was pure luck. Suddenly, Dohyuk jumped forward toward Anatoly and attacked, but the guy barely dodged. Instantly, Anatoly threw feint and launched a heavy counterpunch, but his opponent still caught his fist in midair with his bare hand. Then, Dohyuk squeezed Anatoly's knuckles like a vice, delivering a terribly painful elbow strike straight into his shoulder. Anatoly shrieked in absolute agony, and a brutal follow-up elbow slammed right into his jaw. Anatoly could not resist. He just kept analyzing this tragic setup. How could his opponent anticipate his every single move? It made absolutely no sense. Even attacks launched directly from the blind spot behind his shoulder were anticipated. These were iron-hard blows that felt absolutely impossible to withstand. Then this stranger bypassed game mechanics entirely with one rock-hard punch. Normally, that strike requires a set stance, but this young man ignored it completely. Skipping it was possible, yes, but the attack should have been much weaker. Instead, this stranger broke every single rule, and the crowd knew Anatoly was doomed. It was over. Anatoly was about to get completely and utterly crushed. Close combat was a total disaster, as Dohyuk prepared a blazing arc. A wall of pure fire rushed forward, and Anatoly had no counter. The flames blocked his retreat. The very next hit would be fatal. This was an incredible technique for close combat, and escaping it was completely impossible. But then Anatoly noticed his opponent had not actually finished the strike. This meant the veteran player still had a real chance to turn the tables and end the battle. Anatoly decided to quickly exploit this split-second delay, calculating his dodge perfectly. If he calculated everything correctly, escaping this deadly fire would be easier than ever. He wanted to strike just as Dohyuk was finishing his final movement. He hoped to snatch victory, but Dohyuk suddenly redirected his fiery strike. Hellish flames consumed him entirely. This was definitely no ordinary arc. But that realization did not matter anymore, because he was clearly losing. To override the system, you must control every single frame manually. Suddenly, the truth dawned on Anatoly, clearing up his confusion. He realized that Dohyuk was not relying on the game's built-in assist mechanics at all. The game itself confirmed his theory, quickly awarding the ultimate victory to Dohyuk. Anatoly stared at his screen, completely unable to understand how this was possible. How could anyone actually train their skills to a level that bypassed core mechanics? Anatoly decided to test his theory by immediately suggesting another quick match. He wanted to verify his guess by challenging Dohyuk to a rematch. Dohyuk agreed instantly and gestured for him to start the attack. Anatoly launched his assault right away, but the final outcome was devastating. He came incredibly close to landing a hit, but still ended up losing. He immediately demanded a rematch, as his gamer pride was now on the line. Losing 2 consecutive matches to some random stranger was simply unacceptable. Both fighters clenched their fists, determined to end this dispute right now. Before long, Dohyuk secured 5 straight victories and asked if they were done. Anatoly agreed and decided to finally exit the game for the night. Dohyuk immediately took the opportunity to check his current win record. By the end of the night, his record was 26 wins and 0 losses. Only 1 more win stood between him and a promotion to the next tier. Once promoted, the matchmaking would start, giving him much more interesting opponents. But he was worried his viewers would hate him for playing secretly off-stream. Keeping a low profile was definitely the smartest move. Once he officially claimed rank number 1, he would stream his matches. He quickly asked the system if his account details and appearance remained hidden. Dohyuk confirmed that all of these settings could be changed manually in his recent games. The avatar in Last Fighter looked like a standard baseball player. Dohyuk was actually pretty pleased with this appearance and did not want to change anything. He thought about how much fun Last Fighter was, meaning Iron Fist would be even cooler since it was currently at the very peak of its popularity. The young man decided to add Ramon and had the system send a friend request, wondering if he should include a message. Dohyuk wanted to encourage his opponent to keep training, so he wrote a short note. Meanwhile, Anatol was sitting alone in the forest. Meditating, he just could not get over that shameful defeat, seeking some peace. Right then, the system notified him of a friend request, and he decided to accept so they could face off again in the future. Anatol opened the attached message, which called him incredibly talented and suggested another match sometime. Hearing this from the guy who beat him was a total shock. Anatol went back to review the footage and noticed that bizarre burning arc shot. Now, both he and his viewers knew for sure their opponent did not rely on in-game mechanics at all. That is why Anatol lost. If every move was completely manual, his stream chat would absolutely explode. Anatol had believed he mastered this game, but now it felt like it was still full of surprises, with a massive mountain left to climb. He stared down at his own fist. Maybe this was why he trained so relentlessly in Iron Fist. He knew this harsh experience would eventually pay off. Soon, Anatol realized it was time to stop dwelling on his past defeat and focus on the future. He chose not to upload that recording because he did not want to be the only victim of this crazy player. He wanted everyone else to go through the absolute meat grinder called I think. So sharing any tips would only help them avoid this painful, crushing loss. Anatol smiled. Talk about a pretty satisfying revenge plan. He wanted his friends to experience the exact same shocking defeat. Meanwhile, Shen was completely blown away by that match against the user named I think so. It was purely spectacular. But Jean worried about her own brother. What if he decided to return to the competitive scene of his favorite childhood fighting game? He might face that monster and get completely annihilated, but right now, Dohyuk was entirely focused on finishing Valhalla. Before sleeping, Jean decided to look up her brother's rank, hoping it had not dropped at all. Dohyuk had been gone for quite a while. He said he would head to the local convenience store, but he still had not returned home. Right then, Dohyuk was entering the shop because his sister desperately wanted him to buy banana milk. This was absolutely the last time he did her favors. Next time she could get it herself. At the entrance, he bumped into a kid who did not notice the tall teen and crashed right into him, falling to the floor. Suddenly, a packaged kitchen knife slid out of his pocket. Dohyuk immediately knelt down, asking if he was okay, and tried to help. The boy wore thick-rimmed glasses, clearly struggling with poor eyesight. Shockingly, his whole body was completely covered in dark bruises. Dohyuk locks eyes with the boy. Is that you, Jagal Min? The kid is totally confused, staring back and wondering how the stranger knows his name, let alone his nickname. Dohyuk stares right at him and realizes this is indeed his former subordinate, the tactical genius from his old life. Big Ears Jagal Min. Back when the apocalypse first kicked off, humanity was desperate, forming groups of survivors with weak abilities, a pack of stray dogs, led by Dohyuk, but Jagal Min was the one drawing up their battle plans. He was their brilliant chief strategist. The kid looked adorable, but he possessed a literal computer inside his skull. Everyone on the squad absolutely loved him because the gears in his head spun at a crazy speed. Jagal Min desperately wanted to be treated like a real adult. He actually hated being treated like some cute kid, as people would immediately look down on him. Still, the girls loved coddling him, calling him their serious little big ears. They would even bicker and fight over who got to hug their favorite strategist longer. Every now and then, those arguments turned into playful shoving matches. It was never serious, just a fun way of keeping their adorable little strategist right in their sights. Meanwhile, the boy would stand on the roof, imagining he had transformed into a flying plane, catching the wind on his face. Once again, Jagal Min is standing dangerously close to the edge when a girl begs him to step back down. It is way too high and risky up there, but the boy barely even hears her. His mind is already processing complex battle strategies. He turns to Dohyuk, admitting that if he were as strong, agile, and brave as his captain, he would be truly happy. He figured the rest of the crew would finally stop teasing him about his big ears. The boy keeps standing near the ledge, daydreaming about what he would do in the captain's shoes. He quietly wonders if his younger brother would still be alive today if the world had not ended. If only he possessed Dohyuk's incredible combat power, he could have taken down those alien monsters without relying on amplifiers. Jagal Min felt a crushing regret for not being strong enough to protect his companions. A million thoughts storm his brain, but the squad eventually coaxes him down safely. They all know he secretly loves climbing high places just to start whining afterwards. Right then, one of their fast scouts rushes back from a scouting run. The young tracker catches his breath and delivers his report. He has located the alien base, where Crazy and Ghost are already lurking. Dohyuk commands that it is time to deploy immediately. He orders the girls to gather Mina and wake up the old man. They need to move fast if they want to get back in time for morning breakfast. But here's the thing. The mission goes horribly wrong. A brutal alien ambush lies in wait, boasting an entire army of soldiers and 2 elite beasts targeting the human resistance. The battle is a bloodbath. Allies fall one by one. Ghost and Gake are taken out almost instantly. Crazy goes completely berserk, throwing her life away against an elite monster. Soon, only Dohyuk and the old man are left, both critically injured and unable to stand. This forces young Jagal Min to take full command as deputy captain. He yells for warriors to carry Dohyuk and the elder away from the carnage, ignoring the girl's frantic protests. She wanted to stay and fight, but her plea was ignored as Bullshock remained adamant. The boy told her not to argue, and she understood. Jagal Min's comrades wanted to save their captain at all costs. The boy had magical talents, and everyone understood that only he could hold off the monsters for even a little while. Bullshock created a barrier to stop the aliens, ordering everyone to stick to the plan and protect the captain. Crying, the girls picked up the wounded captain and the old man, fleeing the battlefield and leaving the boy behind with the aliens. One of the team's rules was that in a critical situation, they had to save the captain and try to survive so they could continue the fight later. In any case, the captain had to survive, regardless of the circumstances, in order to avenge his fallen comrades and finish his mission. Jagal Min believed that someday all the guys would meet again, smile, and share a drink together. Dohyuk saw his comrade for the last time that day, and now he met Jagal Min from another timeline. The boy thought he was looking at one of the local gangsters who always tormented him, immediately taking a defensive stance. Dohyuk quickly began to explain that he was not part of any gang, simply reading the name printed on his school badge. As for the nickname Big Ears, he had just blurted it out after seeing his ears. Dohyuk apologized for his rudeness, but Jagal Min looked way too happy to care. He was genuinely delighted to meet an old friend. Dohyuk reached for the knife that had fallen out of Jagal Min's pocket, intending to return his belongings, but the boy grabbed the weapon himself and told him not to worry. After that, the boy said that he had not been looking where he was going and had bumped into Dohyuk by accident, apologized, and ran away. Dohyuk was surprised by this reaction, but he understood that he was dealing with a different person from a different time. Jagal Min's future was completely different, but then Dohyuk remembered something, completely forgot about his grocery trip, and rushed after the boy. A sudden fist stopped Jagal Min. In the dark doorway, the boy had zero time to do anything to defend himself. A gang of local hooligans, led by MSU, stood over the boy. When one of them sneered, asking how Big Ears dared to challenge them, MSU called him an unfortunate slave who was now walking around with a weapon. Even the other gangsters tried to calm their leader down, fearing he might actually kill the boy, but MSU had already completely lost his temper, pushing his comrade away and telling him not to interfere. He would deal with this himself, grabbing the boy by the hair and pulling his head close, warning the slave to remember carefully what would happen next time. While Jagal Min was held by his hair, one of the thugs approached Dohyuk, telling him to just walk on by and not interfere. The stranger did indeed walk past, but along the way he punched the bully in the jaw with all his might. Dohyuk casually told Jagal Min that he ran Surprisingly fast for someone with such short legs, another bully immediately rushed to punch the meddling stranger who was interrupting their lesson in the next second. That thug was lying flat on his back in the middle of the street with a broken arm. MSU let go of Jagal Min, jumped up and vowed to beat up this annoying stranger. Dohyuk replied that he was nobody special, just a former leader of a special unit, if you will. Jagal Min stared at him and realized that he was the exact same guy from the store whom he had bumped into earlier. MSU heard about. He assumed the guy had special forces training, pegging him as a samurai fighter. But Dohyuk just replied that he actually used to run with the stray dogs. He slammed a heavy fist right into Minsu's jaw, silencing his arrogant rambling. Dohyuk had absolutely no clue who those random street punks actually were. He just kept throwing punches while the kid watched, jaw dropped in shock. Seeing someone so fast, strong, and cool filled the kid with pure admiration. He wanted to be just like him, while Dohyuk was annoyed about losing focus. Because of his detour rescuing the kid, he ended up getting scolded by Jia. He remembered how exhausting it was to shake off that kid. Once the beaten bullies finally scattered, Jiggleman instantly grabbed onto his leg. He wept and begged Dohyuk to train him, which made things incredibly awkward. He couldn't even make his phone call properly. Afterwards, he barely managed to calm Jia down for staying out so late. To make matters worse, he completely forgot to buy her favorite banana milk. But if Bishakov was actually around, maybe his other old team members were too. Dohyuk decided to launch a search for them the second his life normalized. For now, he was barely keeping his own head above water in life. First, he desperately needed to pay off his loans. Hoping to earn some cash, he pulled up his computer and opened chat. Excited fans immediately flooded the stream with hyped greetings. They were thrilled to see the legendary player back online. Chat was buzzing about his incredible gameplay from yesterday, calling him a beast. They insisted that starting sooner would have put him in first place. But wait until you see the insane viral video taking the internet by storm. It showed a wild fight between Anatoly and a mysterious rookie named T-Tinga. Since yesterday, T-Tinga had been crowned the defense king, piquing Dohyuk's interest. Curiosity got the better of him, so he checked it out before queuing. Watching the footage, he initially couldn't tell who was fighting Anatoly. Then it hit him that goofy, ridiculous character on screen was actually himself. His goofy avatar looked ridiculous, but fans already dug up his profile. Amazingly, the search revealed that this account was created only 3 days ago. Checking his own stats, Dohyuk smiled. T-Tinga had a flawless record with 0 defeats. By day 3, he had already mastered executing devastating strikes without game assistance. Dohyuk was planning to play Valhalla, but his viewers were completely baffled. They expected their hyped idol to dive straight into another round of Ultifight. He assumed they tuned in for Valhalla, but they quickly set him straight. The chat didn't care what he played, but a massive opportunity had just landed. The cash rewards for Ultifight missions had skyrocketed, making it too lucrative to ignore. To secure the cash, Dohyuk quickly declared he wanted to play Ultifight. He was ready to fight for some serious cash, and his fans knew exactly why. Everyone knew their idol loved cold hard cash, so they happily settled in. Deep into the night, one apartment became so incredibly noisy that nobody could sleep. The guy swore he wasn't the source, claiming official footage proved his innocence. Video on the game forum backed him up, though he wouldn't mind the credit. He simply couldn't understand why any strong player would fight anonymously. He could have streamed it, attracted viewers, made money, but right then, the news suddenly reported a major shock. The player Think Yes was finally unmasked. The squad chatting over video call quickly checked. Was it one of them? No, but this newcomer's handle was incredibly strange. And professional players doubted he was actually as legendary as everyone claimed. Sure, Anatoly lost, but nobody cared. Anatoly hadn't played in over a year and had probably lost his competitive edge. One arrogant pro immediately dove into his gaming capsule, eager to make a statement. He wanted to show the world how fast he could shut down this Think Yes guy. Soon, an official showdown was scheduled between Think Yes and this challenger, Poseid. Same character class, Poseid was absolutely thrilled. He was ready to teach this overhyped newcomer a lesson about who really ruled the arena. The young challenger was fully synced into the virtual world, itching for the match to begin. Supremely confident, he declared that the absolute best was standing right here. He immediately turned to Dohyuk, demanding to know if he was truly think yes. Dohyuk had absolutely no idea who these top-ranked professionals even were, but his followers confirmed he was facing a fighter almost on Anatoly's level. Anatoly was a legend who once brought Hoken rankings straight to level 1. He made the game a massive hit, earning himself the title of the father of Hoken. Meanwhile, Poseid had won nearly all of his recent battles, using the exact same style. He was considered the true heir, but Dohyuk was also a terrifyingly great player, climbing to the very peak of the leaderboard in just 3 days. When the battle finally kicked off, Dohyuk rushed in with a fierce, aggressive opener. But his opponent easily dodged, acting in an incredibly strange and fluid way. His attacks were unpredictable, mixing different fighting styles completely on instinct. Poseid was no amateur either, shielding himself flawlessly just like a top-tier pro. The crowd noted that Poseid held his own for about 10 seconds. With both actively maneuvering, it was impossible to tell who would win this clash. Suddenly, Poseid felt himself getting pushed back. He realized he had to unleash the ultimate secret technique he once prepared for Anatoly. His counterattack arc and a burning wave flared up together. The crowd went wild as they recognized his legendary flame combination stance. But instead of waiting for the stance to fully charge, Poseid lunged straight ahead. He executed a brilliant reverse input command, thrusting his blazing fist forward. One devastating final strike, absolutely insane. He combined the explosive power of the flame stance with high-speed rotational force. This was a crazy physical skill, exploiting the game mechanics to the limit. Poseid crouched down, clutching his throbbing arm from the sheer force of the impact. The recoil was so extreme that this massive move could only be unleashed once a match. Even so, Poseid smiled, completely convinced that the victory was already his. But wait, he didn't even notice the dark figure right behind him. Poseid turned around, his jaw dropping in absolute shock as he saw his opponent. No way, there was no way he survived that. Dohyuk replied that thanks to his opponent, he had just mastered something incredibly useful. He learned those advanced physical movements and that devastating burning wave counterattack. The opponent claimed this was completely impossible, having personally spent months mastering the technique only for Dohyuk to copy it on his first try. Dohyuk simply replied that it really wasn't that difficult to pull off. You just had to neutralize the extra strike with a burning wave. Then you use the stance recoil to teleport, but Po insisted that was impossible. Pointing to his own scars, Po argued that channeling fire energy ruins your body. But looking at Dohyuk, there wasn't a single scratch on him. Po was convinced the guy had to be using some kind of trick. But Dohyuk didn't see any issue with it and calmly explained the secret. You just have to pull your hand back right before the shockwave hits. Po thought he was talking nonsense, while the stream chat went wild. They instantly started asking for permission to use this tactic in their battles. It was like that toy crocodile game where you quickly pull your hand away. You have to retreat right before the metal jaws slam shut on you. Dohyuk demonstrated the motion a few more times to show them exactly how it worked. Do it right and you walk away taking absolutely zero damage. Dohyuk admitted he adapted some of Po's style, but now the fight resumed. Po was ready to test just how effective this new invention really was. Dohyuk agreed and immediately rushed forward, spinning in a blazing, fiery charge. A straight spear-like strike was coming, and Po was ready to dodge it. But instead of a straight pierce, he got hit by a standard kick. This was immediately followed by a burning stance, completely sealing his defense. With no room left to counter, Po was completely trapped. Another path of flames erupted, making it clear Po wouldn't survive much longer. The veteran ranker screamed in agony, unable to strike back. He felt like he had been utterly cheated by some cheap trick. The match was officially over, and victory went straight to Dohyuk, leaving Po absolutely furious. Even his loyal followers started jumping ship to support this incredible newcomer. For a veteran legend like Po, this was a complete and flawless defeat. Unable to accept such humiliation, he immediately began begging for a rematch. Dohyuk replied that he was actually having fun, so he gladly agreed. Po eagerly announced the start of their next match, ready to fight again. He immediately charged up his burning fist, but the result didn't change. In no time at all, 5 straight battles had been completed successfully. Dohyuk won every single round, leaving Po without a single victory. Stream viewers relentlessly mocked their former legendary idol. They joked that he put maximum effort into losing as perfectly as possible. Looking completely shattered, the defeated pro looked like he was about to lose his mind. Dohyuk reached out to help him up, praising his triangular kick and black flames. He sincerely thanked his opponent, saying he had learned a lot from their matches. But Po definitely did not feel the same way about him. The veteran player was left completely crushed, both morally and physically. Dohyuk quietly noted that Po would actually make an excellent hunter. His unique combat system turned out to be surprisingly deep and entertaining. His followers noticed Dohyuk was deep in thought again, but they allowed it. First the Anatolia swordsman, and now another. Dohyuk doesn't understand why his viewers keep thinking he is being sarcastic. His praise about technique and playstyle is completely sincere. The young man has no intention of mocking his opponents, but the chat wants to see their idol show some toxic gamer energy, so Dohyuk asks his opponent what his real name is. After that, the young man points directly at the screen, declaring that Po, the other player, is incredibly talented. Then he says a quick goodbye, promising a rematch, and logs out. Dohyuk heads over to his profile, fully intending to wrap things up, but his followers are practically begging him to keep playing. They want to see the next battle right away. That is when Dohyuk notices his live viewer count has jumped tenfold. It is amazing news, but somehow, despite the massive crowd, his active missions remain unchanged. There must be some kind of glitch. So Dohyuk activates cash hunt mode. His viewers immediately get the signal. Their favorite streamer absolutely loves money, and his goal is reaching the top rank. With that settled, Dohyuk agrees to keep playing. He wants to hunt down a few high-ranking veterans. He keeps grinding Altify, taking win after win. His opponents simply cannot keep up and get completely crushed. Regardless of their top ranks, titles, or hours of play, Dohyuk keeps winning. The virtual maps and opponents keep changing, but the winner stays the same. However, a brand new problem pops up. The further Dohyuk advances in matchmaking and sharpens his overall skills, the harder it becomes to find a new fight. Almost all the known masters and server gods have already been defeated, with absolutely nobody left willing to queue up against Dohyuk. His run seems over today. He is just about to exit the lobby when a direct battle request pops up. A complete stranger greets him, claiming to be searching for the legendary foreigner who recently defeated the Anatolia swordsman. This mysterious challenger goes by Suki, and he has searched the entire Korean server just to find Dohyuk. Dohyuk quickly guesses that his opponent is Japanese, sending the chat into absolute overdrive. Can our boy really defend the honor of his country? Wolfgang, whose real name is Suki, is an incredibly famous Japanese pro. He has won 2 world championships and possesses some of the best mechanics in Asia. He is a truly formidable boss. Dohyuk cannot turn down such an epic challenge. Suki is thrilled to have finally tracked down the player who defeated Anatoly. He messages him, asking to confirm if he is indeed that mystery master. If so, Suki boasts he will be the first to crush him completely. Dohyuk listens to this arrogant Japanese player, wondering whether to talk back or simply ignore Suki's trash talk altogether. Meanwhile, the stream chat suggests that Dohyuk switch up his main character. The idea instantly excites him. Because playing the exact same fighter gets boring, he starts scrolling through the game's full roster. He doesn't want to use Steve this time around, and chooses Wolfgang instead. Now, it is going to be a mirror match. This is actually Dohyuk's very first match using Wolfgang, but he plans to learn the character's moveset on the fly. Suki is completely stunned when he realizes his opponent intends to beat him in a mirror match, especially since Dohyuk doesn't even know what the basic cannon form is. Many players choose Wolfgang for his pistols, but opponents easily deflect those bullets. The shield blocks them, and the tiny damage from each shot barely registers. Multiple hits won't even scratch the opponent's HP, making this character look incredibly weak. But players are wrong. Wolfgang is not built to just waste bullets. He is a beast built for close-range pistol mastery through his pushki form. Suki was the first to unlock this secret, riding it straight to World Championship titles. If any opponent wants to avoid a complete embarrassment, they should pick another fighter. It's better to switch characters before this master makes them regret everything. Dohyuk listened calmly to his boasting rival, replying that he still wanted to try. Suki smirked, glad to show the kid the massive gap between their skill levels. As the match starts, Dohyuk immediately draws dual pistols and opens fire. Suki easily counters, effortlessly deflecting every single bullet heading his way. He mocks Dohyuk for being a terrible shot, completely unfazed by the minor damage inflicted. To Suki, those weapons felt more like toys than actual pistols. Suki smoothly weaves through the gunfire as he closes the distance. He brags that he can easily dodge these frontal shots with his eyes closed. Now he's going to teach the kid how Wolfgang is really played. The two players clash face to face, temporarily halting their gunfire. Suki gets right into his space, declaring this the first lesson of the match. To deal real damage, a player must get in close before firing. But as Suki unloads his weapons, a shocking sight stops him cold. Dohyuk blocks every single shot, even catching a few with his teeth. Defending from that distance is insane, forcing Suki to acknowledge his opponent's reflexes. The kid is decent, but Suki warns that the real match starts now. He announces the second lesson, introducing the deadly and precise true gun form. He fires point blank, but Dohyuk shifts and incredibly dodges the frontal assault. Suki misses completely. Enraged, he begins spraying relentlessly. But Dohyuk moves masterfully, sliding back to safety. He cleanly evades every single round before taking cover behind a parked car. Sitting down to catch his breath, Dohyuk mockingly asks Suki if he needs a break. The crowd knows there is no time for resting. Something insane is about to happen. Suki fires off a massive volley, initiating a heavy, high-pressure push to end this. This heavy onslaught is just the setup for his ultimate signature move. It is Wolfgang's ultimate rail gun attack, a move that should end Dohyuk. The blast would have finished him, but Dohyuk throws his car cover instead. The thrown vehicle forces Suki to react, completely throwing off his aim. Frustrated by the distraction, Suki gets hit by an even bigger surprise. Seizing his chance, Dohyuk gets right behind his rival. He fires multiple point-blank shots, casually thanking Suki for the great lesson. Delivering one last decisive blow, the system screen flashes with the winner's name. Dohyuk takes the match, leaving the entire home audience screaming in shock. Nobody had witnessed such an unbelievable stream in a very long time. Despite having zero experience with the character, Dohyuk completely dominated. He effortlessly countered Suki's ultimate form, leaving everyone in pure disbelief. This kid was not just reacting, he was predicting every single move. She blocked her opponent's moves. It was the legendary sword Princess Heron. She used to think of him as a complete loser, but now she saw him as a genius. She had to rewatch his streams. Next day, the entire gaming community only talked about Dohyuk, no ordinary player, but some kind of absolute super genius. Honestly, his viewers just couldn't get enough. Demanding non-stop action, but after defeating almost everyone, including Celestial Poe, he desperately needed a break. Dohyuk had reached a point where even facing pros was no longer fun. His growth had completely flattened out. The thrill was gone. During the flying car sequence, the match became entirely predictable, a dead roller coaster, a total bore. A truly dead ride. That was when Dohyuk decided to try another game. Since he could play Iron Fist here, things would change. He remembered Black Oak mentioning that the massive Iron Fist tournament was launching soon, with special entry slots reserved specifically for low-ranking streamers just like him. First, he had to check the sign-up requirements, the streaming hours and the rank. Before logging on, some news popped up. It was an article about a specific player. Dohyuk simply could not believe his own eyes. There was Kabna. In their past life, they fought together until the end. Now Dohyuk was looking at the great Kabna once again, the mighty dragon emperor. He had been one of the 9 legendary heroes from the final resistance force. Dohyuk clearly remembered meeting him back before the apocalypse regression. Back then, Kabna stared at the thin, frail boy, completely unable to comprehend how such a skinny kid could possibly defeat the absolute strongest warrior in their resistance. Staring at him, he felt anxious about humanity's grim future. Kabna demanded to see for himself whether the young boy actually knew how to fight. It was blatantly obvious from his intense gaze that Kabna lived only for battle. Then the psychotic Shino jumped in, wanting to fight him. He threatened to start by ripping his leg off, but Dohyuk fired right back, telling the lunatic that before that happened, he would rip his balls off. Just then, the Holy Virgin Lisa intervened, saying he trained in the martial arts of eunuchs, which was likely why he kept causing massive trouble, earning him that terrible nickname. But Chenta remarked that his label was actually because Lisa could never stop laughing whenever she spoke of him. The sweet blonde gave a pitying look, telling him there was no need to be upset. The priestess promised to heal the psycho, though she quickly added that training would never cure him. Chento advised him to just play it cool, pretending nothing had happened. Just accept it and move on. Then, a test battle was announced. Announced to begin shortly, the raging psycho took major offense at Marcus and sprinted after his fellow fighter, who clearly loved to tease the hot-headed demon. The pretty girl explained that Marcus was recently called a human prodigy. Yet right now he was acting like a complete clown. They had reached the legendary corridor of heroes, where the 9 mental projections gathered. The girl warmly welcomed the young man to the heart of the resistance, Dohyuk. Know whether to feel proud, totally confused, or deeply intrigued, the young man remarked. That in his honest opinion, the atmosphere here did not match that grandiose name, but the girl explained everyone was just feeling pretty tense. Dohyuk had no idea why they would be stressed in a moment like this. After all, this resistance was literally destined to save the entire world. Plus, they were led by legendary hunters, standing at the absolute top. Saving humanity was their ultimate calling, their grand purpose, but hold on a second. Even legendary heroes are human first, meaning they cannot be flawless all the time. Carrying the heavy weight of the future is a massive, exhausting burden. To cope with the sheer pressure, these champions sometimes need to unwind. That mental battle is a war of its own. Now, if Dohyuk passes his test, he will finally earn his spot right alongside these legendary warriors. Only then will he truly feel the crushing weight that comes with the title. That heavy burden stems from a deep, unspoken fear. Dohyuk beat his chest. He loudly declared himself the god of war and lord of murder, promising to take all their pain. Because of him, these legendary figures would never have to whine again. Kobna was absolutely pumped to fight, urging everyone to get the match started immediately. He honestly respected the rookie's sheer guts and fiery competitive spirit. Now the kid just had to prove his power matched that massive ego. Suddenly, Dohyuk watched in absolute awe as his opponent transformed into a giant dragon. It was a terrifying spectacle, marking the second supernatural encounter of his life. His first experience with the bizarre had been just as wild and unforgettable. Meanwhile, his stream viewers started spamming donations, completely confused by his sudden silence. Their favorite gamer was completely frozen on screen, looking like a statue. They naturally assumed his game crashed, or maybe something far worse. Nope, Dohyuk was just daydreaming so hard, he literally fell out of his chair. Finally snapping out of it, he quickly apologized to his chat. He blamed it on a sudden wave of old memories hitting him all at once. He even did a headstand on camera just to clear his mind. The chat laughed, praising his top-tier ability to bait donations like a pro. Either way, he desperately needed to verify if this Kobna was his old comrade. Dohyuk asked his stream chat where this wild player usually competed. The chat explained that this absolute beast, Kobna, dominated the local Iron Fist scene. He recently put on an absolute masterclass in his semi-final match against Anatoly. Hearing this, Dohyuk knew without a doubt that this was indeed his former ally. No wonder the guy crushed it in games. He was a top-tier hunter. Sure, they live in entirely different realities, making them separate people, but some things never change. In his past life, this same jerk convinced him to sign up for countless loans. All of that borrowed money was supposed to help prepare for the apocalypse. Instead, it just left modern-day Dohyuk completely drowning in endless, suffocating debt. Direct, fiery anger consumed him as he blamed his past comrade for everything. The sheer resentment was real, and he decided this new Kobna would pay the price. This alternate world version was going to take the heat for his predecessor's massive sins. Right on cue, a viewer popped up asking when the next Valhalla match starts. Turns out, a massive flame war was already raging on the community forums. Fans of Valhalla and Ultifight were absolutely tearing each other apart. Dohyuk knew that scaling the ranks in Ultifight was fast, but there was a catch. Viewer interest would plummet, so choosing Iron Fist was obviously the better call, since its massive player base would pull in tons of fresh traffic. But then again, he could not just walk away from Valhalla. The game was absolutely blowing up, bringing in serious hype and insane streaming revenue. Dohyuk completely agonized over the choice between these two massive titles. He calculated and recalculated every single option, agonizing over the risks and constantly changing his mind. Finally, he came to a decision. The young streamer slammed his fist onto the desk with absolute force, leaping to his feet. He loudly declared to his chat that if he had to choose just one single game, it would be. Of course, he knew exactly how to milk the suspense, leaving them completely hanging. He told them he would drop the final answer once he logged back into the game. The collective groan from his chat was absolutely deafening. But then his surprise Valhalla stream went live early. Dohyuk was already on horseback, casually greeting his viewers. He welcomed everyone and dropped a major announcement. Today, he was diving into Valhalla first, then hitting Ultifight to secure that top rank. His fans went wild, completely ready to camp out on his stream all day. Watching the chat explode put a massive grin on Dohyuk's face. More eyes meant more cash, and locking himself to one game would have cost him big. Why pick one when you can dominate both? He revealed he had done some serious prep work, picking up several high-reward quests right after his brutal clash with Beowulf. First up was a special mission called the Rightful Heir to the Throne. Following a brutal Viking ambush, the old king had been forced to abdicate. A greedy usurper was now trying to seize power, totally bypassing the true successor. Now the real heir was forced to fight tooth and nail to reclaim what was his. Dohyuk's job was simple: keep that young prince alive at all costs. This was a high-stakes escort mission where waves of elite assassins would strike the prince. Honestly, it would be way easier to just kill the heir and seize the throne. But Dohyuk was not that heartless. He could not betray someone begging for help. The young warrior rode hard toward Leafri's massive fortress, fully geared up for action. Though his viewers quickly warned him not to rush, as Leafri would deploy assassins. But Dohyuk just smiled, explaining that was exactly his master plan. He wanted to destroy their base directly, kind of like disabling a missile silo. Before the rockets could even launch, his audience absolutely loved the bold strategy, spamming donations to show their support as Dohyuk drew closer. The gate guards roared at him to halt immediately. Entry was strictly forbidden. They sounded the alarm and pointed their sharp spears directly at the approaching rider. Without even breaking, Dohyuk swung his heavy hatchets, instantly crushing their skulls. As he breached the front gate, the remaining defenders had never seen an enemy move this fast. Realizing the threat, they scrambled to block him, but Dohyuk charged inside like a demon. His warhorse ruthlessly trampled the front lines while he cleaved through armor with his axes. He was ready to unleash his devastating barbarian whirlwind skill, but hesitated. He remembered his stream audience was desperate to see some real close-quarters combat. So Dohyuk deactivated his weapons and decided to go completely bare-fisted. The chat could not believe their eyes as a massive pillar of red flames erupted. Enemy soldiers flew high into the sky. Nobody understood how a fire skill like this even existed in Valhalla. Panic-stricken soldiers desperately raised their heavy shields, but they weren't even hoping to attack anymore. Survival was their only goal. But soon a red hurricane of fire engulfed everything, leaving no survivors. No one could withstand that brutal combo. The spectators watched in absolute disbelief. They couldn't comprehend it. Dohyuk pushed through the fortress, stacking up bodies. He left mountains of dead behind him as followers watched him march. He strolled across the castle carpets while viewers showered him with donations. They didn't just want to watch, they wanted to predict his next move. Dohyuk stopped right in front of a massive door and addressed his audience. He told them they knew exactly how to help him advance past it. All they had to do was send a little cash his way. Talk about shameless demand, but the hype was too real to stop. Soon, money flooded the screen, and Dohyuk thanked them for the support. He claimed he just used the basic fire stance from Ultimate Fight. Swinging the doors open, the young man kicked over some nearby burning braziers. It created a brilliant flame effect, but waiting inside was a strong group. They were powerful warriors, but once everything caught fire, Dohyuk unleashed his skills. He combined different combat styles and easily crushed his foes. They rushed him anyway, desperately trying to keep him from reaching the Earl. Dohyuk just kept on fighting, calmly narrating his moves for the chat. He delivered an iron mountain strike and followed it up with a heavy swing. The enemy warriors went down like dominoes under his heavy blows. It was a blazing fast assault. The castle lord couldn't understand it. How did this barbarian dare to invade his home without a single thought? Dohyuk announced he would finish the battle using Wolfgang's special pistol. Naturally, the chat went wild since guns don't exist in Valhalla. But he actually meant his massive hand axe. He raised his favorite weapon. He finished off the final guards and cleared out the entire castle lobby. With the victory announced, another top player watched the broadcast in shock. He realized this newcomer, Dohyuk, was an absolute beast of a player. He combined flame strikes and rapid moves directly from Ultimate Fight. It was an insane strategy that seemed impossible to counter. Anatol watched. He couldn't believe someone successfully brought Ultimate Fight mechanics into Valhalla. Instantly regretting his previous boast, he declared a brand new mission. He promised his viewers he would personally hunt Dohyuk down tonight. His chat went wild, wanting their top player to maintain his crown. But deep down, Anatol was sweating bullets. His confidence was completely shattered. Still, there was no backing down now. He had to deliver. He was trapped in a corner with absolutely no way out. Meanwhile, Dohyuk didn't even take a break or change his gear. He logged right out of Valhalla and loaded up Ultimate Fight instead. He noticed the crowd reaction here was growing more intense by the day. Pulling up his profile menu, he checked the current server rankings. It turned out Dohyuk sat in 5th place on the global ladder. Poe was sitting in 2nd, while Anatol still held the top spot. Seeing this, Dohyuk smiled. This climb was going to be easy. Having already studied his key opponents, the player turned to the screen to queue up. He needed this next victory to finally climb his way into 1st place. The 4th-ranked swordswoman, Haren, immediately loaded onto the field. She proudly declared she had been training incredibly hard lately and was fully ready for their rematch. She even offered to let him strike first, radiating absolute confidence. But witnessing this extreme confidence, Dohyuk actually sensed a fatal weakness. For a brief second he sensed her fear, though Haren claimed she had prepared extensively. She had studied his Hoken inside out, warning him he would struggle. Dohyuk calmly replied that he had not been sitting around doing nothing either. And since he was facing the Sword Princess, he was not picking Hoken this time. The crowd was instantly baffled, whispering about which character he would choose. Suddenly, the entire field was bathed in a vibrant purple glow. The spectators were left stunned, while Haren was caught completely off guard. But one thing was absolutely clear: this was definitely not Wolfgang. Haren stared in sheer disbelief, visibly unhappy with his surprising character selection. Da had selected Caesar, a legendary sword dancer with deadly dual blades. You could basically call this character the male version of Haren herself. Insulted by the mirror matchup, the Sword Princess found his choice absolutely absurd. She swore to show this upstart that mastering the blade requires actual genius. With that, she immediately ignited the bright aura of her own sword. Moments later, Da received a system notification for his 5th consecutive win. Deciding he was done playing with her, he immediately queued for his next fight. The system confirmed his victory over Haren and began searching for another opponent. Soon, a terrified player named Patronu loaded onto the battlefield. Realizing his opponent, he immediately screamed that he was logging off. Da simply chuckled and greeted him, noting it had been a while. Cornered with absolutely no escape, Patronu realized he had to fight. But Da was already fully prepared for this. Patronu desperately summoned his absolute strongest character, the mighty Zodiac. Da casually scratched his head as the system confirmed yet another victory. That made 5 straight wins against Zodiac, though the guy had definitely improved. Checking his updated stats, Da saw he had already climbed to 2nd place. Without wasting any time, the player requested the next matchmaking battle. Get ready, because Anatol instantly loaded onto the field, playing as Lancer. Anatol was deeply annoyed by this coincidence on the battlefield. But seeing everyone predict his loss, he swore he had trained hard to win. Da happily welcomed his rival, excited to clash again. He admitted he had been looking forward to this rematch for quite some time. Anatol nodded grimly, stating that he had also been waiting. Yet despite his serious words, the young warrior was clearly not mentally prepared for what was coming next. Just looking at Da sent literal chills down Anatol's spine, making him tremble. But he hoped to put up a decent fight, while Da casually complimented his armor. Anatol proudly replied that he had customized the legendary skin himself. He had earned this exclusive reward for winning the global championship. In fact, he boasted a massive collection of about 10 customized champion skins. He held 3 custom skins, one for each victory, yet the pro still doubted his own skills. He constantly questioned if he could actually win, though the doubt felt pretty ridiculous. Still, he chose to ignore the odds. In battle, something else always mattered far more. To him, the absolute most important thing was standing right before his eyes. Countless fans had gathered just to see their idol, and he knew he had to deliver. He owed them everything. Before the fight, Dohyuk promised to defeat Anatol. He was claiming first place in Ultifight. The moment the round started, Anatol rushed in. Anatol launched a desperate, high-speed strike, refusing to let his opponent reach the top. He knew the climb would be brutal, but he was determined to block the way. But Dohyuk easily dodged, casually parrying the incoming blow with absolute precision. He claimed Anatol was no match for him at this tier. Unloading a devastating spinning drill technique, he rotated his heavy spear to create a powerful wall of wind. The heavy pressure forced Dohyuk to leap backward instantly. A massive flower bomb consisting of countless sharp spears was fired directly toward his position. Followers panicked for their idol, but Dohyuk easily dodged every single spear. Completely untouched, he told his viewers this move was just like the swordswoman's. Even the most violent waves cannot easily shatter a truly solid rock. Now it was time to unleash the ultimate heavy sword technique. This was a heavy sword art that no illusory blade could ever withstand. With a single blow, he could destroy massive monster armies. Anatol panicked, genuinely terrified by this completely impossible move. It was pure madness, a blow so strong it shattered all laws of physics. The crowd immediately realized that Caesar could never perform this skill. Dohyuk had invented it by combining his own unique style. He adapted Wolfgang's fast technique, swapping pistols for a heavy sword. The duel was far from over. Everyone in the chat was absolutely glued to the screen. Anatol completely stopped checking the chat, as the mocking comments only made things worse. Gritting his teeth, Anatol declared he would launch a massive counterattack. Dohyuk actually supported him, asking his chat to stop mocking his rival. He explained that most players would completely freeze up under this kind of pressure. The fact that Anatol could even react proved he was a highly skilled opponent. But the toxic chat kept trolling, claiming Anatol was just flailing in panic. Dohyuk quickly shut them down, insisting he was being totally genuine with his praise. Right then, the system announced that the damaged arena was fully repaired. With the stage reset, Dohyuk casually invited Anatol to go another round. With the crowd watching, Anatol could not back down from the challenge. Everyone expected him to prove his rank, forcing him to accept. Instantly, the arena erupted into a chaotic storm of non-stop explosions. It turned into a total beatdown, with Anatol serving as a literal punching bag. He collapsed onto the ground, flooded with mocking texts about his crushing defeat. The young pro lay there completely broken, both physically and mentally drained. He stared blankly, unable to comprehend why his gameplay had failed so miserably. Just then, the updated server ranks popped up with some shocking new statistics. While Anatol plummeted down to 8th place, massive news swept the entire community. Dohyuk had just made a major, game-changing official announcement. He was going to clear Iron Fist, the goal, first place in the world. With everyone obsessed with this news, fans started betting on how far Dohyuk would actually go. Meanwhile, Anatol tried to make sense of it all. Just a single day ago, he would have sworn that Dohyuk was bound to start strong. Everyone has a limit. Still, he proved his genius in Ultimate Fight, but Iron Fist is packed with absolute beasts just like him. Take Kaba, a legendary South African player who crushed the competition and won 2 world titles in his first year, but now nobody is sure. Nobody was quite so certain anymore. It was clear that Dohyuk could conquer not just Iron Fist, but basically any other major game out there. Could a single player truly dominate multiple competitive scenes at the exact same time? People were dying to see how far Dohyuk could push his limits alone. Dohyuk suddenly started a surprise stream and logged straight into the game. Fans immediately started guessing his next move, but he teased that he might take on Valhalla later, or maybe just take a quick break from it entirely. Plus, he already conquered Ultifight, meaning it was officially time for a brand new challenge. He set his sights on the legendary fighting game Iron Fist to test his skills. Staring at the screen, Dohyuk realized he needed to pick a proper in-game name. He wanted to use his classic name, I Think So, but it was already taken. Too many players used it. He just had to accept that harsh reality. The price of fame, right? Our guy decided to try a clever workaround. He combined his classic name with Iron Fist, and the system accepted it. Once the game finished loading, Dohyuk stepped straight into the virtual arena. He picked a fighter named Kyujo, instantly hyping up his watching fans. They truly believed he was about to write a whole new chapter of gaming history. First, he had to pick a mode: story, online play, or offline matchups. His chat immediately started buzzing about a hidden story quest, an Easter egg that even Anatol and Poe could not uncover. Dohyuk decided to leave the story campaign for another time and dive straight into ranked matchmaking. Cue popped, the game started searching for an opponent. In every home, viewers sat glued to their screens. Nobody wanted to miss it. It was completely unreal. 10 consecutive wins. Their minds were blown by his talent. He checked the forums, wondering why everyone was so incredibly hyped. Even professional players from Ultifight were migrating over to watch him. They could not believe some random newcomer was suddenly crushing everyone in Iron Fist. Among those watching was Akuma, a pro player whose teammate confirmed the insane hype. Akuma just could not understand why everyone was making a fuss. Being good at Ultifight does not mean you can just conquer Iron Fist. The microcontrol system and mechanical skills required are on a different level. People act like being a good cyclist makes you a master tank driver. His teammate admitted that he felt the same way until he saw Dohyuk play. This player is unreal. He said nothing more, letting his friend see for himself. He would find out soon enough. Meanwhile, Poe told them he was going to practice in full dive mode and would wait for Akuma inside the game. Akuma wondered if this newcomer could actually stand on equal footing with the top pros. It seemed absolutely impossible. Akuma made up his mind to show this newcomer who was boss. He wanted to prove that Ultifi and Iron Fist were two completely different games. Meanwhile, the total destruction continued as his 18th opponent in a row fell. The chat complained it looked way too easy. Dohyuk actually started worrying that his followers might lose interest in his streams. He quickly queued up for a new match, hoping to draw a truly strong opponent. Right on cue, a legendary challenger appeared on his screen, the Demon King, Akuma. This guy had never lost a single match, holding a rank equal to a heavenly god. The chat instantly erupted with hype. Finally, they were getting a real, serious showdown. This would be a serious test, but the heavenly god was slightly ranked below the absolute highest, most dangerous tier in the game. Even so, nobody in the audience had ever heard of this nickname, Akuma. It turned out to be an alternate account of a famous pro player hiding his identity. He swapped names back and forth, hiding under his aliases. Beating him would push Dohyuk to a whole new level. But Akuma was determined to completely crush the kid whom no one could stop. Aiming for a lightning-fast victory, the pro player locked in and took his stance. He instantly sent a match invite, ready to start. Meanwhile, viewers commented that high-level play required mastering the lightning god technique. It is a notoriously hard skill, used strictly by pro players. Dohyuk scanned the chat and saw his fans suggesting he play as the Demon King. He loved the idea and immediately decided to give it a shot. Swapping his character right away, he aimed to directly counter his opponent. As the match loaded, Dohyuk prepared to test out this brand new lightning technique. Akuma absolutely could not believe his eyes and stared at the screen, stunned. He began shaking with pure rage, convinced that this rookie was openly mocking him. Dohyuk quickly clarified that he was not laughing, claiming he just wanted to learn. He even called Akuma his teacher. With that, Akuma snapped and rushed forward. The veteran screamed that the kid would regret making fun of him. But Dohyuk was totally relaxed, barely dodging a sudden strike from behind. He let out a laugh, then suddenly stopped as he noticed something crucial. The angry pro was losing his cool, leaving himself wide open to counterattacks. Dohyuk spun around and struck, but Akuma managed to flash away like lightning. Realizing his opponent was incredibly fast, Dohyuk carefully planned his next moves. He activated the lightning god technique, moving with absolute blinding speed. Seeing this, Akuma immediately retaliated by throwing a massive bolt of lightning. Hold on, the viewers gasped in horror, realizing what was coming. Dohyuk took the hit, but managed to raise his guard just in time. He leaped back, realizing he was still clumsy with these fresh combat mechanics. A basic mistake had been made, but he promised it would not happen again. Now he announced the real battle was finally about to begin. Sparks erupted everywhere. Akuma closely watched his opponent, analyzing his playstyle. He figured the kid relied entirely on brute strength, and his scouting was done. It was time to end this. Akuma boasted that the kid would not even touch him. With a smirk, he unleashed the Demon King's ultimate high-speed technique. He used a technique to spawn multiple ghost clones, but Dohyuk remained completely unfazed. Instantly spotting the real fighter in the crowd, he grabbed Akuma by the shoulder. He claimed he saw through the plan. First, Dohyuk wanted some payback. He needed to return the favor to his opponent. With that, the young man unleashed a devastating skill. It was the lightning fist explosion, a lethal strike only a fallen god could ever use. The clones scattered in every direction, leaving only the real Akuma on the field. Dohyuk announced he wanted to celebrate his arrival. He decided to test out his devastating Iron Mountain strike. This move was on another level. It was a strike faster than lightning, launching the player forward like a human rocket. His opponent did not even have time to blink before the attack hit him. He was already lying motionless on the floor. Meanwhile, a major tournament was wrapping up in Japan. This took place at the famous Japanese Iron Fist Arena, where the finals were winding down. The crowd held its breath as the grand champion was finally about to be crowned. To the absolute delight of the screaming fans, a player named Suki claimed the championship cup. Standing on the stage next to the host, Suki was praised for his god-tier skills. He was head and shoulders above everyone else, leaving the audience begging for his secret. Everyone wanted to know how he did it. Suki hesitated for a moment before speaking. He revealed that his secret was actually a legendary Korean player named Dohyuk. Facing him in Ultifight was an absolute wake-up call, as Dohyuk blocked everything. After that brutal loss, Suki obsessively rewatched their match footage over and over. He analyzed every single move, which eventually led him to winning this trophy. Suki felt as if Master Dohyuk had personally trained him through that single battle. After mastering those techniques, Suki picked the dual-wielding ninja character named Hadori. Armed with 2 swords, he completely dominated his opponents to take the tournament victory. Even so, Suki knew he could never share this secret on stage. With the tense political rivalry between their countries, people would react badly. He might be branded a traitor, so he gave a classic PR response instead. He thanked the supportive crowd, his team, and credited his own hard work. He threw in some fluff about always wanting to learn new things. Then the host dropped a bomb, announcing streamers would compete at the next EVO. It was going to be a unique challenge, featuring a legendary rising star. The monstrously strong rookie, Shinjiro, was set to make his grand debut there. The host asked Suki if he had heard the news, which left Suki absolutely horrified. Letting casual streamers crash such a massive, high-stakes debut felt like pure madness. Suki thought it was total idiocy, because it practically guaranteed a certain monster would show up. If Dohyuk entered this tournament, his presence would throw the entire scene into chaos. Honestly, letting him join would be like summoning an actual demon lord to Earth. The host looked completely baffled by Suki's sudden panic. Meanwhile, Dohyuk was offline. He had not even logged in yet, but a massive crowd of fans was already waiting. They were obsessed with his recent Iron Fist victories and dying to hear his thoughts. Dohyuk already knew about the upcoming streamer event thanks to a heads-up. Anatol had spilled the beans earlier, but Dohyuk had promised to keep it quiet. So the young man started playing dumb, acting like he barely knew what was happening. He shrugged it off as just another casual exhibition match for content creators. Of course, his chat did not buy it for a second, knowing he was way too good. He is an elite fighter, but utterly incapable of lying. He simply cannot fake anything. When fans asked if a streamer tournament win meant he would go to EVO, Dohyuk gave a straight answer, absolutely, because he has one major goal. He wants to crush Kobna. Naturally, the fans are already losing their minds. First, Dohyuk has to secure first place in the Iron Fist tournament. He jumps online, completely determined to demolish everyone in his way. His only goal is reaching the peak rank at lightning speed. Meanwhile, over in Johannesburg, Kobna is relaxing in his apartment. A girl is waiting for him, wondering why he is taking so long. Finally, the champion sighs, slowly moving his hand after an intense session. Turns out his ear just itched, and he scratched it way too hard. This guy is known as the ultimate monster in the fighting scene. Kobna has dominated the Iron Fist World Championship time and time again. She teases him, saying an itchy ear means someone is talking about him. It is a classic old superstition, but he is not buying it. Kobna scoffs, calling it absolute garbage because he does not believe in myths. She laughs, finding it hilarious coming from a guy with his background. Especially since he once claimed he was destined to save the world. He does not argue, remembering his grandmother, a revered shaman of his tribe. She was an albino, just like his parents, which brought them endless trouble. Ruthless hunters captured his parents, but his grandmother managed to run. She saved the boy, but Kobna rarely talks about that dark past. Still, the memories linger, especially the heavy prophecy she once laid on him. She foretold he would witness the end and rise as a true hero. Every tragedy he faced was apparently designed to build his inner strength. Fueled by his parents' tragic end, Kobna believed her and trained relentlessly. Soon, his body and mind were forged into a weapon. But right when he felt ready, his grandmother delivered a shocking twist. She suddenly claimed the prophecy of him saving the world was cancelled. Instead, her final warning was to beware the one who cuts lightning. To this day, Kobna has no idea what that warning means. Her parting words became a heavy, haunting shadow over his entire life. Shaking off the memory, he snaps back to the present moment. He tells the girl they need to discuss some serious business. She looks at him with a mix of curiosity and exhaustion. Kobna drops a bombshell. The upcoming Iron Fist tournament will be his last. He originally joined the game, searching for worthy competitors to challenge him. But now the champion is completely bored out of his mind. No one can survive his overwhelming pressure anymore, which ruins the fun. He misses that pure, trembling thrill of facing a genuinely dangerous rival. He is convinced all those rumors about high-tier players were lies. Because of that, he has made up his mind to retire. Once this final event ends, he is moving on to other games. Meanwhile, Dohyuk secures another clean victory in his online ranked match. He smiles, realizing some of these players are actually putting up a fight. For instance, he wiped out the national champion in one hit using his own rival's signature club. By now, Dohyuk had climbed all the way to the Divine Throne tier in just 2 days, kickstarting his absolute reign as a god. He was thrilled by how insanely fast he was climbing toward the ultimate top. With first place so close, Dohyuk had the system roll his next match. He wanted some real experience, and the computer immediately paired him up. A brand new target spawned on the field, a genuine god-tier pro named Masamune. The guy behind the avatar was Shinjiro, self-proclaimed royalty of the Japanese scene, who closely followed the path of their legendary top-ranking champion, Suki. Suki had actually warned Shinjiro and the rest of the team about this guy. He knew Dohyuk would soon eclipse Anatoly, so avoiding him was their safest bet. Driven by curiosity, Shinjiro tuned into the stream and immediately saw the truth. Those warnings were dead on. The moment Dohyuk queued up, the slaughter began. He was absolutely obliterating high-ranked players left and right, yet Shinjiro kept cool. He trusted his own immense skill, viewing this sudden matchup as basic reconnaissance. Before the official streamer tournament kicked off, he had to test this legend himself. Shinjiro made it clear that only the last man standing represents true strength. He was ready to prove his absolute superiority to the entire world right now. Dohyuk watched him with genuine interest, thrilled to finally face a decent challenger. He even politely asked the kid to hang in there for as long as possible. If the battle wrapped up in seconds, Dohyuk would miss out on some sweet donations. Honestly, at this point in his streaming career, cash was his only real motivation. Shinjiro managed to deflect the first incoming strike with his blade. He swiftly countered, completely disarming his opponent in a flash. Dohyuk seemed totally vulnerable, sending a wave of panic straight through his chat. Everyone desperately hoped their favorite streamer wouldn't get wiped out live, but Dohyuk laughed it off, telling them he was fine as he slipped behind his foe. Shock hit Shinjiro as he realized his blade had only slashed an afterimage clone. Dohyuk grinned, confirming his trick with a heavy punch that disarmed the swordsman. He followed up with a spinning throw, leaving Shinjiro absolutely stunned. He had to admit Dohyuk was a true master of the weaponless Mutadori style. Wanting to know who taught him this, Shinjiro asked, Dohyuk, being a nice guy, never kept secrets and was happy to share his knowledge with anyone. He instantly revealed that he learned this from the ultimate holy swordswoman, Tiburon, one of the famous 9 heroes. Every single move he used originated from her secret style. When Shinjiro asked why she was called a holy swordswoman instead of the goddess of swords with that insane power, Dohyuk explained her simple response: the god of swords title was already claimed. Meanwhile, the specific strikes and sweeping throws Shinjiro was using right now looked suspiciously identical to those very same moves from the legendary swordswoman. Shinjiro countered, stating those techniques belonged exclusively to his own family style. He demanded to know who passed them down to Dohyuk, but our streamer had no intention of spilling the truth. He offered a deal, block this, and he talks. Dohyuk fell into a stance that instantly sent chills down the Japanese pro's spine. There was no mistaking it. His clan's most heavily guarded secret was on full display. Against him, Shinjiro was so incredibly confused that he couldn't even defend himself. He instantly recognized that the legendary secret technique called Moonlight was currently being unleashed against him. Who actually taught it to this skilled Korean player remained a complete and absolute mystery. Dohyuk won again, leaving the entire stunned crowd utterly thrilled by his amazing performance. Shinjiro stood there completely frustrated, unable to comprehend who this opponent really was. Dohyuk realized his opponent instantly recognized the legendary Moonlight style. This reaction confirmed his guess was correct. Meanwhile, Shinjiro kept desperately trying to figure out who Dohyuk was. Dohyuk replied that it didn't matter, then asked a question. Did Shinjiro have a pretty older sister? Shinjiro was absolutely furious at the personal question. He refused to discuss his family, but the crowd immediately started mocking him. They joked that since he was a pretty boy, he must have a beautiful little sister. Dohyuk realized his question sounded incredibly wrong, and trust me, it was pretty suggestive indeed. It sounded like he was demanding her presence, so Dohyuk quickly tried to clarify things. The other players kept laughing about the ridiculous older sister joke. For a while, though, no real details were shared, right at that exact moment. Over in Japan, heavy panting and the sounds of intense physical training echoed through a house. Someone was pushing their limits, honing their combat skills. A young girl, dressed in traditional robes, was practicing her swordsmanship with intense focus. She was mastering a deadly new form, taking exactly half a step to the right side. She would gather power into the steel, a technique where moonlight envelops the entire world, slicing through absolutely everything with one single blow. She unleashed her strike, cleaving all the training dummies in half, yet she still wasn't completely satisfied. She realized she needed to relax her wrist muscles more, quietly examining her freshly sliced targets. 2 of them were shattered into multiple pieces, but the last cut wasn't perfect. Family legends claimed that the legendary first head of their clan could split massive boulders and fell entire forests with a single sword strike. It was legendary power. But suddenly, a quiet shadow fell across the entrance of the training hall. Her younger brother, Tiba Shinjiro, a direct descendant of their legendary ancestor, quickly ran inside. He knew his sister was incredibly strict and hated being interrupted during her practice. She immediately pointed her sharp blade at him, sternly reminding him never to disturb her. This was Ren. She wielded her blade even better than their older brother, who was widely considered the absolute strongest in the Tiba family. Shinjiro calmly nudged her sharp blade aside and asked if she had secretly taught anyone their secret moonlight technique. Ren found the mere suggestion to be highly offensive. She warned him that if he seriously wanted to fight, he better put on some armor. Shinjiro knew exactly how terrifying his sister could be when provoked. He immediately began to frantically deny everything, insisting that he did not mean it that way. He knew she couldn't possibly know Dohyuk, making everything even more confusing. Why did that mysterious online player move exactly like a master of the Tiba family style? And why did Dohyuk talk like he knew his sister? Shinjiro decided to investigate, asking Ren to follow him outside to see something incredible. Meanwhile, Dohyuk continued his absolute dominance in the Iron Fist tournament. Watching his flawless movements, the crowd knew the legendary Lightning God technique was completely finished. It stood absolutely no chance against the overwhelming, godlike virtual fighting skills that Dohyuk unleashed. The system announced victory. His rank just shot up to true god. Getting a massive promotion mid-game like this was almost unheard of. Right in the middle of a match, Dohyuk turned to his chat and announced he was wrapping up. He apologized for logging off, but his chat instantly panicked. They figured their favorite streamer was just setting them up to beg for donations. But he quickly shut that down. He was not that guy. He had things to take care of, but then several massive donations popped up. That cash instantly flipped his mood. Round 2 was officially on. Time for the stream's second half. With his new True God rank, Dohyuk was soaring. In just a few days, he would qualify for the international tournament. Dohyuk wondered if swordplay was the only option, or if other games were allowed. After getting his answer, it was time to start his planned event. He booted up the game he had been planning for the second half. The computer loaded the title, dragging him into a brutal world of Norse myths. He materialized right in the middle of a brutal and savage Viking territory. This was Valhalla Rising. Dohyuk had not played in days and missed it. But for this mission, he decided to bring a weapon along, just one simple blade. No legendary epic sword here, just a cheap kitchen knife stolen from a restaurant. His chat immediately joked that he was about to start cooking food in-game. But Dohyuk did not even have time to reply before trouble showed up on his screen. A hostile unit was heading straight for him, kicking up dust in the distance. They were fully armored knights on horseback, wielding long, heavy iron spears. They were incredibly tough. Heavy shield-bearers marched right behind them, bracing for impact. They raised their massive shields, slowly starting to squeeze Dohyuk back. The cavalry did not wait around, they charged straight in. They were eager to spill blood for their lord, standing against those massive iron spears. And get this, against those massive iron spears, he only had a basic kitchen knife. Naturally, the horsemen lunged forward like starved wolves, but Dohyuk did not flinch. He stayed cool, diving right under the horses and slashing wildly with his blade. His cheap knife sliced clean through armored hands, severing weapons and limbs alike. Riders tumbled from their mounts, leaving a trail of limbs in the dirt. It did not take long for that terrifying cavalry charge to completely fall apart. All thanks to one cheap kitchen knife and some elite gaming skills. The foot soldiers hesitated, absolutely terrified as their elite cavalry was wiped out. Dohyuk had already cleared out dozens, but decided to end this with style. His viewers held their breath, waiting for his signature move. The shield-bearers charged forward anyway, locking their heavy defense into a tight wall. Dohyuk unleashed his moonlight slash, slicing right through the approaching soldiers. He cut their heavy shields and bodies in half, wiping the squad in one hit. It was an insane display, and his chat absolutely exploded with pure hype. Suddenly, a game system notification popped up, quest complete. The rightful heir to the throne quest was finished. Dohyuk was completely baffled. He was supposed to guide some random Viking to the crown. Why was it already over? Apparently, the enemy faction just forfeited after watching their entire elite army get sliced to pieces. Rumors of a terrifying, legendary new Viking immediately began spreading across the kingdom. Meanwhile, over in Japan, the powerful Tiba family was watching his every move. Dohyuk was convinced they had just seen his family's secret moonlight technique. But Jayan pointed out that it wasn't quite their technique. There was a slight difference. True moonlight relies entirely on extreme speed. This player used raw power instead, forging a direct path to the top. But combining that peak path with high-speed moonlight, that was exactly what she wanted. Curiosity completely piqued. She was suddenly hooked on the game. Dohyuk was stunned when she asked him to teach her the ropes. Usually, he would beg his sister to join him in a match. But she always brushed him off, saying she had to focus on her training. When Dohyuk asked what changed, Jayan smiled. She had finally found her path. The true path of her sword. The next day, the siblings were out on the street. Dohyuk really doubted his sister knew where they were going. But Jayan confidently insisted she knew exactly where they were headed, even though they had been lost with a map for a whole hour. He suddenly remembered her talking about some beautiful, young female YouTuber. But Jayan shook her head. Her brother got it all wrong. In reality, she was actually talking about some guy this whole time. Finally, they arrived at the exact spot they had been hunting for. Turns out they had a meeting scheduled here. Jayan peeked inside the cafe. Scanning the room for their contact, she waved and called out to him. It had been a while. The guy immediately waved back at them. Then Dohyuk froze in shock. His sister had brought him to meet Jagal Min. The big-eared kid himself immediately recognized his savior. He asked what Dohyuk was doing there. Dohyuk slowly turned to his sister. Dohyuk asked if she seriously brought him here to meet this big-eared kid. Jagal Min immediately started rambling. Why did his savior leave so quickly last time? He had not even gotten the chance to thank him for saving his life. Ever since that day, the kid had thought about him constantly. Desperate to show his gratitude, he looked up at his idol with pure admiration. He babbled about searching for him everywhere, praising Dohyuk's unreal strength. The kid suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his savior in a massive hug. He said this was exactly what he needed. Jayan watched, completely horrified. She wondered if they were dating, or did they just really love each other. Seriously, can you blame him? Hearing her wild theory, Dohyuk shoved him away. But Jagal Min kept shouting his adoration. That very night, Dohyuk went live. It was time for another surprise stream of his favorite game, Iron Fist. He addressed his fans, making a quick confession before anyone else could leak it. Dohyuk revealed that since so many people wanted to watch his early games, he had finally decided to launch his very own YouTube channel. Now all his walkthroughs would be there. Fans immediately flooded the chat. Many had already stumbled upon it. The upload quality was incredibly high. It was instantly obvious that Dohyuk had hired a professional editor. Just the day before, Jagal Min had made a massive scene in public. He begged Dohyuk to become his master, but they eventually cleared things up. They agreed that the kid would work as his personal video editor instead. Video editor, in return, Dohyuk promised to train him right after the YouTube promo finished up. Dohyuk announced his next big move. He was gearing up for an upcoming streamer tournament and needed to grind his rank. Meanwhile, over in the Japanese server, Shinjiro was locked in a brutal match. Playing Iron Fist, he took a devastating hit and was forced to back off. He couldn't believe how insanely fast his opponent was, his own little sister. There was no way this was her first time playing a virtual fighting game. Real-life sword skills shouldn't transfer to a controller, yet she was absolutely dominating. She effortlessly parried his strike and launched a lightning-fast counterattack of her own. She did it without using game mechanics, leaving Ren completely confused by the term. He had never once managed to defeat his sister in real life before. He desperately wanted to win just once in-game before explaining how mechanics worked. But giving up on that dream, he decided to break down how Iron Fist operates. Using the game system's mechanics allows the engine to automatically correct and guide your movements. Ren curiously asked if he had been relying on those assist systems himself. When he admitted he did, she just scoffed at the whole concept. She unleashed a flurry of unblockable manual strikes. Shinjiro tried to explain that even with assists, it wasn't easy. But he quickly realized his sister was completely ignoring him. Utterly speechless, he just stared at her in complete disbelief. Months of intense practice, copied on her very first try. Suki had mentioned that natural prodigies existed, and here was one right before him. Seeing his sister pull off those moves made him realize what true genius meant. He simply had no way to explain it other than calling her highly gifted. It was pure, terrifying talent. Days flew by in a blur after that match. Finally, the highly anticipated Iron Fist streamer tournament was ready to kick off. The intense qualifiers had wrapped up, leaving only the grand finals for Dohyuk. Dohyuk bypassed the qualifiers entirely, invited directly as a special seed. He had climbed straight to the top rank without dropping a single match. The high praise made him blush, but he was focused on the bracket matchups. The host took the stage, ready to reveal who would face off first. But first, she introduced a special guest, the undisputed king of Japanese fighting games. The crowd roared as the legendary Suki walked out under the lights. He quickly revealed he wouldn't be competing today, choosing a different role. He would analyze the tournament as a commentator. The host quickly asked him for predictions. She wanted his expert opinion on who would take home the championship trophy. Everyone had their eyes on the rising star, Dohyuk, after his insane streak. Suki played it safe and picked Shinjiro as the favorite to win. He couldn't bring himself to openly hype up Dohyuk on a live broadcast. Trying to dodge any drama, Suki laughed it off and tried not to overhype anyone. He didn't want to add unnecessary pressure, opting to keep his real thoughts secret. With the banter out of the way, the host officially began the matchups. First up, Japan's own star, Shinjiro, was slated for a tough opening fight. He was matched against the legendary sword princess, Haran. The second match looked intense. The special guest seed, Dohyuk, was scheduled to face off against a fierce rival. Seeing the draw, Dohyuk knew a wild fight with Xiao Long was coming. It was Shinjiro versus Haran, then the system pinged. Dohyuk got his invitation and happily jumped right into the match. He entered the bracket and waited as the system prepared the arena. The game placed him on the Chinese map Watchtower. Soon his opponent arrived, a high-ranking player holding the Heavenly God title. This guy immediately started complaining that he wanted to fight Shinjiro instead. He hated getting some random streamer from an obscure country. Xiao Long picked up his teacup and bragged about how quickly he would win. He claimed he would finish this fight before his tea even got cold. Dohyuk just smiled, took his stance, and gestured for him to attack. He absolutely demolished the guy before Zio Long could even react. Talk about a total shutdown, the tea was still steaming hot. The chat erupted in pure joy because their favorite streamer delivered. The tea was still burning hot, and now Dohyuk sat back to wait for his next match. He was pretty curious to see how the Sword Princess was doing. Turned out she completely dominated Shinjiro, leaving her ecstatic Korean fans shouting in joy. They even called her the top student of Master Dohyuk. That weird title did not fit her elegant vibe at all, but she did not care. She believed the finals should be between her and Dohyuk. Beating him would finally prove to everyone that she was the absolute best. Once the virtual stage cleared, it was time for her next matchup. Heron was matched up against a quiet player named Masamune. Masamune only had 16 wins to her name, meaning she was fairly new. The newcomer was pretty cute, quickly winning over the chat. Heron scoffed, fully believing she was the prettiest girl in the gaming world. She was incredibly vain and refused to let anyone steal her spotlight. She kept chatting with her fans, soaking in all their compliments. Heron bragged about how athletic, smart, and gorgeous she truly was. Masamune patiently waited, letting Heron make a total fool of herself. Soon enough, Heron realized she needed to actually focus on the match. She casually apologized to her rival for keeping her waiting. She claimed her fans just loved her too much to ignore. Masamune stood there perfectly calm, completely unfazed by all the arrogance. When the start signal finally flashed, Heron lunged forward with everything she had. Masamune casually deflected every single strike without breaking a sweat. This threw Heron off, as she did not expect such clean defense. She tried to regain control, struggling to keep up her offense. Heron yelled that she was not the only one who could block. The duel looked like a beautifully choreographed dance of flashing blades. Heron silently admitted that this newcomer was actually highly skilled. Just as she prepared her ultimate move, Masamune decided to end it. With a single, devastating moonbeam strike, she completely shattered Heron's hopes. No one saw that coming. The Japanese swordswoman secured an instant victory. She won but quietly noted that her reaction times still needed work. She struggled to reach the second and even third moon, still she knew she was nowhere near Dohyuk's level. Before long, Dohyuk managed to defeat Stormy Knight. It was a tough fight, but our young challenger steadily clawed his way to the finals. Word spread fast. Dohyuk had crushed Zaolong before his hot tea could even cool. Next came an easy win over Rock, a stubborn climber representing Tibet. The guy loved the Rocky Mountains, but the semifinals were next, and Dohyuk faced Stormy Knight from Jeju Island. He was another elite-level powerhouse. But Dohyuk proudly claimed the very first slot in the grand finals. Now he waited. The other semifinal bracket was wrapping up, deciding his final opponent. The hype was unreal. Everyone was dying to know who would survive, who would stand at the top and snatch that golden ticket to the EVO tournament. The crucial moment arrived. The crowd held their breath as the second finalist emerged. The winner standing before Dohyuk and the screaming crowd was a mysterious Japanese player. Going by the name Masamune, this unknown rookie had just brutally knocked out Shinjiro. Dohyuk locked eyes with his opponent, instantly recognizing the girl. Masamune greeted him warmly, admitting she had been looking forward to this long-awaited battle. Her real name was Tiberin, sister to Shinjiro, whom Dohyuk had recently faced. Looking at her, he realized his gut feeling had been spot on. She was indeed Tiberin, one of the legendary 9 heroes destined to shape the future. Gorgeous, incredibly strong, and fiercely brave she was. The ultimate monster slayer, the holy swordswoman Tiberin. During a rare break from their intense battles, they once shared a quiet conversation. Tiberin asked him what he would do once their chaotic world finally returned to normal. Dohyuk, busy roasting monster meat over a crackling campfire, shrugged. He admitted he hated crowds, planning to escape to the quiet mountains or live near the ocean just to fish. Tiberin countered that she absolutely hated seafood, specifically the awful smell of it. Dohyuk completely missed the hint, simply handing her a freshly roasted piece of meat instead. This monster meat was perfectly prepared. He was actually a decent home cook, but he was also completely dense when it came to reading a beautiful girl's subtle signals. He assumed she was just speaking in riddles. Tiberin then promised that if they lost tomorrow and Dohyuk had to activate his regression stone, he must teach her the ultimate sword style they had perfected together in the past life. She even whispered a strange comment about children, mentioning her future daughter and son. Dohyuk could barely make sense of her highly cryptic words back then. But he clearly remembered her emotions. Tiberin was deeply frustrated that her swordplay had hit a wall, begging him to guide her path. Now that fated day had finally arrived, Dohyuk asked if she was the one who gave him the hidden sword quest. Tiberin nodded but wanted to test his current skills first. Dohyuk smiled and readily agreed, promising he had developed something special just for her new character. Dropping into a ready stance, he playfully invited her to come at him. Dohyuk offered her the first strike, letting her move whenever she felt ready. The grand match was officially announced, and Tiberin immediately bolted forward like a flash of lightning, but Dohyuk, of course. Dohyuk parried her strike, telling her she needs to be faster in a one-on-one. Every strike must be instant. After that, their blades clash once again. Their weapons collide repeatedly, but Dohyuk parries each blow. Still, Taran presses forward. She strikes again but feels zero resistance. Instantly, Taran realizes she just sliced a clone. Right then, Dohyuk materializes directly behind his opponent. He looms there like a ghost. He appeared out of nowhere, but he fails to land a fatal blow on her. Taran reacts with lightning speed, leaping backward at the very last possible second. She knows she barely survived that exchange, but a miss is still a miss. Dohyuk admits she successfully broke through his guard to parry his rapid assault. But she let her guard down at the end, costing her the match. Some might assume this is her peak, but she saw through his technique. She wanted to analyze Dohyuk's real form without exposing her own sword's power. Taran desperately wants to study his moves, yet she refuses to reveal her blade's secret. Her extreme confidence backfired, leaving her standing on the absolute brink of total humiliation. Shamed, Taran drops to her knees to commit seppuku, but Dohyuk quickly intervenes. He stops her blade, telling her there is no need to be so brutal. Dohyuk cannot comprehend why she takes every single mistake so deeply to heart. After all, humans are allowed to fail, but his words leave Taran utterly baffled. How could this player read her so perfectly, especially her deepest, unspoken insecurities? Dohyuk realizes he slipped up and blurted out far too much personal information. He quickly backpedals, claiming he simply made a logical guess based on past opponents. Taran stares at him as a wild, romantic theory suddenly takes over her mind. Could this be her dream husband, the strong warrior destined to cherish her forever? Why else would he memorize her every move unless he was deeply obsessed? Taran always wanted a man stronger than herself, but this is moving incredibly fast. They literally just met, and now he is already holding her hand so intimately. It feels so rushed, yet Dohyuk does not even get a chance to explain. Taran blushes and nods, agreeing to have exactly one son and one daughter. Dohyuk stands completely bewildered, having no clue how they leaped to family planning. It is exactly like their past encounter, except this happens to be their final showdown. Taran bows to her opponent, apologizing for her completely unprofessional behavior mid-fight. She let her personal feelings distract her, which dishonors the true way of the warrior. Taran gazes at Dohyuk with absolute adoration, thrilled by his unbreakable focus. Even now, he only thinks of combat, proving he is a worthy master. Dohyuk realizes he just got unofficially engaged. Wait, how did that even happen? Taran declares that a true warrior must face their rival with absolute sincerity. She prepares to unleash the absolute pinnacle of her legendary sword style. Dohyuk accepts her challenge, instantly bracing himself to block whatever comes his way. Taran unleashes her moon strikes in rapid succession, first, second, and third. She finishes with a fourth blast, causing the entire room to explode into smoke. They sit amidst the rubble, coughing up thick dust inside the ruined structure. Taran looks at him, knowing things turned out exactly as she wanted. Dohyuk took her full combination head-on, completely unscathed by her ultimate moves. Spectators roar with relief, celebrating that their favorite champion survived the blast. Dohyuk looks back at her, ready to deliver his final words of the match. He had now seen all her skills, and her last attack showed how hard she had. Trained, Tiberin knew that it was now her opponent's turn to strike. Expecting the absolute worst, Dohyuk leveled his sword and announced he would show off the technique he created during the meteor shower. It is like throwing the moon, a style combining the essence of heavy and soft sword arts, Dohyuk explained. Tiberin watched with intense focus. She memorized every movement. Dohyuk continued, explaining the exact physical principle behind the strike, and told her the exact name he Named this move, it was Falling Moon, a devastating skill that illuminated the entire arena, shattering the stage too. Smithereens, commentators on the scene were absolutely shocked. To them this was overkill. Tiburon wanted to ask Suki, the game connoisseur, if performing such a move was even realistic. Suki believed that theoretically, if the player did not use the auto-assist of the system, still, what they saw went beyond normal boundaries. The co-host kept analyzing. After all, Kabna had demonstrated similar explosive power in the previous tournament. Suki recalled that this was exactly the case with Kabna's massive blast known as the Tunguska Flash. This meant Dohyuk could easily match the best Iron Fist player Kabna. Suki hoped to see them face off in the Grand EVO tournament. Just like that, the system announced the final match was over. Dohyuk and Tiburon's battle had ended, and nobody doubted who the winner was. Dohyuk had secured 3 straight, crushing victories in a row, officially crowning him champion of the streamer tournament. Dohyuk raised his sword, saluting the cheering crowd as if saying, "Pay up, go ahead and transfer those stream donations." Finally, this big day was over. Tomorrow meant preparing for more brutal tournament prep. Inside the gym, right next to Heavy barbells, sweat dripped as Dohyuk trained. He pushed hard, lifting heavy weights, wanting to ease the tension built up from yesterday's battles. He knew the drill: soar after virtual play, stretch even more. Push through physical training, stretch everything out. Perhaps full immersion directly affected the neural pathways in his brain, making his physical training way more effective than before. Originally, Dohyuk had hoarded heavy dumbbells for apocalypse prep. He planned to sell them all off. No way, not anymore, apparently. Keep them. Regular training was absolutely essential for his routine now. Besides, this gym was perfect for training the little guy, since the rent was paid off. Dohyuk had sent the little guy on a run long ago, and he still was not back. Did he collapse somewhere? After being forced to run with a 5-kilogram lead weight, Dohyuk pulled out his phone to check, but a sudden message notification popped up on screen. It was the official transfer of his prize money for winning the tournament. Dohyuk calculated that after only 3 weeks of play, he had earned over 30 million. It was time to check his remaining debt. He checked his updated loan balance. The outstanding total was roughly 30 million won. This meant it was finally time to settle the frustrating debt once and for all. Suddenly, a loud noise breaks his focus, likely Jiggle Min coming back from his run. Dohyuk needed to inspect his students' progress and collect the heavy training bags. But before he even reaches the entrance, a quiet voice catches his attention. Jiggle Min is sitting right outside the door, begging his mother not to stress. The boy is on the phone, insisting that he found a reliable part-time job. He reassures her that the upcoming hospital bills are fully taken care of. He begs her to focus entirely on resting and recovering as quickly as possible. He promises she does not have to worry, saying he will call her tonight. The call ends. Jiggle Min breaks down. Sobbing heavily, he starts slapping his own face to force back the tears. He forbids himself from crying because his younger sibling just started high school. He must stay strong until their mother fully recovers and returns home. He cannot yield. Dohyuk overhears everything. Hearing this, Dohyuk remembers Jiggle Min from his previous life. The boy used to joke that the apocalypse meant no more debt collectors. A dark reality. Dohyuk checks his phone balance. Honestly, how could anyone just walk away from a kid like this? In his past life, this weird kid had actually sacrificed himself for others. Debt can wait, money comes and goes. Moments later, Jiggle Min walks inside and spots his master wiping away tears. An awkward pause follows as the big-eared boy stands there in confusion. He asks Dohyuk why he is crying while waiting for him to return. The kid assumes his master must have missed him incredibly much. He finds it hilarious that his usually cold teacher is so sensitive. No answer. Dohyuk immediately launches his stream. Game on. His chat instantly floods with praise. His supportive followers congratulate their idol on his massive victory and spectacular gameplay. They jokingly warn him not to fall for the beautiful opponent, Ren. Dohyuk laughs it off, saying she is gorgeous, but he is playing to win. Right then, a wealthy viewer donates a massive sum of money. They want to know what exciting game he plans to stream today. He announces he is trying out a brand new, highly unexpected title. It is an open-world, wilderness healing game called Monster Friends. Dohyuk enthusiastically encourages his entire chat to check out this absolute marvel. He claims it is the greatest game of his life and cannot wait. Deep down, Dohyuk covers his face in sheer embarrassment from the hype. But this is exactly how paid promotional streams are supposed to go. He hopes he can survive the cringe, though pretending is not his style. But what else can he do? A guy has to make a living. If his viewers hate his sellout behavior, they can just donate to stop it. Having an idol who openly loves money is actually pretty refreshing for them. With enough donations, he can skip weird ads and focus purely on epic battles. For now, it is time to load in and meet these monster buddies. Wait, what monsters? Next, the system connected to a massive open-world game set in the wild called Monster Friends. Nobody in the chat knew how this pro fighter would play. Dohyuk realized he had already spawned. He needed to think fast. Absolutely no one could give him tips, since this was a brand new game he started. So he decided to just wander around to get his bearings. Dohyuk checked his inventory and found a device like a smartphone, an encyclopedia maybe. It recorded every single beast captured by the player. The goal was simple: catch different monsters and fill the entire guidebook. Players could also grind resources non-stop if they wanted to. One viewer mentioned they saw Black Oak trying to do this. Exact same thing yesterday. Dohyuk was pretty surprised to hear that Black Oak also played this game. He planned to message him later so they could play together. He also had a basic stone axe and pickaxe. The beginner axe was just for chopping wood. It turned out he had to build a simple shelter first in this cozy wilderness game. Right then, Puss in Boots walked up to him. His first monster companion. Dohyuk immediately whacked the cat with a heavy stone hammer. The cat meowed but survived. Dohyuk blamed his weak tool. Obviously, a basic stone hammer could not kill a cat so easily. So he relentlessly hacked Puss in Boots with his stone axe, hoping the creature would finally drop dead. The audience was completely shocked, screaming that this cute cat was his ally, not an enemy, and he should protect it. Dohyuk was acting like a total psycho, completely ruining this cute, peaceful game into an absolute monster hunting bloodbath. Viewers told him he had captured devices in his inventory. Turns out he had to catch them, not slaughter them. Soon, a piece of meat appeared nearby, likely meant to lure beasts. But Dohyuk figured he got a free meal for killing the cat. The further he went, the less his logic made sense, but he had to keep playing. Suddenly, a massive, towering monster finally appeared. The legendary forest guardian arrived, a massive turtle dragon. Compared to this behemoth, Dohyuk was like an ant, but he smiled. Time to slay a turtle dragon with his trusty stone axe. What a relaxing healing game. This was supposed to reduce stress. And that was basically his entire week. Later at the airport, the editor told him his Monster Friends video had gone completely viral. The short clip of him charging a giant turtle dragon with an axe only to get sneezed away had racked up 1 million views. Jagal Min checked the stats and said 10 million views were coming. They could finally earn money again since Dohyuk had paid off his old earnings to clear the debt to Big Ear. Jagal Min thanked his boss, the generous bonus, and the young student was also deeply grateful that his mentor had taken him on a trip abroad. Dohyuk chose to keep quiet, not wanting to reveal the mountain of work waiting back home. Filming and editing videos for the entire trip without even getting a chance to leave his hotel room. Instead, Dohyuk suggested just turning on the camera and going live right away. He launched the stream, but the viewers initially had no idea what was happening or where their favorite players were. With a grin, Dohyuk clenched his fist, showed it to the camera, and declared that today was the day. He was going to conquer the entire tournament. Meanwhile, the massive arena in the United States hosted the biggest fighting tournament. One after another, legendary players stepped onto the stage, greeting the crowd. The very first combatant to walk out on stage was Suki, representing Japan. Right behind him was the champion of the American faction, Nick Jackson. Next up, the Indian powerhouse Adak made his entrance to loud cheers. Then came the massive Russian powerhouse, Gilov, demanding glory and some vodka. And finally, it was time to introduce the undisputed #1 champion. The legendary warrior and true hero of Africa stepped out to massive applause. It was the invincible, handsome, and truly legendary Emperor Kabna. The host immediately stopped the emperor, asking him to answer one quick question. Every fan knew their beloved idol had already announced his upcoming retirement. They all wanted to know exactly how he felt before this final battle. Kabna just sneered, pointing his finger directly toward the other waiting competitors. He mockingly declared that having to face such weaklings was honestly depressing. Hearing such disrespect, every single player on the stage felt deeply insulted. Champion or not, he had absolutely no right to humiliate his opponents. The host quickly moved on, introducing the Chinese martial arts master, Tianlong. Kabna instantly recognized him, remembering their very first encounter years ago. Back then, Tianlong was nothing more than his personal punching bag. Though Tianlong tried to keep his composure, his anger soon boiled over. His patience completely snapped as he prepared to crush his opponent in battle. The crowd was incredibly eager to start, but one final player was missing. Fortunately for everyone, the mysterious latecomer had just arrived at the venue. The host stepped up to introduce the final contestant of the tournament. It was Dohyuk, the brand new top-ranked player on the Asian server. Some fans were already calling him the legendary Kabna of Asia. Dohyuk politely bowed, apologizing to the crowd for his late arrival. His driver had taken a wrong turn, but Kabna was already losing patience. The champion coldly demanded they start the match, since everyone was finally here. He glared at Dohyuk, warning him that he would pay for this delay. No matter where he tried to hide, the emperor would hunt him down. Dohyuk just smiled, recognizing that classic arrogant attitude immediately. This was exactly the kind of massive challenge he had been waiting for. He told Kabna that he would be waiting for him at the top. If the legend wanted a fight, he would have to climb up to meet him. Kabna actually smirked, genuinely amused by the newcomer's bold and cocky attitude. He warned the kid that his skills had better back up his big mouth. The tension in the arena was electric as the fighters prepared for war. With the crowd roaring, the official tournament draw finally began. India's representative went straight into the very first pairing. He was set to fight Dohyuk. Meanwhile, a mentally unstable player named Jade was matched with. Akuma, the unfortunate guy, instantly realized a pretty brutal truth. He was stuck in the exact same subgroup as Dohyuk. Next, the draw commenced for the other groups. Everyone stepped forward to mingle and get acquainted. They had never met face-to-face. Anatol was the first to shake Dohyuk's hand. On the side, they started mocking Oko, who landed in Dohyuk's subgroup, making it crystal clear to everyone that he stood absolutely zero chance. Dohyuk promised he would go easy, but that only made them feel even more humiliated. Meanwhile, over in the group of this elite, Yanglong was matched against Kabna. Once the draw wrapped up, the battles began, and Dohyuk was instantly summoned straight to the arena. Gadak stood opposite Korea's rising star. The Indian master kept on hyping himself up until the final second, hoping it would give him an edge. Dohyuk learned from his stream chat that Daniel's character was based on Gadak. No surprise there, his real-life look and personality were completely identical. It turns out, Gadak was a legendary yoga master with a massive global following, and he was actually incredibly old. Dohyuk noted this and felt deep respect, sensing his opponent's noble presence. Soon the starting bell rang, and both fighters prepared for action. Dohyuk kept observing his opponent, wondering if learning yoga from Gadak could help him make serious bank. The young guy offered an apology and tried to ask a quick question, but right then, talk about rude, a sudden punch to the nose cut him off mid-sentence. Dohyuk, ignoring the blood running down his face, turned back to ask for just a second. He really just wanted a quick chat, but Gadak drove a hard fist into his gut, leaving the young fighter doubled over and gasping for air from the crushing impact. Dohyuk honestly did not want to fight, he only wanted to ask about those yoga lessons. Gadak stopped for a brief second, but without even listening, he replied, 300 million. First, Dohyuk had not asked anything yet, and second, he had no idea what that meant. Gadak broke it down, literally counting on his fingers, 300 million for lessons and another 300 million for an instructor. Dohyuk stood completely stunned by those crazy numbers. Granted, he loved getting stream donations, but this was a whole different league of cash. Gadak was the true money king of India. Dohyuk figured that if he had that kind of wealth, he certainly would not be doing yoga, and lunged forward into an attack, but he could not land a single clean hit. Gadak dodged like he was not even human, moving like a flexible octopus, so the young player unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes, testing if the Grandmaster could evade every single one. As it turned out, Gadak was more than ready. He slipped past them beautifully, showing incredible technique. At one point, his rubbery arm snaked right around Dohyuk's wrist, and the chat knew things were about to get ugly. Watch out, Gadak initiated a deadly hybrid of yoga and grappling. Once a player got caught in this hold, he had zero chance of breaking free before the round ended. Dohyuk could already feel he felt the noose tightening around his neck, knowing he would soon suffocate. But this guy was not going to lose here, even with his limbs bound. Unable to move, Dohyuk bit his way out. He clamped his jaws hard into the beefy arm, choking him, sinking them deep. The agonizing bite forced Gadak to break the hold, yelling that biting was completely dishonorable. Dohyuk only shrugged, admitting the greed of the prize money made him lose his mind. Gadak sneered back, promising absolutely zero mercy. He claimed he brought a fiery club of reformation, specifically made for fools. Dohyuk just grinned, daring Gadak to step closer. Gadak barked back, declaring that Dohyuk was clearly possessed by a demon. Fortunately, he had a very special remedy for demons who refused to learn their lesson. It was the legendary fiery fist of the guardian Vajra, and the crowd held its breath. Suddenly, Gadak began transforming right before their eyes, swelling into a giant monster. This was Gadak's absolute ultimate move, and he fully intended to end this battle with a single strike. But Dohyuk quickly realized that a massive body made it impossible to dodge everything. It was a fatal mistake. He unleashed a furious storm of punches, targeting Gadak's massive, unprotected frame. Dohyuk smiled, waiting for him to crumble. Yet the yogi's rubbery skin was unreal, absorbing every single strike like water. His defense held strong, time to attack. He was going to crush Dohyuk with his ultimate skill, the divine ascension of Buddha. But Dohyuk knew that even the most devastating, earth-shattering attack was completely useless if it failed to land. Gadak's followers watched, convinced Dohuk's sheer speed would let him slip away. Gadak mocked their foolish hopes. He told everyone to give up and bow before Buddha as the ground shook. Gadak activated the powerful mechanics of the game, and suddenly, Dohyuk felt himself freeze completely. A powerful binding skill locked him in place, rendering him completely helpless. He was forced to wait for Buddha's massive divine growth to fully charge up. Heavy gravity pinned him to the floor, yet he knew he had to escape the field. Gadak smirked, absolutely delighted to see his opponent forced onto his knees. Nirvana was waiting for him. But Dohyuk just lifted his chin, shouting that Gadak was talking absolute nonsense. He pointed out Gadak was bald. That insult struck a nerve, making Gadak immediately panic about his bald head. He snapped that a beggar without 300 million for training shouldn't open his mouth. Dohyuk laughed, pointing out that Gadak had just insulted every single viewer watching who lacked that massive cash. He basically called them all beggars. Gadak stammered that the viewers weren't the target. He was only targeting Dohyuk. Dohyuk put on a dramatic face, acting as if he was about to cry. Thinning hair was barely an insult. But now Gadak was apparently offending tens of millions of balding people worldwide. Rage boiled inside Gadak. He couldn't stand this shameless troublemaker for another second and decided to end him. With a roar, Gadak fully activated the massive divine ascension of Buddha. Dohyuk lay pinned inside the heavy gravitational zone, waiting for his moment. He raised his hand, declaring he would never lose to a man who looked down on the poor. Those with less than $300 million, and even people with hair loss, were urged to donate. Suddenly, massive donations poured in from all over the globe, leaving the confused viewers completely stunned. Nobody understood what was actually happening. Meanwhile, Dohyuk sat right in the center of the field. He controlled the gravity, while millions of dollars flooded straight into his bank account. Everyone knew their greedy idol absolutely loved cash, and he was clearly not going to stop. His dedicated fans suspected that Dohyuk had staged this entire theatrical performance just to get money. But honestly, the final amount of those global donations turned out to be absolutely staggering. The young fighter pushed himself back up, fully prepared to charge directly at his opponent. But Gadak coldly declared that none of this trash talk interested him in the slightest. None of those previous attacks had worked, and his ultimate skill was still fully prepared. Now Dohyuk had to face down the devastating fist of the 1,000-armed Buddha. The young warrior stood perfectly still, watching his enemy draw near. He knew the goal. He had to completely break the Indian player's defense with a single, perfectly aimed strike. Just like slicing through a soft fabric with a razor, he had to strike like a sharp sword blade. Yet Dohyuk was entirely confident that he could pull this off using nothing but his bare hands. This virtual fight was turning into a pure martial arts showdown. Then, the commentators screamed. Against all odds, Dohyuk had defeated the Titan from India, claiming a massive victory. His incredible skills proved he was truly worthy of being called the Kabna of Asia. Naturally, the spotlight immediately shifted to watch the actual Kabna perform on stage. The anticipated clash between Tianlong and Kabna went exactly as everyone expected. The system quickly declared Kabna the undisputed winner of the one-sided match. The legendary player looked incredibly bored, having ended the entire fight in a flash. Up next was Suki, the strongest and most respected representative of the Japanese server. Honestly, Suki had hoped to avoid facing such a terrifying monster so early in the tournament. Even so, he kept his composure and politely welcomed the legendary champion to the arena. But Kabna was incredibly rude, dismissing the polite greeting with an icy glare. He hated wasting breath on someone destined to lose, so he demanded they start fighting immediately. Suki quietly reassured himself. He knew he had trained and pushed himself to the absolute limit. His intense training under the great master Dohyuk meant he would not back down easily. Not long ago, Suki had been deeply humiliated, labeled as merely Dohyuk's fourth disciple. Now he was determined to force Kabna to remember his name forever. The battle timer began, and Suki decided to play it safe, moving with extreme caution. Kabna stood his ground, casually letting his opponent take the first move if he dared. Since Suki hesitated, Kabna grew impatient and decided to end the match with a single, brutal blow. Unleashing his ultimate power, Kabna triggered his signature move, Diablo's Thunderstorm. Suki braced himself, putting all his faith in the legendary weapon he carried. It was a masterfully crafted sword gifted by Dohyuk, and Suki knew its power. He believed he could slice through the deadly, crackling lightning bolts heading right for him. To Kabna's shock, Suki actually cleaved the lightning apart, triggering an old memory. He instantly remembered his late grandmother's chilling, prophetic warning. She had warned him to watch out for any warrior who could slice through raw lightning. Staring at Suki, Kabna realized this weak-looking kid might actually be the prophesied enemy. Meeting this legendary figure in a random tournament felt completely unreal to him. If her predictions were always true, then a massive crisis was about to unfold. Kabna knew, to be the best, he had to watch Suki's every move. Suki was cracking under pressure. He began making lazy excuses. He complained his name was misspelled. The guy was almost crying. Fans tried to defend him anyway. Spelling did not even matter. Only one thing truly counted. Winning the match was all that actually mattered. Kabna dropped into a solid stance. A real battle was starting. He butchered Suki's name again, a perfect way to annoy him. It was a trap. Kabna wanted to rattle Suki and stop his strategy. Suki charged in blindly. Kabna deflected the blow with ease. An instant counterattack landed. Suki doubled over in sheer pain. Suki used a secret ninja technique. A decoy trail appeared. Suddenly, Suki was behind his opponent, an incredibly unexpected maneuver. Suki thought he won, but Kabna instantly materialized right behind him. He moved like pure lightning. Kabna delivered a devastating strike. He challenged Suki to block it. Then Kabna unleashed Diablo's rail gun. It looked brutal. The wild battle ended with that single blow. A massive victory for Kabna. Suki completely failed to make his name. The fight was over. Meanwhile, the first group matches finally finished. A winner was decided. The host stepped up to make the announcement. The strongest in Asia, Lee Dohyuk was ready for his next match. A heavyweight opponent, the fearsome Russian monster Gilov, was up next. Even Kabna respected him. Now Gilov faced the young Korean genius. Who would survive? Everyone watched the huge broadcast in the waiting room. Kabna watched closely. He felt the winner was already decided beforehand. It was obvious. Gilov was an expert powerhouse with legendary skills. Every elite player respected him. His physical strength was fully proven. To Kabna, the Russian giant was the strongest fighter around. His offense and defense were perfect. The final would show his dominance. The match would be Gilov or Anatoly. Kabna expected no surprises. Nothing could surprise him anymore. Then, loud screams came from the screen. An unbelievable shocker. The massive Russian bear was completely crushed. The Korean kid, Lee Dohyuk, absolutely dominated the heavyweight giant. Gilov had absolutely no chance. Fans wondered how Kabna struggled before. The crowd went wild. Kabna stood there in total shock. The Russian beast was knocked out. Now the first semifinal began. Kabna read the name again. He repeated it several times. Dohyuk was clearly elite. To beat Gulov, he had to be. Suddenly, the computer chimed. It was time to prepare for battle. Kabna was deeply distracted. He did not notice the time flying by. He rushed to the arena, highly curious about his next opponent. Dohyuk entered the stage. The young man smiled at everyone. He waved to the crowd and sent love to his sister. His opponent was Bind. It was their first official sparring session. The audience started laughing. Bind would be crushed like the rest. How could a nobody challenge their master? They mocked him endlessly. But Dohyuk asked them to go easy. Sometimes people show real courage. That goes way past their actual limits. In moments like that, they need to feel the brutal reality. Once you hit them for real, their heads clear up fast. Byundo watched Dohyuk's fight, completely stunned by the sheer force of that wind. Tearing right through the floor, this was way past talent, it was monstrous. An absolute power, stronger than any beast. Dohyuk was basically a walking disaster. But despite the terrifying display, Bayan was not sweating. He stepped up completely calm. And fully confident, this young fighter did not fear losing, and he never backed down. He welcomed every challenge. He walked onto the stage with a massive smile. Bayan was taking this incredibly seriously. He came to prove his worth today, hoping to break his own limits and land a hit on Dohyuk. But Dohyuk handled him easily. He promised Bayan they would clash again soon. Next time they could say everything on their minds, just like that. The winner of this first semifinal match was the Korean powerhouse, Dohyuk. He pulled off a new shot. This exclusive move was called the Korean sewing technique, modeled after planting rice. Hearing about it deeply upset the entire crowd, especially his defeated opponent. The audience mocked him relentlessly, and even the host joined in the mockery. Meanwhile, Kabna quickly handled his next opponent, a fighter named Anadi. Looking down at his defeated rival, Kabna thanked him for an amazing battle. He noted that only Anadi could make his heart race like that. Kabna openly declared Anadi was his toughest opponent yet. Anadi accepted the praise but knew Kabna was dead wrong. After all, Kabna had not faced a true monster yet, he added. That one day, Kabna would suffer the exact same defeat his victims did. Right after warning him, Anadi vanished. Kabna stood there, completely stunned, realizing that Anadi must be talking about the rookie. Finally, the time came for the grand finals of the tournament, with the top contenders locked in. The crowd was losing their minds waiting for the clash. Dohyuk, the rising Asian superstar, was busy counting donation cash, calling it his ultimate bonus. Honestly, nobody could blame him for loving money. The guy earned every single penny through brutal, honest work. But then his final opponent stepped into the massive arena. Kabna obviously did not share his rival's nervous energy. This was definitely not his first championship. Suddenly, the commentators announced the start of the match. Both players headed to their gaming pods, while Kabna wondered, could this money-obsessed rookie really be the warrior from that ancient prophecy? As they booted up, the host asked the reigning champion to lock in his character. Kabna chose Diablo, a top-tier build specializing in lightning magic. Meanwhile, Dohyuk selected a raw brawler, his first since his legendary duel against Ren. Kabna had heard the endless rumors about Dohyuk's obsessed with money, earning him the nickname Global Money Fan. Dohyuk instantly demanded his opponent shut his mouth. He still needed to find who started that rumor. But even if the entire world mocked him, Kabna had absolutely no right to judge. After all, in his past life, Kabna was the one who forced Dohyuk to take massive loans to prepare for the literal apocalypse. Kabna, of course, had no clue why his rival was so furious, and Dohyuk could never reveal the truth. He was forced to pay off his debts, while Kabna grew tired of the endless insults screamed directly at him, deciding his opponent was a total madman who had to go. He needed to be destroyed as fast as possible, but Dohyuk refused to calm down. He kept shouting provocations, calling Kabna a triton and making wild threats. He promised payback for all his pain, just as the opening gong finally echoed out. The match was on, and Kabna immediately charged forward with a vicious insult. He yelled that his opponent was weak, but Dohyuk slipped past the attack effortlessly. Kabna was still falling for childish tricks, just like in his past life. The memory of Kabna from his past life flashed, and he instantly counterattacked. Kabna tried to slip away, but a heavy fist crashed straight into his head, sending Kabna tumbling back. Dohyuk noted his opponent's reaction was completely identical. Kabna was already bleeding heavily from his shattered nose, realizing he was in trouble. He realized Dohyuk had planned this entire trap just to catch him off guard. Dohyuk ignored his whining and prepped another strike while Kabna fumed in rage. He remembered this loser had once bet on his matches and lost everything. He decided to silence his opponent once and for all by unleashing the raw power of lightning. The heavy blade in Dohyuk's hands hummed, greedily absorbing the crackling energy. In a surge of absolute fury, he sliced clean through the lightning bolt. He yelled out that he was finished believing in Kabna's pathetic lies. Regretting his past mistakes, Dohyuk pressed on while Kabna desperately dodged the strikes. Kabna realized this crazy Korean opponent was actually slicing his lightning apart. Maybe this was the legendary warrior from his grandmother's ancient prophecy. Kabna was completely torn, refusing to believe this money-obsessed lunatic was the one. He could not accept that someone so greedy could be his destined rival. Dohyuk barked back, telling him to shut up because this was not about money. Frankly, Dohyuk had no idea what kind of prophecy nonsense Kabna was babbling. He did not care about legends, but suddenly the match came to a halt. The tournament organizers stepped in, telling them to put their personal grudge aside. They demanded they focus on the final, prompting a quick apology from Dohyuk. He explained he just lost his cool because of this lying cheat. The swindler stole his cash, forcing both fighters back to their corners. They stared at each other with newfound shock as the tension peaked. Kabna declared he had carried this heavy burden his entire life. He suddenly blurred forward, moving with the godlike speed of lightning. He unleashed a massive bolt to end this fight once and for all. He did not stop there, letting loose a relentless barrage of electric fury. In response, Dohyuk countered with his ultimate moonlight strike. The clash of light and electricity was absolute madness. Two legendary ultimate skills slammed together in the center of the arena. Alongside his storm, Kabna triggered an electric close-range shock. He wanted his arrogant opponent reduced to a pile of ashes. Yet Dohyuk deflected every single shockwave with supreme confidence. This only proved he truly was the man from the prophecy. Kabna finally accepted his destiny and prepared to show his true power. This secret phase had never been seen by any spectator before. With this dramatic transformation, almost all of Kabna's life force is now concentrated into a single, deadly strike. Entering a literal demigod state, it seems completely impossible to stand against. Him in this form, a special game technique just restored Kabna's health. Though his actual condition remains below 2%, the champion bets everything on this single strike. Dohyuk knows even a faint graze from this attack means instant defeat and game over. Everything rides on his ultimate counter. He must land that final crucial hit, otherwise Kabna will strike him down. The tension inside the arena is absolutely stifling. Kabna is ready. He boasts he will show everyone why they call him the Emperor and crush this prophesied rookie who claims to slice through lightning. Dohyuk clings on using his moonlight skill, utterly clueless about any mysterious prophecy. His heart pounds violently inside his chest under the intense pressure. The fate of this entire championship match is being decided right now. The field looks like a ruined wasteland, utterly shattered by their clash. Dohyuk spots his opponent but keeps his guard up. No victory notification has appeared yet. This means Kabna has used high-speed movement to slip directly behind him. Dohyuk barely dodges, watching a massive shockwave rip through the ground. Kabna vanishes from sight, soaring high up into the digital sky, making Dohyuk look like a tiny speck below. Nobody can guess what he plans to do from up there. It is the first time anyone has witnessed Kabna in this legendary state, unleashing an advanced technique called Diablo's Control Flower. Dohyuk keeps parrying incoming lightning bolts with his blade. Silently finding the dramatic skill name a bit ridiculous, he watches his old rival, knowing that even before the world changed, Kabna was exceptionally strong despite not being one of the legendary 9 heroes, overloaded with lightning. Kabna looks down at his opponent, respect flashing in his eyes. He calls Dohyuk a worthy adversary, but adds that only one can win. Dohyuk stands firm at ground zero, prepping his defenses to strike back. He raises his sword, saying they can talk after the battle ends. Kabna unleashes his full devastating might, but faces a swift counter. He poured absolutely everything he had into that final, thunderous strike. But when the dust settles, Dohyuk remains completely untouched, calmly asking what his opponent plans to do next. Kabna instantly realizes he is completely doomed. His heavy ultimate left him wide open, and the falling moon strike lands with absolute precision, and seriously, this match is pure madness. Both competitors show insane masterclass plays, and that final crescent slash was mind-blowing. Nobody ever expected the mighty Emperor Kabna to look this helpless. However, the second round is already decided. The computer notes that Dohyuk